Cast with Sean Kilpatrick. We'll be looking at a essay written by Justin Taylor on the Paris Review website. It's called Creek Theses, New Notes on Dawson's Creek. Should we tell the listeners a little bit about JT?
Jonathan Taylor Thomas was an actor on Home Improvement in the mid-90s. Quite the teen heartthrob.
You know, pubic louse on Gordon Lish's wiry white bush.
Adjudicator against stupidity. Perpetrator of the literary conversation. Sexual dynamo.
Got an essay that Jeremy Dean wrote, Destroying Him, pulled from HTML Giant towards the first collapse.
Got a bit of a quack to his whack. Incapable of facial hair, perhaps? A tad foppish, if I won't?
Does he have, like, patchy facial hair? Can he not grow it in?
I imagine it's never been allowed to get to that phase, sir. And I imagine razors are out of the question.
We can just switch paragraphs, and feel free to jump in whenever you want, whenever we want. It starts off with an emboldened cold open. Already, I really can't wait, because the dream of the 90s is still on life support in Portland. Seriously, check out our real estate listings.
Right? Am I right? Am I right? Check it out.
Yesterday, I walked over to the independently owned brick and mortar music and video emporium near my house to buy a used copy of the Dawson's Creek.
He wouldn't go to a company place. He's a fucking saint. He wouldn't go to where a corporation is prevalent. He would not set his delicate feet into his beautiful manicured, pedicured feet into a place owned by an evil corporation. Thank you, JAYTAY. Tay-tay.
Tay-tay-tay.
How dare you? Appropriation.
Yeah. Yesterday, I walked over to the independently owned brick and mortar music and video emporium near my house to buy a used copy of the Dawson's Creek Season 6 box set for $6. Huh, nice little symmetry there with the sixes. They had a second copy going for $8.50, which I assume meant it was in slightly better condition. But I decided beforehand that $6 was my price point. Really pertinent shit here right now. In fact, I'd come to this store a few times before and almost bought this particular box set, each time thinking, am I really going to do this? And each time the answer had been no. It's not no anymore.
Never before on the literary scene has alliteration met castration. It's not no anymore. Is that for real? Is he speaking, is he appropriating?
Dude, I'm pretty sure, first of all, he's appropriating. And second of all, I'm pretty sure he's CIA.
Oh, right. Well, Paris Review, yeah. It's not no anymore. He's down. Tay's down. Tay's down. It's like if a cheeseburger had its own religion.
Oh, God, he really wants you to know that he wasn't quite sure about getting this Dawson's Creek box set. Am I really going to do this?
Dawson's Creek premiered in January 1988. He's running it down. Journalistically adept.
Read the second part of that sentence.
And if you want more establishing detail than that, I suggest you Google it. This motherfucker is Google. He runs Google. Motherfucker, you are Google. Explain it to us. It's a paper cup of a man. A paper cup of a man in a pillowcase. I want his blood. I was 15 at the... He was never 15.
False.
We know how much Lish loves the Jonathans and the Justins. Yeah.
Yeah, various weasel hustlers.
Hustling. Yeah.
The Hustler, starring JT.
He's the star in my mind. He's the star of my mind. The shit star. Okay, anyway. It's just like, it's all all I'm seeing is information. We gotta skip that one. Because it's endless. No.
Let's let him fill us in. Come on, we gotta slog through every fucking crack of this.
He's filled me in since he existed.
Oh, then there's the clause after it, halfway through 10th grade, as if the numeral age wasn't enough. Where
I think he specifies halfway through the 10th grade because, of course, he was skipped ahead because he probably hung out with his teacher and helped the teacher find who the troublemakers were and got them suspended. And then he was probably skipped ahead a few grades before his dissertation at the age of 17. He's Doogie Howser of mediocrity in literature, perhaps.
Yeah, he's like the uber snitch.
Ha! This is sour grapes on steroids.
Okay, I was 15 at the time. Let's proceed, sir.
I was 15 at the time, halfway through 10th grade, and so not only part of the show's prime demographic, but the same age as its main characters. Granted, I lived in semi-suburban, North Miami Beach, and they lived in a small town. Would it be unreasonable to say semi-rural? It always felt that way to me. Coastal Massachusetts, though the show was filmed in North Carolina, Jesus, which is sometimes more and sometimes less obvious when you're watching. Okay, but I don't think any of this matters.
He says it himself. He says it himself. He's written almost 2 paragraphs. He's almost at the end of the second paragraph, and then he says, I don't think any of this matters.
Well, he's very existential.
Maybe he's like trying to give off the impression to the reader that he's like caught in this Proustian reverie that has been, catalyzed by this recent revisitation of Dawson's Creek. What do you think, Sean?
I think it's sort of like if Sisyphus had a pair of nudicles, those fake dog testicles for neutered dogs, and he was kicking those up and down the canyon instead of rock, and the raven pecking at his nards is myself in a nice dream, perhaps.
Okay.
He's a beautiful man. I mean, he's a dreamboat. A dreamboat.
But I don't think any of this matters, at least in the context I'm planning to discuss the show today. Well, that's good that we got that out of the way, and now we can start the essay 2 paragraphs in.
This motherfucker's never not been context since he was slithered alive. Ugh. Okay, you got this one.
I remember that right before Dawson's Creek premiered, there was an article in the Miami Herald profiling its creator, Kevin Williamson. We didn't say showrunner yet. Wow. And that the article made bold claims to the effect that this show would provide special insight into teenage life as it was really lived today. I remember taking this very seriously and finding the prospect both terrifying and exhilarating. If the intent of the article was to stoke my interest in the show, it worked wonders. Though if we're talking about demographics, it must be said that most teenagers don't typically read the art section of the city paper. And so probably the article, was pitched toward my parents' cohort. A fact lost on me at the time, not that things would have gone any differently if I'd known.
This is like the Finnegan's Wake of having a flatline. Your coma has regretfully come to a close. Unfortunately, we cannot...
I love that, and so probably the article,
Right. He's fragmentary, he's staccato, he's dark, he's a manic genius.
Yeah.
He's layered, he's intense.
Oh wow, did you feel that fucking swerve in the sentence when that happened?
He's torquing left and right, he's swerving, he's dodging the nouns, he's dodging the adjectives. They're dodging him.
Ducking and dodging and bobbing and weaving.
This is perhaps one of the great informative sentences of literature, a sort of parataxical winged, if you will. The show premiered. I watched it. And I was powerfully outraged. He's growing up. He's getting some fur downstairs, and I was powerfully outraged at what I perceived to be its failure to live up to the high realist standard promised in the article. Well,
oh, dude, he's doing this shit again in the next sentences with the fucking swerving on him. Fucking swerving on him.
He's a poet. He's a rap artist / poet / gangbanger. I think he's created this ideal high realist standard, and he has perfected it in the Paris Review.
I agree.
Well, that is, us teens. He's inclusive. It's part of all of our teenhood. It's a nostalgia that he's including us in. It's not just self-centered. It's a community of people licking their own anus. Where am I? We're not only misunderstood, but misrepresented. That wasn't us at all. And what if other people fell for the paper's false claim and thought it was? What then? He was a very precocious lad. I think he began his identity politics ahead of his time. I'm not sure if my credulity and subsequent indignation says more about the kind of kid I was, oh yeah, or about the era itself. But it is obvious to me now, as I am sure it is to many of you. This is his Hunter Thompson high watermark speech, right? The wave crested and fell back. I'm 34. I can't. Okay. I'm a 34-year-old man. Oh, God, he's my age. Who spent a decade in New York City knocking around the media and publishing industries, rocking them. Who has had many friends who were or publishers, agent, marketing people. Let's just stay with fucking marketing people, all right? Let's just be accurate. SEO ninjas. SEO?
I guess so. I don't know what that means.
Social justice warrior? No. Societal ease of...
Societal excrement orifice.
Society's eunuchs on patrol. Taste chasers, taste makers, and so on. Yeah, okay.
Oh man, there's... Okay, yeah, just let's finish this paragraph because there's a lot in here.
Okay, telemarketers and so on. I've even had, when occasion called for it, publicists of my own.
When occasion called for it?
They're who wrote this shit. Moreover, aren't we all in the media industry now? Fucking boom! My Twitter feed is open as I write this. Yeah, should be tattooed on his gooch. Is yours as you read it?
No.
I would not diversify my portfolio when Tay-Tay was in the room. What's my point here? Oh, yeah.
It just occurred to him as he was typing that.
My point is that I have always associated Dawson's Creek with a very specific and personal coming of age, not vis-a-vis puberty or high school, but vis-a-vis public relations. What I mean is that I only ever thought the claim of its being realistic was, quote, wrong, because I had made the mistake of thinking that such a claim could or would or should be right. Quotation marks again. Yeah, he's a hip lad.
I like what he does with the back-to-back exclamation points there.
Yeah, there's a symmetry.
Yeah, it's he's doing like the high contemporary fiction thing of, you know, embodying like the voice or whatever. You know, us teens, all of a sudden he's crying out as if he's a teenager with those exclamation marks. You know, I thought that was just brilliant use of punctuation there. And then,
right.
and then asking back-to-back questions that no one wants to know the answer to is also, I thought that was really just brilliant.
He's hypothetical and yet inclusive. He's like, I think tiny angels carry his piss. I just crashed. I got a Tay high and now I'm coming down.
All right, shall we continue?
Yes. Okay, where are we? What are we doing?
I think I watched a season and a half, maybe two, of Dawson's Creek in a mode that nowadays is called hate watching, but at the time was called There's Nothing Else On Anyway, which, by the way, was often true. I think we're hate reading right now. What do I remember about what I saw? What do I remember about what I saw? He's going into deep memory right now. I remember fierce and sustained lunchroom debate over who was hotter, Joey or Jen, and that I took a staunchly pro-Joey position. Is Joey... Was Joey...
I was just going to ask, yeah, that's the blonde or the brunette?
I think Joey's the brunette who... Katie Holmes.
Okay, so he likes Katie Holmes?
Yeah, in high school, Justin Taylor would have preferred to have sex with Katie Holmes.
In high school, yeah, he's not a pederast.
Yeah, in high school, he would have preferred that. Although I think technically it would have been... Well, we don't need to get into that, but I'm going to continue reading. I remember being annoyed, separately from the outrage described above, every time a plot hinged on a piece of information that one character possessed, but would not share with the person who obviously needed and deserved it. Characters talked about their emotions for what felt like hours on end, but then trailed off, or stormed off, rather than share some basic fact of where they had/hadn't been, or who they were/weren't there with, or what they did/didn't do there. Some fact that the audience knew was inevitably going to be revealed, so the ostensible, quote, suspense being sustained for a few more scenes or even episodes, via the delay ended up adding nothing by way of character or story development, and for that reason failed to register as suspense. The filmmaker Andrew Matthews identifies this sort of serial withholding/delaying as an endemic flaw of episodic television. An epiphenomenon of the sheer number of hours it takes to fill a season, and has coined the delightfully piquant term plot blocking to describe it. As a teenager, I didn't know how to explain what made me so crazy about plot blocking, but 20 years, an MFA, and 3 books of fiction later, I can now say that I disliked the over-reliance on dramatic irony as a driver of plot, and that Dawson's Creek might, therefore, be the first piece of narrative art I ever objected to on aesthetic grounds. Wow. Well, I'm so glad that the MFA came in handy, and wow, All of that for this. That is,
Before me became me, me remembers me in the MFA me. He meed out on us. He went the extra me.
yeah.
What else he's the
Medium rare.
He's the main character in Joyce Carol Oates' Where Are You Going and Where Have You Been? He is the young lady in that short story. And I am an old fiend. That's for him to decipher in his small hours. But what else does he remember? I mean, can you help me out? What else does he remember?
Wow, fucking know. Joe Brainerd.
No. He remembers.
Yeah.
He's doing the repetition of I remember.
Yeah.
Oh shit. He just knew nativity.
Okay. Now here we have the first appearance of Fish, so it's gonna be good.
Oh, Fish, yes, of course. Yes. In the footnotes, we can see where Fish was very important for JAYTAY. Seminal.
Yeah.
Shall I?
Yeah.
Dare I? I remember turning in special. I remember tuning in special. I remember tuning in special one night. I remember, he's a poet. It's blowing my mind. I remember tuning in special one night. He's doing some adverbial play. I remember tune pitching in special one blasted night because I've been informed by who? Via what means? Spin Magazine, Carrier Pigeon? That there'd be a new Fish song debut in that night's episode. I remember feeling that it was important to support the band as they made their quixotic pop crossover bid. I have three things to say about this memory. If I had to tune in special,
special. It's very informal and conversational. Like tuning in special. I'll tune in just special for it.
But it's like a Tennessee Williams character. It's like I rub it on me real special. I make it real special for you. What's he doing? He's suddenly a sexy Louisianan. If I could tune in special, this is like Burroughs does a Southern character. He rubs it on real special, real tasty, kid. I must have no longer been regularly tuning in. You can tell quite. It's got to be the Urkel. That's him. He's Urkel. He's like the what you do when you make fun of white people. You can tell quite a bit about the direction I was headed in. Given what got my attention and inspired the special tune-in. He's special again. How fucking weird were the 90s? When Fish could be the reasonable choice for a Dawson's Creek tie-in song of the week. The song, by the way, was Birds of a Feather off the album The Story of the Ghost. Who the fuck likes that band? Jesus Christ. People who don't get hit in their lives. New Yorker contributors.
Oh, and actually there's a fourth thing, which I almost kept to myself. Oh, I'm glad you didn't.
You sly devil.
But having just taken a strong anti-withholding stance a half page ago, I guess I'd better go ahead and throw down. One. My initial premise of my memory of Tunin' In Special, and therefore also the premise of item 1 on my list, was falsified by less than a minute of internet research, which I only bothered to conduct in order to fact-check item 3. Oh man, just Borges, just fucking going down the fucking maze, man.
Yeah, it's like a labyrinth of...
a labyrinth of his own
books.
Fucking idiotic pop culture navel gazing.
It's like an Uberu that could come itself.
Oh man, I bet you he performs autofellatio.
If we're going to say one thing about JAYTAY, it's that the motherfucker can dance. If anyone can dance, he can dance. I promise you he dances.
It turns out that Birds of a Feather appears in the very first act of the very first episode of Season 2 of Dawson's Creek. Wow, meticulous cataloging, which premiered on October 7th, 1998. The Story of the Ghost was released on October 27th. In light of what I already told you about having watched at least a season and a half or two of the show, which I know is true, it is therefore impossible that I had to tune in special to see this episode. Whatever direction I was headed in, I must have been, at that point, still a regular viewer.
Should we drink when he says special now? What is that? Is this like he's doing the Super Troopers thing? Fuck.
Yeah.
I want to scalp myself.
Whew. Okay. We're at the next section now.
Close reading.
Which we are doing right now. Which, when you think about it, is actually really generous of us. And I hope he thanks us. Because we're actually spending a lot of time getting a really complete reading of this JT.
We're scrutinizing.
Yeah.
Celebrating. I'll put my address on this if he wants to talk to me about it. This motherfucker.
JT LaBoy. Close reading.
Oh, okay.
Take it away, my Harlequin friend.
Yes. The scene in which the fish song, Fish Again, special, appears in so peak 90s it will blow your mind. It's so my mind's gone out. The episode, and therefore the season, opens with Dawson and Pacey at a hair salon getting side-by-side haircuts on the morning of the first day of the new school year. Pacey urges Dawson to get past the whole romantic checkmate thing you've been in with Joey for God knows how many years, before going on to affirm his desire to remake himself into someone who can score with high-quality chicks. This is one of the show's innumerable examples of beta male toxic masculinity. Another mainstay of 90s culture. And this article. But its ickiness is mitigated if we recall that a major plot line of Season 1 of Dawson's Creek was Pacey's seduction of / by his high school English teacher, Miss Jacobs, which is to say his All right. Yeah, he's being raped. All right, you had to bring in the R word. Had to toss that cookie to us, huh? Pacey is the product of an emotionally abusive home environment, so his affair with Miss Jacobs should be understood as his first, with the number 1 in there, encounter with genuine encouragement from an authority figure, which seems to me as important as the virginity he loses to her. No. And at a certain level, Pacey wants little more out of life than a scrap of stability for someone to be nice to him. He has managed to figure out, with no help from anyone, that these things might be attainable with an age-appropriate sexual partner. An age-appropriate sexual partner. And that self-improvement is a necessary precursor to pursuing such a partnership. Speaks volumes to Pacey's natural intelligence and basic decency. 2 essential character traits he never loses, and occasionally, like a shoddy Tim Riggins prototype, deploys to heroic effect when someone he loves is in trouble. Breathe that in. Smells like hysterectomies.
Here's a thesis. All of Dawson's Creek makes infinitely more sense and is significantly more enjoyable if you stop thinking about it as a show about Dawson Leary and start thinking about it as a show about Pacey and Joey and the grinding misery of growing up working class in a snow globe town where all your friends are well-to-do.
Well, to spew.
Dude, the back of my head right now just looks like spaghetti.
He's rocking our socks.
God damn it. But, let's get back to the hair salon. Before all else, guys, let's get back to the hair salon. To the Batcave.
Conor McGregor. He is Floyd Mayweather. Right.
Imagine JT dressed like Batman saying, "Back to the hair salon." Dawson is characteristically leery of Pacey's big plans. You see what I did there? You see what Kevin Williamson did there?
Whoa!
Dawson makes that little incredulous snort, half huh, half eh, that seems to constitute fully 40% of James Van Der Beek's dialogue. Did he improve this, or was it written in the script? Is it like Homer Simpson's "Doe," which is always scripted as the cue annoyed grunt, rather than as "Doe," even though it's been definitively "Doe" for 27 years? Who knows?
I'm hypnotized by his repetition. I'm pulled in, I'm ensnared, I'm seduced.
Wow, he's just asking all these questions. Wow, the artist doesn't answer questions. The artist asks questions. And he is asking questions that not only aren't answerable, but no one wants to answer them.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah.
It's,
Ickiness is mitigated. But the ickiness is mitigated.
He's in my mind.
Woo. All right. I think we're at, Pacey undeterred now.
Pacey, undeterred by Dawson's leeriness, pulls his head away from the hairdresser's scissors. Wow. That was a moment, eh? It's like I feel like a spotlight came down when he did that shit. Pacey, Molly, I need a new look. Let's say we frost my tips or something. Close up on Dawson, eyebrows rising, frost your tips. Close up on Pacey, cocking his head. Yeah. Pacey breaks out into a wide grin. Are we reading the script right now? Fuck. Vicious Birds of a Feather pops onto the soundtrack. Cut to exterior tracking shot. He knows the phrases. Please help. Tag. Tag team.
Cut to exterior tracking shot. Pacey, his tips frosted, emerges from behind some trees, moving at a decent clip, wearing baggier khakis than you thought were possible. Oh, that was so 90s. Khakis, baggies.
He's VH1ing us.
Mirrored aviators. And some kind of collared short-sleeved button-up that I can only describe as a white guy guayabera. You might have to look that one up. Forcibly crossbred with a bowling shirt in the horrible laboratories below. Horrible laboratories below. Horrible laboratories below the earlobes. Horrible laboratories below Stussy headquarters. The shirt has vertical bars and 3 different shades of blue. Fish is still playing on the soundtrack. Pacey comes upon a parked police car and opens the driver's side door? Sure. His older brother, Doug, we recall, is a local cop. This must be Doug's patrol vehicle. Pacey steals it, and here is the moment. Fish is still playing, when peak 90s collides quite literally with peak white privilege.
Ooh, buzzword.
Oh,
man. Give him another job. He said the right word. Bing, bing, bing.
And it's capitalized PWP.
OPP.
You down with PWP? Yeah, you know JT. You down with PWP? Yeah, you know JT.
Oh, shit.
Pacey pulls into traffic to try and follow a classmate he sees walking, to offer her a ride, presumably. But because he's watching her ass and not the road, he cuts off a woman driving a fancy sports car who is unable to avoid hitting him and is understandably terrified by the fact that she just hit a cop. This is Andy McPhee, who will turn out to be a new student at Capeside High and the first serious girlfriend Pacey will ever have. Their romance and subsequent friendship will wind up being one of the more touching and sophisticated storylines the show produces. How's that crumpet? Are you finished with it yet? But we don't know any of that yet. In the scene, Pacey pretends to be the cop she thinks he is. The aviators help, the shirt doesn't. And then I'm sure the truth gets revealed soon enough in some wacky way I don't remember, and I'm not going to go back and look up. Oh, really committed to the research. He doesn't want to let the reader know that he's too invested in some dumb 90s fucking peak white privilege, fucking, teen drama on the WB that I'm deciding to write a fucking 4,000 word essay about.
It's a guilty pleasure we're all collectively guilty of.
Yeah. Oh, good. We have a montage coming up. Maybe this part will go faster. Don't count on it.
It's endless. It's all we've ever been doing our whole lives is reading this. A soundtrack, Fish's cover of the talk. Is this like Daniel Karm's kind of Russian absurdist thing going on? He's showing us life. He's going deeper. He's going vulnerable.
He's Dawson's creekifying his own memories.
This is the part of Tagashi Miike's audition where things become unhinged.
Oh my God, man. The rug is getting pulled out from under us right now, and I'm liking it. I'm like a 113-year-old church woman who wandered into a Lars von Trier film right now. That's what my mind is doing. I'm trying to perceive. Okay. Me and a fish show in South Florida, dancing in a muddy field. I told you he dances. Me in a cap and gown, graduating from high school. Me living in glorious college squalor with a bunch of people who look like they might be homeless, but who definitely aren't fish heads. Running from a cloud of tear gas at the first Bush inauguration. He's politically minded. Yeah, he was there, dude. He was there. He was there. He was right there. Tear gas in his eyes.
The dumb president who was going to end the world, man. Fish is still playing in the soundtrack. Me standing in the middle of Times Square, my arms out, spinning around in a circle while the camera pulls. Why the camera? Oh, he's directing himself. Why the camera pulls upward in a big crane shot? Because if we were doing a movie featuring JAYTAY, there would be a crane, there would be a crew, there would be catering. Me in a cape and gown again, holding a somehow already framed diploma that just says MFA. It's again with his fucking terminal degree.
It just says MFA because it's humorous that it's his, not quite fully fleshed out like dream world. It just says MFA, because it's in his mind. Get it?
He's just self-deprecating enough, but he's not too self-deprecating. But he is about the self. Me, standing outside McNally Jackson Books on Prince Street, the entire window display filled with copies of my book of stories. My first book of stories. It's photocopying my first book of stories. He's peeing. His mommy's holding him. He's sucking the tit. His whole life is fashioned before his penis. His foreskin is round. He's coming up into his foreskin. Me and the girl sitting together on the rocks by the water then.
Oh, he froze. I gotta call Sean back. Hey, we're back. Sean's internet failed him, and it was kind of in the height of this montage here. I don't know. I think it greatly upset Sean to have to read that, so I'm just going to finish out this montage section, and then we'll go back to alternating. Me standing outside of McNally Jackson Books on Prince Street, the entire window display filled with copies of my first book of stories, and beyond that, a standing room only crowd. Hey, it's my montage. Fish is still playing. Me and a girl sitting together on the rocks by the water at the end of Grand Street in Williamsburg, passing a flask. Billboard in Times Square announcing my second book. I look amazing in my vest. And when the camera pans down from the billboard, there's me, wearing the vest in real life, once again holding my arms out and spinning in a circle. Me and the girl from the rocks carrying boxes that just say "Our Books" up a flight of stairs. Fish is still playing. Interior shot, close up on a female hand adorned with an engagement ring, poised before the power button of a stereo. Female voice straining to be heard over the music. Can I shut this off? Male voice. Yeah, sure. I would have shut it off earlier, but I forgot it was even on. Hand presses button. Camera cuts to black. Powerful stuff, man.
Especially since I thought it said straining to be heard, female voice straining to be heard over the mutton. which is more appropriate, I think.
Oh my goodness. Hey, it's my montage. God, fucking fourth wall fucking shattered, man.
Bugs Bunny, join the Ku Klux Klan. Okay.
Okay. Reunion special.
Okay, Biff.
Dawson's Creek came back into my life under ambivalent circumstances in early 2015. For a variety of reasons, none worth attempting to justify or even allude to here, I had decided that I should revisit the show as part of the research for a novel I was working on. It helped, though help is surely not the word I want here, that my now wife, his now wife, and I were obliged by circumstance to spend the first 4 months of that year on opposite sides of the country, with what felt like nothing but time on my hands. With what felt like nothing but time on my hands. With what felt like nothing but time on my hands. Wow, would you look at that fucking... Revisit the show. Quickly devolved into start at the beginning and see if you can make it all the way through. Take it away, Sean.
He wrote this review on the back of his badge. Like Andy, teaching Pacey not to hate himself just because nobody in his family, encrypted rhyme, knows what love is. My now wife. Is he
time traveling?
Is he married?
I don't know. I can't tell. He's in some kind of time continuum.
He's the bride-to-be. Had taught me early in our relationship that just because you can physically stand to watch 10 straight hours of television doesn't mean you're shit. I can count on one hand. She keeps him centered. Oh, my kidneys. Oh, shit. I think I sat on my catheter. I can count on one hand the times we've broken our self-imposed 2-episode limit, and each instance was the result of enforced confinement due to natural disaster, which was giving him an MFA. We spent one New York heat wave with Game of Thrones. Hurricane Irene with Battlestar Galactica. And Hurricane Sandy with Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I would rather stand outside in any one of those natural disasters than watch Game of Thrones, Battlestar Galactica, or Buffy the Vampire Slayer with JT. But, that's why I'm not his wife.
And his now wife.
That's why I'm not his now wife. Though I could be his then wife. And I'm not sure, and I could be his future wife, too. You never know.
Can I be his side bitch?
Can I be his son?
We're all his son.
Mm-mm.
We are all his children, his wayward children. I am never not cognizant of how lucky I am to have met her. She's 30.
Wait,
She's
wait.
13, by the way. She's 13.
Wait, you gotta back up a little bit here.
Oh, shit. I missed...
That sentence
I can't
after
miss one letter of this. It must be said, it must be recited ad infinitum and shot for shot. I can't think of any other examples, and if I could, I wouldn't tell you.
Oh, how coy!
You little scamp! You little scamp!
I imagined his face as like a rodent's face with like a piece of trash, like basically Paul Lynde as the rat in Charlotte's Web. Templeton the rat in Charlotte's Web.
Snee, snee, snee. I feel like he's the kind of guy that says tee hee and means it. My point is, she's got sense. His wife, she centers him. She's got sense. You know, she's 13, but she's got sense. I am to have met her and managed to keep her. He's so lucky. He's not a misogynist in any way. But like I was saying, she was out of town. That sentence should be read properly for 10 hours straight. It's a song. It's a musical in and of itself.
My point is, she's got sense and discipline, whereas I have limited quantities of the first and effectively none of the second.
You
none of the second.
You rapscallion.
I watched at night in nominally reasonable 3-episode blocks, which at 40-ish minutes apiece was about the length of a movie. If I couldn't sleep, that number might tick up to 4 or 5. And lazy hangover mornings, well, you get the picture. The show was streaming on Netflix. All you had to do was nothing, and it would just go and go and go. Oh, that old creek. Just going and going and going and blowing and blowing and blowing.
He's got staying power.
Speaking of going and going and going, epistemology.
Oh. Ooh.
Or is that or that be being and being and being? Or knowing and knowing and knowing? Damn, JT's deep.
Deep in his now wife. The epistemological. He's like, that's who he is.
If in case you ever wanted to philosophically delve into what opening credits were all about in terms of time and being and time, here comes JT with a this is emboldened, by the way. Go on.
How much you want to bet he's got a stuntman that fucks like a professional, you know? Like a...
What, that he has a stuntman that emboldens things for him?
Yeah. He's Baby Huey. That's who he is. He's moral oral is who he The epistemological function of opening credits renotes toward an epistemology of the Greek itself. It's like a little lute. He's like a little lute. Oh, wait, whose turn is it?
It's yours.
Dear God.
Let me know if you need me to step in for you.
Let me see. Due to a licensing rights issue, the streaming episodes had to replace some of the songs they used in the original broadcast. Not fishes, though. Including Paula Cole's iconic theme song, I Don't Wanna Wait.
I don't wanna wait.
That's all that plays in my head. Instead of that song, the opening credits are scored by Gianna Din's Run Like Mad, a song and an artist I had never heard before I started streaming Dawson's Creek on Netflix. Now brace yourself for heresy.
Oh, he's about to be naughty.
I don't have the slur. I do not have the slur. Not only is Run Like Mad a better song than I Don't Wanna Wait, it offers a far better entree to the world of Dawson's Creek. Now he's ironic. He knows what he is. He's being ironic. Okay. He knows what he sounds like. But there's still no excuse. I gotta tag out. Oh,
What a frivolous distinction.
yeah.
A theme song has to do a few different things all at once. Oh, he's right. He's fucking right. It does. First, it should be catchy. Oh my god. You should be able to hear it from the next room and know what's on TV. Oh my god. In the old days, this often meant you also now knew what time it was. And who your now wife was. More than that, and don't laugh. Oh, I don't think you can stop that, sir. This is less obvious than it sounds. I don't know about that. It needs to be emphasized. A good theme song functions as an overture. That's like saying a good overture functions as an overture. Introducing the key themes of the show to new viewers and providing regular viewers with a transitional space through which to enter the diegetic frame in which the show occurs.
He knows a film term. Ooh, neat. The music that plays to them or to us, or to not them, but to us and to them. He's deep, he's meta. He's the David Foster Wallace of pretending that your colostomy bag is filled with guppies. No, that's too much. Too little. It'll never be. I'm always the Salieri to his Mozart.
Yeah, to his baby genius. The theme song and the credit sequence it accompanies stimulates emotional enthusiasm and a suspension of disbelief while simultaneously mapping out the virtual reality of the show world. The virtual reality of the show world. Wow. I mean, I'm not like a fan of people, coming at the throat of purple shit, quote unquote, but like virtual reality of the show world, like you could have just said the world of the show. Why is it a virtual reality? Are you wearing fucking Oculus wrist goggles?
I think he's Daniel stealing my heart.
Well, your heart has been stealed. E.E. In the show Full House, he's bringing in other examples. For example, the opening line of the jingle-like theme asks, "Whatever happened to predictability?" and is followed by each cast member striking some kind of signature pose. Most TV shows throughout the history of the medium have adopted some version of the signature pose model. Wow, his parentheticals are like, it's like I'm gonna go even. It's like going one click down in the elevator to one floor below the frivolity he's already on. Game of Thrones has an instrumental theme song and a literal map of the fictional world in which the show is set. The camera zooms across said map. You mean the map that you just previously had said in?
Map, that one.
The aforementioned said map, pausing on the locations of particular relevance to the given episode or season. As the show progresses, is that how you say that word? And new regions become sites of conflict, the map itself expands. This is what I mean when I say that opening credits have an epistemological function. What is what you mean? I don't know what you mean. The Dawson's Creek credits were reshot a few times over the years, but the basic elements always stayed the same. Breaking down the Dawson's Creek opening credits, here we go. 1. Because Dawson is an aspiring filmmaker, the credits have the feel of home movies, presumably footage he shot himself. A visual decision that pays a double dividend by introducing the show's pervasive, sometimes smothering, air of nostalgia. Yeah, smothering air of nostalgia is right. It's as though Dawson's Creek were a more emo The Wonder Years, deprived of both its narrator and its formal relation of retrospection to its own content. but given to insisting nonetheless on the maintenance of said relation, if not as fact, then as a mood. Oof. Fuck. 2. Footage of parental figures is glancingly brief. Oh, I like how he modified that adjective there. Glancingly. And later, I think, elided entirely. 3. The mostly outdoorsy settings, shot in broad daylight, prominently feature bodies of water. The dock in Dawson's backyard that sits on the creek, a beach, a pier, a swimming pool. 4. You see a lot more shots of the group of friends together than you see of the individual actors, and the arrangement of bodies in these group portraits can tell you something about the relationship arcs of the given season, but the overall feel of the shots is always platonic and clearly prioritizes the group as group over the individual relationships within it. Despite having only Dawson's name in the title, the show wants to be understood as an ensemble effort, and insists over and over that everyone in its primary cast is entitled to story arcs of roughly equivalent import, and its actors to roughly equal screen time. I'll say this for I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait for this essay to be over. It works on a tonal level. Oh, it does. It does work tonally. I don't want to... You hear that? I don't want to wait. That's so tonal. I don't want to wait. Because it is overwrought to the verge of whininess. He's right. Overwrought to the verge of whininess. He's describing him.
It's so meta. It's so meta.
Overwrought to the verge of whininess. Wow, this is JT on JT. It's JT self-sucking. Overwrought to the verge of whininess, and a little stupid despite lyrics designed to convey maturity by dint of an ability.
That by dint. He got the by dint.
To articulate desire. The most naive thing about it is how frank it thinks it is being, and in all these ways it is an exact match for the show whose icon it became. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over sounds, to a certain kind of teenager, like a battle cry, but it's basically meaningless. Who would want to wait for their lives to be over? Oh my God.
Oh, I never actually thought of that.
What would that sort of waiting even be?
It's Beckettian. Beckettian.
We are rallied to opposition, but against what? A rebel without a cause. Can you pick up the ball, please?
Yes. Moreover, Dawson's Creek is a show about deferral and refusal. It is this in its entirety, at every level, and every plot arc, to the very fiber of its being. It is positively Foucauldian.
Oh my God.
On that shit. The power.
Now wait a second. Foucault.
Yeah, we better back it up over this one. What?
Foucauldian? Foucauldian?
Foucauldian? Accordion? It is positively Foucauldian in its approach to producing power relations, in the premium it places on self-regulation, never more than when it comes to sex. Pacey loses his virginity straight out of the gate in season 1 to Mrs. Jacobs again. He's obsessed. At around the same time that Dawson's mother is caught cheating on Dawson's father by Joey. Wait, now it's Obama. who is in love with Dawson. Who is in love with Jen. It's like Melrose Place. Son of a bitch. But instead of getting steamier and more convoluted, the show backs off from every single erotic gauntlet it has thrown.
Ooh, another fucking assonant word pairing. Erotic gauntlet. Erotic gauntlet.
He's like if Harold Broadkey. It's like Melrose Place. But instead of getting steamier and more convoluted, the show backs off from every single erotic gauntlet it has thrown and spends the whole rest of season 1, indeed, the next episode, trying to shove the sex genie back in the bottle. He's crossing the stream here. The show does not always achieve this goal. people do have sex sometimes. and not all of them are punished for it by the god of retributive plot lines. But Dawson's Creek never loses sight of sexual repression, refusal, denial as some kind of bizarre attitudinal behavioral ideal. Maybe this is how New England is different from Miami after all. Is this a Puritan thing?
Another question that is unanswerable and nobody wants to know the answer to.
JAYTAY, Chin Stroke Day.
This guy's like writing Zen koans.
Yes. Jack F1 Gures. Said the eyes look like ones because it's like a code for the CIA. Jack figures out he's gay.
I gotta read this part. I
don't know.
This is my purview here. Jack figures out he's gay and gradually comes to terms with that. But he also refuses for a long time to explore gay culture, what there is of it in Capeside. Less because he's scared to than because he's a waspy jock who, in all honesty, finds gay culture to be, well, a little gay.
Whoa! Well, and he made it because people used that. They said that in a negative, and he used it on itself.
Jen is introduced as having been a slutty middle schooler trying, at 15, 3 exclamation points in parentheses, to overcome her shameful past and start over. Like Pacey, the best way to understand Jen is as the product of child abuse, in this case upper-class neglect rather than working-class brutality. But what the two cases have in common is that no perpetrator is ever punished, which makes it much harder for both of them to understand the degree to which they are, in fact, victims of crimes. Again, like Pacey, Jen has been shattered so completely at such a young age that she must spend the bulk of the show gathering up the fragments of herself and attempting to glue them back together into a semi-coherent shape. If you think about her this way, everything her character does makes a hell of a lot more sense. If you think about her this way, everything her character does makes a hell of a lot more sense. And the contrast between her arc and Pacey's makes for a longitudinal study of society's crushing double standard for adolescent sexual agency, which of course runs precisely along gender lines. Ooh, get it, Judith. To put it simply, for every time the show encourages Pacey towards someone who can please or heal or help him, for every time Jack is given opportunity to explore his sexuality and its attendant culture, which he can almost always choose to accept or not, Jen is forced to recall that she carries with her at all times in and as her body the capacity for irrevocable harm to herself and those around her. Wow.
Well, he said the magic word. He said the victim word. And now I am disarmed, and now I want him in my bed. Yeah. JAYTAY.
Tay. Joey and Pacey spend the entire summer between seasons 3 and 4 alone together, sailing on a boat named True Love that Pacey built from scratch. But they do not have sex. What are we to understand occurred on that boat? Did they take turns furtively masturbating in the cabin while the others stayed on the deck? Okay, getting some insight here into his fantasies. Did they just have oral and or anal sex constantly, but hold off on crossing that last boundary to some religious stricture that the writers had put in the original character descriptions, but forgot to ever introduce into the show? Oh, man. Oh, JT wants the butthole. Is it the Puritans again? Is it? Is it the fucking Puritans again? Oh my god. Was it even them the first time? I think I'm starting to remember what it was about this show that made my teenage self's head explode. Now I will decline to pursue that line of inquiry any further except to say that, as stupid a conceit as it is, there winds up being a narrative payoff in not letting Joey and Pacey consummate their relationship in the interstitial space between the seasons. The interstitial space between the seasons. First, it allows Joey to lie to Dawson about having slept with Pacey, which she does for no good reason other than to freak Dawson out. Second, the conditions under which actual consummation might occur become the subject of protracted negotiation between them throughout Season 4. Again, riveting stuff. Sidebar. Oh, always making room for a JT sidebar. My single favorite thing about the Joey Potter character, consistent throughout the show but never directly addressed as the pattern behavior it is, Joey is a liar. Whenever she feels defensive, confused, outmatched, or upset, her first instinct is to tell a wild lie. It's the one exception to her otherwise inescapable role as the goodiest two shoes in the crew.
JT, it's consistently handing me a present. That's his tone. He's handing you a present as the reader.
You should be so thankful to receive this sentence wafer. With every fucking sentence, we are consuming a divine mass.
We're just some peeping baby birds. Flesh. We're just peep, peep. All we do is go peep, peep, and Tay-Tay come down. We're just his eggs. We're just the eggs beneath him. Yes. He's worn us through. And there's still, I think we're perhaps only part of the way in.
We're getting close. We're getting close.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Okay.
We're almost to the DVD extras.
Jesus.
We're at Pacey and Joey talk constantly about whether and when and if they'll do it. What's gonna happen? And what the consequences of such an action might be. If we have sex, we go to hell? This is what I meant when I said the show's attitude is Foucauldian. Oh, that's what he meant by that. Sexuality does not produce sex.
I beg to differ, JAYTAY.
It produces discourse. Oh! All this time, I thought it was the other way around. One secondary effect of which may, at some point, be sex, but if so, all these little, sexuality does not produce sex, it produces discourse. One secondary effect of which may, at some point, be sex, but if so, the purpose of that sex will be to generate more discourse. Huh.
He writes like he's holding finger food.
Yeah. Like he's eating a jalapeno popper. Considered in this way, we might understand sex on Dawson's Creek not as an affirmative gesture in itself, but rather as the failure of exhaustion of discourse. Now let's reread that. That was really conceptually dense. Considered in this way, let's consider it in this way. We might understand sex on Dawson's Creek not as an affirmative gesture in itself. See, I was thinking it was an affirmative gesture in itself, sex on Dawson's Creek, but, here we go. But rather as the failure or exhaustion of discourse. Sex is the failure or exhaustion of discourse. When we don't got anything more to talk about, we fuck. People fuck when they run out of ways to talk around or about fucking. Damn, tapping into that teenage angst.
The ennui.
Ennui. Whether the issue in question is sex, drugs, booze, prom, or college. Wow. That sounds like a George Carlin routine. Sex, drugs, booze, prom, or college. And Dawson's Creek might have been the last major TV show to pointedly frame its issue-driven episodes as issue-driven. Issue-driven? Grab a tissue, brethren. All the central characters are deeply cautious, self-aware, prone to both hesitation before the fact and after. Huh. Sounds like a hesitation sandwich. As I mentioned earlier, Dawson bears the last name Leary. He is the only character on the show whose name is his fate. His name is his fate. Even in those moments when everyone else has managed to take some kind of leap or step or stumble forward, you can count on him to react with a judgmental anger that wounds everyone close to him. Sound like someone familiar, Sean? He is the supreme nostalgist, never missing a chance to reminisce about the good old days, simpler times, or the way things used to be. Wow. This is, hoot, hoot, hoot. Dawson is the teen who stands athwart puberty yelling, "Stop!"
Ooh, that's almost good. That's so almost good that I picture Tay-Tay in a very swank New York apartment, holding a Cosmopolitan, listening to us do this, and MST3King us as we do it to him ad infinitum, postmodern Foucauldian? But that's more Derrida.
I dare him to die. I don't know. All right.
Maybe some juxtaposition is in order. Maybe instead of, because he is appropriating a female voice whenever he writes ever or something. Okay, let's try this. Let's try a contrast.
Okay.
All of which is to say that these people do want to wait. They absolutely do not want to know right now. Will it be?
It's like dice.
We're gonna nudicle him up again.
Nah, he's Jan Auden and Run Like Mad. The alternate theme song. The one I've now heard just over 100 times. My heart is in my hands. My head is in the clouds. My feet have left the ground. My life is turning around and round. Every voice inside my head is telling me to run like mad. Every heartbeat, every kiss just makes me wonder, what all is this?
What all is this fucking thing?
What the fuck is going on here? Come on!
Oh, shit. We laugh to keep from crying.
You can only get through the jungle by going through it and taking in all the scratches from all the thorns. We're not going to be able to just stop in the middle of the jungle here. We got to get through it, dude. Here's the whole world of Dawson's Creek laid bare.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Rampant use of the first person possessive pronoun is put to the service of intense, but largely symbolic attention to the body. Which leads to recursive movement, that is, spinning in place, specifically, a place where powerful ambiguities are forced onto occurrences, or peace kisses that are intrinsically devoid of ambiguity, tending instead to mean exactly what they seem to mean. We are alive, we are kissing, which indeed is the real problem with them. Not a lack, but a surfeit of clarity. None of which would be an issue if you were only able to heed the call of those inner voices telling you to run, which you can't, and let's be honest, Joe, wouldn't even if you could. Wow, what a way to condescendingly size up a fictional bitch. God damn, he's being really mean to Joey now. I wonder if he's going to talk about Scientology in the DVD extras. Oh my god, the DVD extras. Did you watch the commentary? Let's get his take on that. This is the last part, dude. We're almost here.
Okay. I can't walk. I gotta lay down.
We will crawl across the finish line with bleeding, chafed thighs.
Oh.
Les Louis. DVD extras. I didn't finish watching Dawson's Creek before I left to New York. Okay, so we got the timeline straight. I made it close to the end of season 4, or thereabouts. Thereabouts in season 4. But then it went off Netflix streaming. In Portland, so he's in Portland now. So as he's rewatching Dawson's Creek, he's like moving through the world as an adult, encountering his childhood. Damn, this guy's a fucking genius!
It's patient zero for gentrification.
Oh my god. Yes, sir. You are correct. In Portland, I bought the season 5 box set, but couldn't be bothered to watch it. I got married.
Whoops.
Whoopsie-daisy! I got married. I had a new town to explore. He didn't have time. He had a new town to explore, a new farmer's market. We adopted a cat. I came to terms with the fact that what I was doing wasn't really, quote, novel research. Well, it took you long enough. At least not in the way I had initially figured it was. I re-forswore binging. Ugh. But I have the completest urge, getting all lutsy-futsy, and every once in a while would play hooky from whatever I was supposed to be doing and watch an episode or two. I eventually made it through season 5, the first post-high school season. They exile Dawson to film school in LA while everyone else relocates to Boston, but are all doing different things.
Did he have fun when he said play hooky? Did he come to play hooky naturally, or did he like that? Does he like to say play hooky? Is he funny when he says that? Is it okay? Is it okay for him to say that? Oh, I don't think he has the lung capacity to say that phrase. Just have him talk to my lawyer.
I'll put you all in touch.
He's gonna do lunch. This motherfucker does lunch.
Alright. We're at Jen discovers a talent. Sir, can you bear to
Sorry, I passed out for a second.
Can you bear to gurgle his cum bubbles in your mouth once more?
It is my privilege, my peak privilege, to gurgle him. Jen decide. Yeah. What am I doing? I feel like I'm not sure how long it's been since we started. I don't know what day it is anymore. I don't know who I am. The Jen discovers a talent for DJing at the college radio station and gets involved with a cute dude from a band who turns out to be two-timing her with another girl. But then, instead of being that girl's enemy, she remembers feminism exists. And she and the other girl become friends and start messing with the dude's head, which teaches him a valuable lesson about how to treat women, because it's that Brandy video, and it turns out he was only being a cad because he'd never been popular in high school and in fact was attempting his own version of becoming a new person, which, it would seem, succeeded beyond his wildest expectations. This is autobiography, I'm sure. Pacey is living on a boat again for some reason and has discovered he has a knack for cooking. He's just giving us, he's summing it up. He's just telling us what it is. He gets into restaurant work, starts learning how to be a high-end chef. Of course, the restaurant itself is a hotbed of melodrama. But I love the depiction of Pacey, a guy who always hated school, finding a job he cares about and is good at, rather than being shoehorned into college along with the rest of the honor society dorks. Restaurant work shows him that there are more options in the world than following Joey to the Ivy League or becoming his own asshole father. I heard he becomes a hedge fund manager in season 6, which seems insane to me. But like I said, I haven't watched it yet. I'm having a panic attack. Are you happy, JAYTAY? I've been triggered. Okay. See, it's making me talk like a woman now.
I'll pick it up here. Dawson's film school related angst is pretty boring. But as ever with television drama, you've got to weigh what you're being asked to slog through against what's being set up. Let's apply that to, I don't know, this. You've got to weigh what you're being asked to slog through against what's being set up. Wow, is he actually trying to like prove some point with this that's like beyond, just like face value? Is he actually like by making this so, disappearing up his own asshole that he's wow. Dawson finally admits he hates LA and wants to transfer to school in Boston. Jen's school? Joey's? Whatever. He comes home to talk to his parents about it and has a huge fight with his father, who accuses him, not unreasonably, of giving up on his own self-possessed lifelong dreams because he'd rather do the safe thing than the scary one. The fight is still unresolved when, in the same episode, Dawson's father is randomly killed in a car accident, and the whole rest of Dawson's storyline that season whiplashes into an exploration of grief and mourning.
It's the car crash, because whiplash, and because the car crash, and because whiplash. Whiplash is verb.
Oh, thematic consecution.
Ooh. He took it to a college place. He took a base technique into a theory, back into a technique. Oh.
And Joey. Where do I start with Joey? Season 5 is Joey season. She gets one episode, Downtown Crossing, all to herself. And so Katie Holmes becomes the only member of the main cast to appear in all 128 episodes. I think by this point everyone else was taking breaks to make movies. She also gets the last shot of the season finale, which, when they filmed it, they thought might be the series finale, which maybe it should have been. She's alone at an airport ticket counter, buying a solo flight to Paris and grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. Grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. This is toward the end of the essay, so we're using fucking similes from... Oh my god. No, I mean, what is that simile? Grinning like a kid on Christmas morning?
Grinning like an escaped pap smear.
Knowing she's about to be free for a while, anyway, from the boys she grew up with and all the claims they've made on her and the little town where it all went down. Good for Joey! But before that, during the season itself, she gets the two best guest stars the show ever had. Busy Phillips, fresh off the cancellation of Freaks and Geeks, as her wacky sexpot dorm roommate, Audrey, later Pacey's girlfriend, but still, and Ken Marino, then best known for the legendary sketch show The State, in the only non-comic role I have ever seen him in, though he's still pretty funny, as a creative writing professor who all the students think is super hot, and who is taken with Joey's promise that he lets her into his upper division writing workshop as a freshman. At one point, he makes her write about her relationship with Dawson in a blue book. A blue book! While he sits there and watches her work, never mind that it's a fiction class, or that they're not in class at the time, or that's not how writing works. Dawson's Creek missed this whole how writing works thing.
Oh, God.
We have 2 paragraphs left.
Fuck.
Do you want the penultimate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's slightly shorter.
Let me just wipe the sweat, the piss, the blood. What should we do? The professor
also invites Joey to join this research group he runs where he and a bunch of grad students, if indeed that's what we are trying to solve a mystery relating to some third-rate knockoff Emily Dixon master's letters in the papers of some writer whose archives the university for some reason possesses. These details don't matter. It's not worth the 90 seconds of Googling it would take me to explain it. There's only one important thing about it. This essay won't end until I share it, and I can't figure out an organic way to show that I am an ally who writes left-wing propaganda for CIA to work it in. So I leave you non sequitur with my favorite thing about season 5 and perhaps of all of Dawson's Creek.
This is his favorite thing, his ironically favorite thing, we'll say here. I leave you with an image, a fuzzy screenshot I took with my phone while watching TV at home in the middle of the day while my wife was out earning us a living.
Oops. 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 Oops.
Oh my... Oh, it was all worth it. It was worth that sentence to make it to that sentence. That sentence feels like victory to me.
He writes like his wife earns him a living.
I leave you with an image, a fuzzy screenshot I took with my phone while watching TV at home in the middle of the day while my wife was out earning us a living. And I was at home tending to my sea monkeys. It's such a peak 90s moment. It couldn't exist until 2001. Holy shit, dude. And I think it explains why we are drawn to keep... Maybe the 90s didn't end in 99. Maybe they ended in 2001. Holy shit. And I think it explains why we are drawn to keep watching things even when we really don't oh my god. I think it explains why we are drawn to keep watching things even when we don't really like them. Or reading things when we hate them with our fucking loins. And I think it makes a strong argument that such behavior, however ridiculous, also has legitimate, if limited, rewards to offer. Certainly this image explains, better than this whole essay has done, why I bought that last box set yesterday. And why I know I will eventually finish watching this dumb show. Without further ado, I give you Ken Marino mansplaining Kafka to Katie Holmes.
Ooh. The final, this is like the
ending on a note of the mansplanation.
The final buzzword gets a little denouement. Oh, look, we just get a picture of someone explaining a thing. Well, time for the most important paragraph. Justin Taylor is the author of 3 books of fiction. Most recently, the story collection Flings. His interview with Percival Everett, see guys, see, I'm an ally, appears in our summer issue. This essay is excerpted from Little Boxes, 12 Writers on Television, available from Coffee House Press next month.
This is such a fucking slew of just like self-promotional fucking fluff muffin.
He's got an MO for that. He's got an MO, but I'm having a stroke, and I deserve it because that's what it would take. That's what it would take. And so, experiencing aphasia, help me.
Dude, I feel like a fucking thing in the back of my throat now from like laughing and coughing.
It was hard. I think some things broke in me.
Yeah.
Because of the Mobius strip of this. There are no words. There are no words.
There are no words, but maybe we could just end it on the victory sentence here. And then
Yes.
we can end the podcast because we're almost at an hour for part 2 here.
I'm going to end everything in my life right as soon as we're done because of this article. Because why continue reading after that?
Yeah, I mean, what's there left to be said? He really says it all in this. Oh, and I was wrong. I looked it up. It's not 4,000 words. It's 5,800.
I see. And yes, it was. Yes, it was. I'm fighting back tears. So pardon me. But, and as you can see, my hair is coming out in clumps. And I can't think, not that I have ever, but JAYTAY, come on, man. Come on.
We will leave you with this, listeners. We will leave you with an image. A fuzzy screenshot JT took with his cell phone while watching TV at home in the middle of the day while his wife was out earning a living. We'll leave you with that fuzzy and transcendent image straight from the fucking jaws of Gautama. All right. Peace. Cast with Sean Kilpatrick. How you doing, Sean?
I'm real good. I'm ready, baby.
I have a question just at the outset of this. I was just wondering.
Do you like me?
I often have these worries and insecurities, and I think reading Dave Eggers doesn't help.
No, it doesn't. Which we should just jump right into it. It's a piece of journalism, we'll call it, that was published in the June 1998 issue of Esquire, written by, he's credited here as David Eggers, but you know him as Dave Eggers. I guess he had a changing your name for marketing, which, hey, I can relate to. The essay is called The End of Civilization. It's about him following around Norm MacDonald.
Here we still are.
Sadly.
Yes.
Okay, who's going to start? I started last time.
Let me try to capture the tone of genesis of lilac, self-diagnosis, and delicate, heartfelt neediness that led to generations of itself, perpetuated across the fear of itself. Norm MacDonald is sick. Mangy mutt sick. He's been throwing up all day. Coughing, headache, diarrhea. He has some sort of flu, and the 2-part, 6-hour flight to New Orleans hasn't helped. Right now he looks prototypically unwell, pale, bleary-eyed, unshaven. He should be in bed, says Grandma, but instead he is chain-smoking and pacing around a dingy, brightly lit room full of things he's not much interested in. A cheese and fruit platter, a cooler of Budweiser, an over-eager local talk show host wearing checkered high tops and asking dumb questions. The worst part is, he has to go on in 15 minutes, and he's got nothing to say. Yeah.
We should add that this has the subtitle or tagline, I guess you'd call it, of Norm MacDonald used to be the urbane wit of SNL's Weekend Update. Boy, is that over.
Oh boy.
So,
Yes.
Eggers is chronicling a fall from grace.
A lack of social consciousness that really irks Eggers in his deepest uterine wall.
Yeah, grace here is operating as not God's love, but instead political grace, you might say. Just begs the question.
Do you like me?
MacDonald,
The former Saturday Night Live cast member, best known for anchoring Weekend Update for 3.5 years and being famously fired from that job last January, is about to do his stand-up for a sold-out crowd at Tulane University. Despite appearances, despite the throwing up and the diarrhea, he's got a little focus going on with that diarrhea. And the checkered-shoed talk show host again, this is, in fact, a pretty good time in the life of Norm MacDonald's privilege ahead of his time. Tonight's show is part of a 10-college swing he's making to promote Dirty Work, the new movie he wrote and stars in. He's been all over the tube, selling it, Leno, Letterman, Conan, MTV.
Okay, let me just stop. Let me just stop right there.
Yeah, let's stop.
First of all, he's been all over the tube selling it. This person doesn't have any context for this. Well, I mean, we're not even really there yet, but I'm just going to say it. I mean, this person has completely... This is like a case of mistaken identity. He's doing the hit piece on his own disappointment with who he thinks and who he's presuming his audience thinks this person was, which apparently is not a comedian. They didn't think he was a comedian. They thought he was a I don't know. I guess they thought it was, I don't know, Rachel Maddow. Pardon the interruption, please.
This is the day that writing your blog post became professional journalism. People like him were made famous for hustling. Letterman, Conan, like he's never pinched a loaf into his own salesmanship. He's in the middle of recording a comedy album due out late summer, and he's just finished voiceovers for Dr. Dolittle, Eddie Murphy's $70 million remake, in which Norm plays the animal lead, Lucky the dog.
I'm picturing him, like, talking in a record store while he's saying all this.
In a few months, he starts filming a new movie written for him and directed by Scott Alexander and Larry Karaszewski, the acclaimed writing team behind Ed Wood and the People versus Larry Flynn. Okay, well, we got it. Okay, baby. Okay.
Yeah, and another thing, he's one of the most reluctant to promote when he's doing panel and late night shows. He's pretty much strictly panel material and jokes, but...
Hey, but fuck him for promoting the thing. Yeah. Fuck him for promoting his thing, right? Fuck him. Because Eggers is cool. Eggers is cool. His heart is intact. Yeah, he means what he says.
Considering the tragic trajectory of so many former SNL cast members, wow, he handled that.
He's hugging them all into his big heart, his staggering heart.
Particularly formal update anchors remember Brad Hall, Kevin Nealon, Joe Piscopo, and considering how unceremoniously he was canned mid-season, Norm MacDonald seems right now to be in about as good a position as he can be. This is Norm MacDonald's time, Norm MacDonald's golden moment. Ugh. Dang, man, that's really, that's sneering.
It's
that
like,
line, this is Norm MacDonald's time, Norm MacDonald's golden moment.
He's patting him on the head before he takes him out with his acerbic grandmotherliness. He's one sharp grandma, I'll tell you that. He's a grandmother with an industry behind her.
I feel like shit, he says to the floor, leaning forward on a yellow plastic chair. He stands up, walks around, coughs, lights another cigarette. With 5 minutes to go, MacDonald is obviously ill at ease. I hate it, he says. I always think I'll plan things out, but then I get up there and just end up saying stuff I thought of that day. The warm-up act, an Adam Sandler mank who has split his time between telling jokes and screaming into the microphone.
Ooh,
he's so contemptuous.
Well, nothing can be aggressive, of course.
Steps off the stage amid prodigious applause. So he's basically saying this shithead is given a huge... You see what he's doing there? He's like making this guy look like an asshole in
He's setting
room
him up.
in a room of people who are adoring him, who are also assholes for adoring the asshole.
And none of them, we have to say at the top, none of these people, including Norm, are okayed, certified by NPR, and that's the big problem. That's the big problem here.
Yeah, they're not really eager to know.
Do you like me?
And because of that, they deserve what's coming from his delicate palate, his tiny facade.
Ooh. Okay. Given Norm's poor health and the fact that he has nothing in particular prepared, okay, what the fuck am I going to talk about? He asks aloud on his way to the stage. It's easy to worry about his chances with the 1,800 people he's about to try to make laugh. But such fears are quickly obliterated. His first few words bring an eruption of laughter, as if the fresh-faced mass of Tulane students had been holding their breath for weeks, an explosion of relief and joy. These words, which are simple and confirm his prediction about the last-minute provenance of his material, say a lot about how the mind of Norm MacDonald works. About the people who love Norm MacDonald, and about the particular place in the world of comedy that Norm MacDonald seems destined to occupy. Those words are, I've got, diarrhea. This is such a hit piece.
Yeah, and it's
this hit piece
fascinating.
deserves the hit piece we're giving it.
20 years ago, first of all, 20 years ago, a stand-up could go to a college. That's a big thing. Now it's all Edgar. Edgar's won. He won. This essay is the pinnacle. Now it's all Edgar's is in the audiences now, right? So this is foreshadowing.
Yeah, this is just so whatever. Norm MacDonald isn't who you think he is. Who do we think he is? That sentence presumes that the audience of it thinks Norm MacDonald is this or that. Well, I guess Esquire readers of 98? I don't know.
I thought he was Ira Glass myself.
Yeah. Watching him as the host of Weekend Update, casual observers have fairly assumed. Who are these casual observers fairly assuming? You know what that is? That's just like, casual observers have fairly assumed. Do you see what that is right there? He's already in his assumption of a casual observer's fair assumption. He's like implanting his own being right about him. He's vindicating his own disappointment, his own, being confounded at what MacDonald is doing in contrast with what he expects him to be doing.
It's the genesis of the beginning genesis of propaganda, of the sentiment, of the lilac Boyd weighing a piece toward your own little petty politicking. Here it is. This is it. This is where it starts 20 years ago.
Casual observers have fairly assumed that MacDonald, making clever and acerbic remarks about the news of the day, was politically astute, socially conscious, well-read, he is well-read. Erudite even, but the thing is, in real life, Norm MacDonald asserts he knows almost nothing about current events and has no political views whatsoever. I've never had an opinion about anything. He tells the Tulane audience, I don't know where the fuck people come up with these opinions about everything. He's baffled that this comedian is a comedian. What did he think? And this is so weird because this is like before, I don't know, maybe he thinks he's, I don't know.
This is like someone being crucified for not proclaiming themselves as a heartfelt citizen. This is the beginning of the virtue signal, is what this article is. This is the origin story of the virtue signal. The good guy badge begins with Eggers.
Accordingly, his stand-up act is a lot less sophisticated than his update material, which he co-wrote with Jim Downey, Frank Sebastiano, and Ross Abrash. For his live act, his blue suit and red tie make way for jeans, a sweatshirt, and sneakers. Jokes about Yeltsin, Clinton, and Gat give way to material about drugs, scrotums, and anal sex. Lots of jokes about anal sex. Lots is italicized there. His core audience, young white men, devours it. Because MacDonald does not claim to know much about anything, and because he dresses the part, and swears a lot, and delivers his jokes in a laid-back and desultory way, the young men, college age and younger, connect with him fundamentally. He may be 35 years old, but he is one of them, a sort of ageless wonder slacker. He puts them at ease, confirms and makes virtuous their basic impulses towards sloth and Philistinism. Ooh! In much the same way Adam Sandler, the reigning king of the demographic, does. Sandler is now commanding $12.5 million a picture. In terms of career, says MacDonald, I follow his lead. But while Sandler concentrates on skits and songs and silly voices and sticks to a more or less politically correct agenda, MacDonald's act is just the microphone and his material, which is raunchy and puerile and often shockingly blunt, about sex between two men. Gay guys don't rape each other because, well, they never say no. Does he think that this is all about his disappointment in him not being John Oliver?
Yes, that's it.
Does he think that because the joke teller, does he think that the joke teller sincerely espouses everything that he said? That's okay. About the WNBA. It's weird because they suck. What's the need for this thing? You never hear a guy say, why don't we get to have bake-offs?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, and then the following paragraph. He's been called irresponsible, misogynistic, and homophobic, which would be a problem if all of it didn't have so much to do with his success.
The internet has found its voice.
Wait,
and its voice is like this.
Which would be a problem or which wouldn't be a problem? We forewent subscribing to Esquire Online, so this is a free site, so there might be some mistakes here. Because that seems to me to say he is articulating the things. Why would it be a problem if it didn't have? I feel like that wants to say it wouldn't be a problem if all of it didn't have so much to do with his success, right?
Right.
He is articulating the things that far too many of these guys are thinking. His audience is exhilarated when MacDonald hits these targets without sentiment, eschewing the usual half-hearted gestures towards social responsibility. See, in MacDonald's act, there is no, but seriously.
Oh, he got us. He got us.
In the comedian's act, there is no, but seriously. Wow. Calling him out. He brings up drugs. I don't do drugs anymore because, well, I don't know. Publicly. Oh, another fuck up in our little copy here. Any prudent employee of Allmeyer's should have realized that OJ jokes, especially ruthless and relentless ones on Weekend Update week after week after week, including one that called anyone who considered OJ innocent very, very, very stupid, might possibly endanger one's job security. But that did little to impede MacDonald. So, after talking about doing it for almost 3 years, Allmeyer finally made a call and took MacDonald off Update. Allmeyer, who has always denied that the move had anything to do with OJ, was asked by MacDonald for an explanation. Allmeyer said simply, "You're not funny." Months after his dismissal, MacDonald is not noticeably bitter, but he clearly hasn't gotten over the shock. It's weird, really weird, he says. The truth is, he loved doing Weekend Update and, unlike many of his predecessors at SNL, did not consider it a mere springboard to movies or a talk show. And though he knew Ohlmeyer was not happy with him, there was no precedent for an executive's reaching over the head of SNL executive producer/supreme ruler, Lorne Michaels, to micromanage a 10-minute segment on a late-night comedy show. A 10-minute segment on a late-night comedy show that is irresponsibly... It's really hard to... And I don't know... And I know this doesn't sound good for me. It's really hard to get fired from SNL, he says. MacDonald's dismissal was almost universally denounced. Ohlmeyer became the poster boy for rock-headed and hubristic TV executives, while MacDonald became a show business cause célèbre, which was fine except that MacDonald, who considered Weekend Update the apogee of his career, was suddenly unmoored. What now? What now, or...
A year and a half ago, MacDonald hooked up with Robert Simmons, the young and startlingly successful producer of all of Adam Sandler's movies. Simmons offered MacDonald the same arrangement he gave Sandler. Write a funny script, and I'll get it made. Simmons is something of a comedian's wet dream, handling the stars and rains, trusting their vision, and because the budgets are low, almost always under $20 million, the movies fly under the radar of the studios, eliminating almost all meddling from above. So on his first film, MacDonald was able to conceive the plot, co-write the script, and star. What could go wrong? What could go wrong is that the congenitor of all bullshit on the internet could write a hit piece about you 20 years ahead of its time in lameness. Well, let's break it down. First, Dirty Work's target audience is young men 12 to 30. According to Simmons, and yet the cast is surprisingly old and notable for its almost spectacular lack of box office cachet. The film's other big names, Jack Warden, Chevy Chase, Don Rickles, and Gary Coleman, who I bet he doesn't like Don Rickles at all. Second, MacDonald is known for being somewhat near or on the cutting edge of comedy, and yet the director of the first movie starring cutting-edge comedian Norm Macdonald is, well, Bob Saget. Oh, now he's getting confused.
Yeah, because
now
he knows it's Saget from Full House.
This is a different Bob Saget time. Yeah.
Yeah, which it's interesting because Full House was mentioned in the epistemological breakdown of theme songs for TV shows in our last go-round here.
Yes, in the guilt spectrum.
Do you like me?
Should I tag out? I'm afraid.
Finally, while MacDonald seems to have made an effort to lure the youngsters, nice rhetorical move of making him seem like a pedophile, they cleaned up a prison rape sketch to get the PG-13 rating. The film, filled with jokes about scrotums and anal sex, about a dozen of these, and innumerable references to whores, dirty Saigon whores, and dead hookers, hardly seems appropriate for adolescents.
It hardly does. Jeez.
He sounds like Tipper Gore.
All right.
Scratch that. Okay, I will. I will scratch it. Of course it's appropriate for adolescents. Of course it's appropriate for adolescents. Which leads to a more general dichotomy in Norm Macdonald. At his best, he is smart, iconoclastic, wonderfully blunt, courageous even, but at his worst, he is a nearly middle-aged man still plagued by issues most people resolve during puberty. A talented man dragged down by his basest instincts. A smart guy, deep in his 30s, making pee-pee jokes.
You know, Eggers had a chance to fix the culture. He did, and look what happened. He fixed all that shit. He did it himself. And now pee-pee jokes are hardly appropriate.
This isn't even fun.
Yeah, I know. Just reading it is enough. We don't have to commentate. It's horrifying enough.
What an asshole. The night after his show at Tulane, MacDonald is playing James Madison University, a preppy college in Virginia. The crowd is about 70% male, most wearing baseball hats, fraternity letters, or both. Backstage, MacDonald is feeling better, and he not only has an act worked out, but is planning to do an entirely clean show.
Why do we do this to ourselves?
I don't know.
Let's see, what voice could he... He's like a... somewhere between yuppie and like a neurotic...
hippie.
Like a hippie?
Yes.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah. Okay, yeah, right. Oh, man. Well, as McDonald delays his entrance, a chant of, we want Norm grows and recedes, man. The group is stomping its feet. 15 minutes late, the lights go out, McDonald is introduced, and the place erupts. A row of guys stand up and pull off their jackets to reveal a message spelled on their shirts, one letter each. We love Norm. Behind them, a group hoists a 20-foot banner saying, fuck Dom Allemeyer. The crowd cheers wildly.
He's doing that classic...
Well, he's Hitler, right? Norm is Hitler.
Yeah, he's doing that classic move of viewing it through the thing of the audience. He's viewing him through who he attracts, which... You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, which would mean anyone who has an audience, it's not going to be a great outcome because it's a fucking audience. And so It's a number of people. And so what you get is not a lot of great examples. Oh.
McDonald starts his act, but the audience won't settle down. Every time he pauses for even a moment to let the laughter die down, someone in the audience pipes up, Yahoo for Norm! Norm's number one! Big laughs. Don Ohlmeyer's a dead man! More cheers. He makes it through some jokes, but has already been thrown off his plan, derailed from the clean joke agenda. He does a bit about giving blowjobs to black men, one about the president getting blowjobs, but then it starts again. Get naked, screams a girl in back. Crack whore, yells a guy in front. He has lost his rhythm. After more outbursts, he finally asks them to stop yelling dirty things at him. We gotta get back on track, he says. They are not listening to him. Blowjob, eat me, anal rape. He stares into the crowd. He stammers for a moment. He looks at his shoes. He has created this. Fed them on the detritus of his mind, and now, still hungry, they are devouring him. Who are these people? These are his people. He squints into the light and suddenly looks his age. Has civilization completely broken down, he asks. They all cheer. Ooh.
Well, the monster hoist on his own petard by the stunning wit of the little church lady who is hit-piecing him. That motherfucker is responsible for potted plants.
This piece right here is more a sign of civilization collapsing than a comedy act. You know what I mean?
He called it. That's what the internet is. He did it. He put it in Esquire 20 years ago. He's, whatever the word is, he showed his moral panic, his, I'm impressed. He's, what is he? He's like the grandstanding sufferer of many a melancholic perturbation. He's like a rat wearing his grandmother's foreskin. He's done nary a crime, aside from taking up the pen. There's never been a writer who made me want to join a frat. He's making that look good, right? Good job, and that takes talent. There's some talent to that. Well, what did it lead to? I mean, we get a generation of stuff like N+1, and which leads stuff like Do You Like Me being on a major press, and we get all the Holden Caulfields, all the sensitive boys, all the guilt, all the neurotic panic, which we got there was a transcript of a panic attack, right? Before they were popular. Then it had its heyday. And became a thing that sort of killed itself to become the milieu of the internet, right? And where it comes from is champagne glasses clacking together. Should we look at some of the lineage that this article led to, and it's led to? Should we look at N+1? If it's in us still, if we can manage.
Fuck it. He's trying to make Norm seem like Dr. Frankenstein.
Yeah, right? He created the alt-right.
by sneezing, I guess. I guess that's the gist of it.
Also, he was there when he was sick. He's like catching him in a moment of in a trying time or something.
I mourn it.
I don't even feel like I have the energy to think about everything that's in here.
I feel quite zapped. Yes.
The whole thing in here is about casual observers have fairly assumed. So he's justifying. Do you see what he's saying? He's deferring to these imaginary casual observers that he's saying are justified. So he's justifying his assumption by deferring the observation to. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. And anyway, casual observers, when do you not casually watch fucking TV? What the fuck is he talking about?
One of our great saints of gentrification left his loft or whatever, his couple $100,000 a month apartments, right, to go, one of them, I'm sure there's multiple of them, to go meet with a celebrity bigger than him, which irks him, I'm sure. He deigns to go see the lowly pop culture guy, all right, and he's disgusted by the childishness of it.
It just sounds like he doesn't have much of a sense of humor. Or his sense of humor is, like, really narrow. Very,
quirky.
He just thinks very highly of himself.
He's a quirky lad.
Yeah.
His comedy is framed a certain way.
This whole thing is so conceited.
He's a fan of the human race, is what he is. N+1, the baby of this article. I've prepared some thoughts. N+com is where cunty, yuppie gossip goes to cremate itself into something halfway literary. All the chads in one room, all the sad, not-so-young, twee politickers of smegma who finally bailed on all the typewriters once they got their movie deal. These people hang pictures of their cum on the wall, as edgy as NPR can get. It's a 4-star diaper for the metropolitan adult. It's where fans of the human race go to find respite from blowing Karl Marx. I read them when I want to feel like I woke up straddling an antique. When I'm listening to Radiohead and cutting myself with a tea bag, when I need to lace my cigar in an agent's polyp, when I'm gunning to draw a self-portrait by raising duct tape off the sphincter of any neighborhood, I flip through this fucking overpriced, algebraic, penny-loafing star maker because I like when it's me versus Tampax. I never knew you could catch blue balls from using a sippy cup. And hence I say, please click like on this serialized war report about how me and my life partner once double-dribbled Lena Dunham's hernia, a hernia being the latest, most fashionable type of weight gain. N+1. Here we
go. Do you like me?
And we do like you because we gave you a major book deal on the tits of N+1. And here it is, the about page of N+1. Yes. Please help me. I don't know.
N+1 is a print and digital magazine of literature, culture, and politics published 3 times a year. We also post new online-only work several times each week and publish books expanding on the interests of the magazine. N+1 was founded in New York City in 2004, which is... Let me add this up. Let me just grab my abacus here. 6 years after the Eggers article. By 6 young writers and editors who wanted to revive the American tradition of politically engaged literary magazines. At the time, the intellectual scene felt disturbingly fragmented and drained of vitality. Ooh. Political magazines didn't care about literature, literary magazines didn't discuss politics, and big ideas had to be buried in tiny book reviews.
Thanks for that, by the way. Literary politics, thank you. N+1.
The founding editors wanted to make a magazine that could encompass all the subjects they cared about, one that didn't shy away from difficult and ambitious writing. And that saw literature, politics, and culture as aspects of the same project. Whoop! More than a decade on, N+1 has, quote, established itself as the bellwether of a new generation of literary intellectuals. Harper said that. The entity Harper said that. It has published dozens of book-length magazines, hundreds of online-only pieces, and a handful of critically acclaimed books, as well as programmed countless readings, panels, and events across New York City. Its editorial mission remains to encourage writers, new and established, to take themselves as seriously as possible, to take themselves as seriously as possible, to take themselves as seriously as possible. To write with as much energy and daring as possible, wrong, and to connect their own deepest concerns with the broader social and political environment, that is, to write, while it happens, a history of the present day. Ooh.
Jay Fran's a fan. I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah, a history of present day. Yeah, and then there's, look, they've included all these blurbs by famous people. Famous New York people. Listen to this blurb by Jonathan Franzen for N+1. Just when you think you're intellectually alone in the world, something like N+1 falls into your hands. I mean, like, wow. Intellectually alone in the world. Just when you think you're the smartest person in the world and no one is as smart as you, a publication comes along that rises to your level of smartness. Wow. What a fucking... I don't even have... I'm just like burned out, dude. I'm burned out on this whole fucking...
He's peerless. He only escapes to solitude. This is not someone who has ever entered solitude. He's only escaped there, right? But also he feels peerless. He feels like there's no one on his level until this magazine came along. Thank God. And now, what is funny is that this little machine that kicked itself up now considers Jay Frey like a little Hitler himself. Now Jay Frey is now the Norm Macdonald. Now that's how far it went up its own ass. Fantastic. It's a beautiful self-destruction. I mean, it's a terribly boring, banal, stupid self-destruction, but not stupid enough for me.
The New York Times says, so many good writers have come tumbling out of that small journal in the past few years that it's begun to resemble an intellectual clown car.
Small journal. If I got in that journal, an agent would come over here and hit me on the butt with a wiffle bat until I came. My life would be different.
Salman Rushdie says, I think I'm in more danger from N+1 than from Al-Qaeda. Oh my God.
Yeah. So speaking of these young writers, these amazing folks, perhaps we could look at some.
Yeah, let's look at some recent shit.
I know it's not particularly where it once was in the culture, but I think it's worth looking at, see what we got. Okay.
Yeah, let's peer into the dregs.
I'm seeing the words. I'm seeing a particular set of words. But anyway, I'm seeing Game of Thrones.
Oh.
There it is. So I wonder what N+1 has to tell us about Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones.
So this is by Thomas de Monchaux. It's called In Between Locations. In Between is hyphenated, and it's a modifier there. In Between Locations. Not In Between Locations, but In Between Locations.
It seems
on the pasts and places of
Game of Thrones. It's about status and power and environmentalism, perhaps, and canopy beds.
It's about keeping the families of America transfixed with how well their traumatized daughters are developing.
Don't forget dragons.
It makes Game of Thrones. Yes, I think Lord of the Rings likes its daughter too much, but okay.
Do you like me?
In July and August, I watched the 7 weekly episodes of
Game of Thrones.
In June and July, I watched all 60 episodes that preceded them. All summer, I read the scholastic recapitulations of the plots and themes of each episode in the New York Times and the Washington Post. I didn't read the books. I read message boards and forums instead. Then, for each episode, sometimes when I could divide my attention, but often when I shouldn't have, I listened to several closely similar but slightly different podcasts that did just the same, scores if not hundreds of hours in all. I grew more accustomed to the voices of podcasters Joanna Robinson and Jason Concepcion and Mallory Rubin than those of the show's actors themselves. Against my conspicuous intention not to acquire all this useless knowledge. Conscious intention. Conspicuous fake intention to acquire all this useless knowledge. I can draw the maps of imaginary places and diagram the family trees of the agnatic and cadet branches of the imaginary noble families, and remember more reliably the details of the fictional houses of Stark and Lannister than the factual houses of York and Lancaster. And now, just as summer fades and the subject becomes ever more untimely and displaced, I am adding to that comet's red tail, writing 3,000 more words about the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. So at least he's acknowledging that he's adding to the shit pile.
Game of Thrones.
Time moves differently there.
Game of Thrones.
Seasons last longer than years.
Game of Thrones.
Buildings or trees or ancestors on the show that your cultured human intuition tells you should date to, say, 800 years in the past are revealed to be 8,000 years old. The wench and trencher aesthetics of the show amount to a kind of Renaissance fair Middle Ages, whose closest European historical analog would have been the century spanning the reigns of Henry VII to Elizabeth I.
Game of Thrones.
But in the internal timeline of this imaginary place's imaginary history,
Game of Thrones.
this feudal and courtly and late chivalrous and decidedly pre-parliamentary limbo, with its jousting knights and conclaves of friar-like meisters, has persisted more or less forever, with no printing press, gunpowder, or double-entry bookkeeping in sight. Yeah, it's a fantasy. Ambitious fan theories turn on the magical capacity of Ambitious fan theories turn on the magical capacity of certain of the show's characters for visionary time travel, to not only binge-watch pivotal episodes from the imaginary world's imaginary history, but, by recounting them and even intervening in their unfolding, to spoil them.
Game of Thrones. This is
I don't
rough.
even know what to say. This is just really dull.
Talk about the banality of evil. Yeah, anyway, good for him. We got Eggers through N+1. That takes us up to the last decade, right? And what transitions us there is all sort of hysterias, social media blossoming into that sentiment fractured across the culture into little Eggerses, little germ-sized Eggerses everywhere. I don't know if I can continue.
Yeah, this wasn't even really funny.
It was just a PSA.
Yeah, this felt like more sad.
Very sad.
Yeah.
It's the death of literature in a not good way. It's taken everything. They can have it, to take it, but also, no thank you.
Yeah, I feel pretty brain dead after that.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, but also...
Do you like me?
Hey everybody, welcome to the 82nd episode of the JDO Show. I am your host, J. David Osborne. Today on the show I have Sean Kilpatrick, the author of Sucker June, Anatomy Courses with Blake Butler, and his newest one is called Sir William Forsyth's Free Base Nuptials.
I don't see getting a career.
Mm-hmm.
I see the same amount of embarrassment and lack of privacy if I got a McDonald's type job. Well, I've done all kinds of shit jobs. I was a resume writer for a while, and I lived in Austin for a while doing that.
What'd you think of Austin?
Roaches, very big roaches. You wouldn't think of a ghetto in Austin, drawn to it from birth.
Mm-hmm.
It seems very posh. They have a square mile of ghetto. Rat jumped on me.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun. Right after you piss, you get a rat on your shoulder. It shocked me only because I would have been prepared, perhaps, but it came from above.
Yeah, that's weird, man. Yeah, that's weird. So do you have a natural sort of fear of rats, or is it's just like you don't want a fucking rat on your shoulder kind of thing?
Right. I feel vulnerable after I release my kidney works. So if I saw him approach, I would not have reacted. He came from above onto the shoulder, so there's that space of abject realization.
So you found your way to Austin and you were living there. How long did you live in this particular place in Austin?
Approaching a year, I'd say. The relationship dissolved. I won't go there, but in my mentally unstable reviews, you can follow kind of like it's in there a little bit if anybody. No one really read them, but it's in there somewhere if you want to decipher the bullshit, right? So,
well, we're getting close to like the actual like meat that I want to talk about, because I did find those interviews, or not interviews, I'm sorry, movie reviews rather, really, really fascinating. And I think that what you do and others like you do is really interesting, and I'm not sure that I 100% understand it,
yeah, me neither.
And I think that, okay, cool. So we're already getting into it. Okay, cool. So basically what I started with was anatomy courses way back in the day. I think that was one of the first lazy fascist books, right?
One of the early ones, yeah. First year, I want to say, and early in their run.
Right. So I read that, and I just didn't know what the fuck to make of it. Even though I was kind of... See, okay, let me just kind of like set the stage here. I'm sorry that I'm talking so much, but basically I have this thing right now where I'm really into things that I don't understand. Like things that I find fascinating and that kind of challenge me. And I've kind of always been that way, right? But it's really become super pronounced in the past couple of years. Cameron, he sent me the Guild and Nihilist, and then I bought Sucker June.
Oh, you were the one. Oh, yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And so basically, I feel like we could probably go multiple directions with this, and we probably will. But okay, so my first question is, what are you doing with these books?
A mode of syllables clacking against each other. Some torque, some Lycian torque is going on. Some consecution.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for interrupting you, but I'm probably going to do it a lot because I have this sense that you have this big tortured brain, and the thing is that God's not fair, and He gave me a very small but relatively untortured brain. So I'm going to be asking a lot of questions. So what did you just said Lycian? What does that mean?
Gordon Lish leaning toward the spectrum of his more odd concoctions.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, his more torqued out guys, which would be certainly Lutz, Jason Schwartz, these fellas, and Noy Holland, along those lines. So sonic quality over meaning as it comes out of the tongue, speaking in tongues almost, but editing it, over-editing it into, or editing as its own process instead of polishing.
Well, okay, so that's really interesting. So by editing, you don't mean polishing. So what would you say is maybe the difference between those things?
I'll tell you, who taught me the difference was Tao Lin.
Okay.
Long time ago. Tao Lin, I submitted some poems. He used to be editor at 3 a.m. magazine.
Okay.
I sent him some overly wordy 2006, so I'm 22 or 3 years. Some real mess, a real mess. I sent him a real mess of garbage, and he had the patience to... my idea of editing after you write something was to just kind of clean up around the edges and make sure there weren't typos, and to just maintain the body of what was already there and not collapse anything together, which is what he showed me, which is what he did, which is slice out whole sections and combine other sections as a welder might.
Wow.
It's not quite cut-ups. It's not quite Kathy Acker, but it's taking a sort of MMA approach of using those tools, maybe even flurf, sculpting, collapsing things into something else.
And so are you going kind of off of intuition when you do that process, or are you just saying, almost like close it, like pin the tail on the donkey, right? Like just kind of closing your eyes and sticking it where, like, so you have, I guess, the difference between happy accidents and some kind of calculation.
I'd say it's largely not arbitrary, highly calculated, but some arbitrary things do occur in the process. You hit it right there with intuition. It's very in the moment, but very also worked over to create that moment, to suspend that moment as long as possible. But perhaps the editing is also part of this blackout phase of conjuring up the words. Mm-hmm. And so is that what you and Blake Butler did with anatomy courses too? Was it cutting the whole parts out and sort of welding them together? Was that sort of how that came? Was that the collaborative aspect of that? Butler, the man's process is different than my own in that he is possessed by genius. It comes out of him pure. I don't think he needs to edit highly. I edit this much. I torque like I do because I have no natural talent. And so I have to keep trying to sustain the moment and make the moment occur and capture what I want to capture. And I have to really sweat over it because I don't have this, I just don't have the brain or the capacity or the talent to make it happen off the cuff. Mm-hmm. Butler is possessed by genius. He's one of our great writers. I'm shocked that he spoke to me ever. And we're working on a sequel, by the way. And so,
shit! You heard it here first, bitches.
And so when I talk about my editing thing, I wrote he threw me, he started it, and then I did a page, and he did a page. And so mine were, this is around 2007 or 2008, and so mine were probably not very good. And so I came to it a little later because no one was going to publish it, so we had years to sit on it. Mm-hmm. And I torqued my shit up. And
well, I mean, I think that, so basically what my next question would be, since we're doing so much off of intuition with this process, can you then really say that your work in your eyes is bad? Reading books for plot, and they do exist. They're very mysterious creatures to me, but they exist. They want all those things to happen. Now, when you're doing something like what you're doing with pretty much any of your work that I've read, from the reviews to the books to what have you, what I like so much about it is that it kind of, to me, defies good or bad. So I'm curious to hear what you think bad means in this context.
Yeah, how do you judge nonsense, right? But it's like what Mamet says, everybody loves money. That's why they call it money. If it's not done well, if someone's just the way language is played with, and I'll grab from that, and at the expense of the tininess of my penis or like that. But so,
I'm right there with you, dude. I feel you on that one.
And so there is no recourse. There is no excuse. I didn't like my own skin before it was popular, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
But before it was popular to dislike it, perhaps, or blame it or something. But I was never a fan of it. Mm-hmm. And I'm very confused on these issues and probably doing the wrong thing always because I was raised the only white boy on the block. So it's, I'm going to say, like any white arty person, my intentions were good. Perhaps my intentions were very good. And I didn't mean anything. I didn't mean to offend anybody. If I said drank when I meant to drink, and
right. Well, do you think that offends people, or do you think that would offend people?
That's a very good point. Perhaps I am reading too much internet conjecture, especially from left-wing propagandists.
My man, listen.
Such as
Yeah, such as AV Club, perhaps, we'll see.
Dude,
AV
listen,
Club is...
listen. The internet is a poison, okay? So I'm right there with you, but it's so weird. It's like with Robert Anton Wilson, right? I was reading The Cosmic Trigger, and he was talking about reality tunnels, and that just clicked everything together for me with the internet, which... Everybody talks about bubbles, you know, like, oh, you're in your bubble doing this, that, and the other, or whatever. But it's not bubbles, it's tunnels, right? And the different tunnels that we get into can, I think, just really, really fuck with us. And I think that we should break out of them at any chance that we can. Because, you know, basically, we kind of curate a feed, but they mostly curate what we see, you know? And so then we think that everybody is this way, you know? And so there's this combination of algorithmic bullshit with sort of the loudest, most obnoxious people rising to the top. Like, those are the cream. Yeah, that's what rises. And right. So we end up with this idea that people are hypersensitive about language, or that they are waiting to hop in your ass like a kangaroo if you say like the wrong thing or whatever, and that leads to all these very strange movements where you have like SJW and then anti-SJW and then anti-SJW, which is kind of just SJW, but is much more focused on the anti-SJW people than on actually doing SJWing, right? So it's all just, it's fucking mad. So I guess what I was picking up on was just like kind of maybe a sensitivity to how people feel about how language is used. And I really do think that, I just don't think that it's I think it's a manufactured thing. Like, I don't think most people really care.
I agree. And also, what it is also is a snake eating its own tail, which is kind of, I like, because what it is it's like the self-aware sensitivity of it is just this totally abstract, self-swallowing pussification ideal that's not ever going to be a reality, but that sounds really good. The brilliance of it on one side, okay, it's like this left-wing stuff which is coming to this sort of new absurdist ridiculousnit's, and I can smell it. You know, I've been studying that side, though, because for the first time, and I bring this up, too, because I've been... I know I've been sort of. I know it's happened because I've found proof in a roundabout way, as I am a blacklisted person in the literary. I don't think anybody knows who I am, but in a small way, when my name comes up, I know some places are putting a sort of X on it.
Why?
Because I've said things that are not PC, and PC stuff is. Obviously, I think everybody into art probably leans left, certainly socially leans left.
Sure.
And to some degree. And so, although I would say I don't lean either way, I am in full disregard of any citizenship or voting or anything along those lines. But, well, I'm technically not either. I don't pay taxes because I don't work. Mm-hmm. But anyway, I'm getting like... I've just gone down a tunnel here of horror.
No,
Wilson had it right. Just the bleakest 70s guys we can come up with here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Probably nailed it.
Well, I mean, I guess my question after that would be: what evidence or indication do you have that you've been blacklisted?
I've had contacts. You know, I'm very not well known at all, but I've been publishing since I was 20. Mm-hmm. So I know some people. I'm not a very extroverted person, but I know a few people, and I've known some people who have been in rooms when my stuff came up before a submission selection, and I've been in editorial board of a magazine when I was in college, and so I know what happened. I know what they talk about, and this is a thing they talk about, and this is a thing that they are afraid of, even though it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's virtue signaling, etc.
Well, I mean, okay, so first of all, virtue signaling, like, it's kind of a weird term to me because I don't really know. It's so hard to tell, like, what's real and what's fake, because virtue signaling to me feels like you're saying like something's fake when it might not be. But you hit the nail on the head about the fact that the people in the actual publishing industry are the largest gaping assholes on the fucking planet. Like, I think I've been in very similar rooms to the ones that you've been in. And the thing that the thing that gets me so much about the publishing industry is that it's virtue signaling might actually be close to it, right? Because it feels like a couple of years ago, like being gay or being a person of color became like hip or cool. And so like now presses have to have a certain amount of people of color or gay people to publish, right? Or they're not like hitting their quota. And to me, I mean, like on Broken River, I published like people of color and gay people, but I'm not sitting there thinking like, oh man, I gotta publish these guys because, you know, like it's the thing of the moment right now. I gotta seem like I'm being real diverse. And it's just some people do it in such a way that it's gross, and I think anybody with like half a brain can tell when people are pandering, right? But then, you know, I mean, also it's like, you know, if the books are good, then I don't give a shit. It's like, you know, have all gay Black people, I don't care, you know.
It's a bottomless. I'm sorry I broached this topic because what it is like once it's broached, there's a judo to it, where we as white fellas are gonna we're just gonna self-consume until we eat our finger, we eat our knuckle, we eat the wrist, the whole arm into the mouth, and we're just gonna disappear into little balls of pallid, soggy flesh, right? And so
no, dude, you just have to have no fear. I don't give a fuck. That's the thing, dude, is that I don't give a shit, you know?
I have zero to lose, yeah. There's zero to lose. I mean, because it's lit. First of all, it's lit, okay? It's lit, and there's zero to lose. Okay, but also, there is no brigade preventing people who are oppressed from getting in. There's sort of a ambient stick-up-ass thing that exists that is splits one way liberal, splits one way conservative, that turns into garbage either way. We got nation, God, and free market on one side, and we got the commonality, the people on the other side. My point, as always, is just burn it all. Burn it all. Just burn it all to the ground.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. So there's so here's the thing. If my whole thought is that, because I've been down the same, you know, it's actually really nice to talk to you right now because I've been going through like a real bummer period right now where I've been having like these really negative thoughts, this kind of burn it all thoughts. But what do you think of this? Like, my idea is that if you burn it all down, then there's nobody left to spite, right? So what if you just never went away? Like, that's almost better, right? And so that's kind of the idea that I had. And I've seen it play out in much bigger not venues, but much bigger arenas than the one that I'm in. But if you just never go away, people have to pay attention eventually. I think that everybody who ended up having some kind of like scandal or what have you, the answer actually is you just never go away, and then things kind of go back to normal.
It's a bottomless topic. I bring it up perhaps because I'm into losing an argument, and I bring up this argument. I sound stupid as soon as I brought it up, but the feeling, the depiction, the rendering, the feeling of it is burn it all down. And I agree with I'm haunting the I'm perhaps a specter, a tiny little specter on the edge of literary consciousness, and perhaps never to be recognized. I would assume that's my assumption. But maybe one or two books make it to a library somewhere. That would be nice. That's a nice little human feeling I could give myself, but probably not. And so, you know, it doesn't matter. It's for ourselves. Is how it shits out. It's for oneself. Yeah, I'm trying not to. I try not to weep. I'm not gonna weep.
I don't know, man. I just kind of like. I just stopped kind of giving a fuck. Once I hung out at like AWP once or twice, and I was like, I don't really care what any of these fucking dorks think. Like, that kind of really helped. You know, I really cared for a while about like books and, you know, being seen as a part of like a conversation or a thing. And then I saw it and I was like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna go exercise and meditate and do my own, and occasionally put books out, and I just don't care, because this is all silly, you know what I mean? And it's all rich people. Well, not all. I shouldn't use words like all, but for the most part, it's just rich people who had a lot of resources to be in the right place with the right people, and money can smell money, and publishing has always been a moneyed pursuit. And so basically, like, it's just rich people befriending rich people, and then having a book out and getting richer. And not really richer. Nobody really makes money from books. But I'm rambling, and I got pissed real bad. But think for just a second about what I'm saying, and see if you can make more sense of it than I can. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Hola, I'm back.
Yes, sir. I tried to think.
Mm-hmm.
I had a brief internship in a morgue when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
Only time I felt a kinship with other people. The conversation, the community, that shit. The conversation has strep throat. The community is garbage. There is no community. And so, no thanks, right? And so, but I came into it with that impression that lit is the idea of burning that shit down. It is not the idea of upholding that shit. Like anything run by a number of people, there is much bullshit to it, right?
Yeah.
And there's much weaning, great weaning.
Mm-hmm.
But you encounter occasionally someone like-minded, and it's bound to happen statistically, right? And so it does over the years. I'd say I have maybe 5 or so along those lines I speak to on occasion when I can muster up the will to speak in my silence.
So what is just to kind of change directions here, what's the first book you remember really liking?
A young lad who, every time he looks out the window, he sees a mushroom cloud.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it's following him like a pet. And there is no consequence, he just sees it. There's no follow-up explosion, but every time he looks out into a horizon, it is a mushroom cloud.
Mm-hmm.
That I cannot find or track down through Google plotting. Typing that plot in does not produce that work. Dean Kootz's intensity was a big deal for me as a kid.
So you're what? You're like 35?
34, yeah.
34. Okay, so I'm 30. So actually, like, it's interesting because you're pointing out like this actual divide. Like, literally, people 2 years older than me were Fear Street, and then everybody younger than me is Goosebumps. No, I think that basically with when it comes to genre, I think it's difficult when it comes to things like plot and plot holes and things like that. It's if you're smart but you have contempt for your audience, you can crank it out really, really fast because you assume everybody else is retarded. That's why so much of it gets written. But then there are people who are actually really good at it, and those are the people like Elmore Leonard and James Ellroy. There's more bad than good, obviously, as is the way. But those people just, I think, have really honed.
Combining both. Harry Crews, there's a guy. He does both, right? It's like perfect.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a guy.
I dedicated my last book to Harry Crews. It's so tough to find that balance, right? And then it's like there are people who I know right now who are finding that balance, but they're not like finding any success, you know? So sometimes I wonder if my sniffer is off for what good actually looks like, or if everybody else is just stupid. That's the constant fight, right? It's like, am I crazy or is everybody else crazy?
Perfecting a craft perhaps just annoys both camps, right? So maybe the poetical, delicate camp will get mad at you if it's too much. If it's a balance of both, and then the other camp will get mad at you. Then you're in limbo, right? But it's okay. That's okay.
Like when my books come out, like they don't sell for shit, and even if they did, like I wouldn't make enough money to make a living on it. So what exactly is going on? What am I doing?
I'm to understand that I can bark too. What's that? Bringing Out the Dead. I can bark too, Larry.
Oh, yeah. That's a great movie. Yeah, that's a good reference.
That's a fantastic movie. But, yeah.
Hey, dog, shut up. Hey, shut the fuck up.
No, I'm making it worse. I don't mean to make it worse.
No, it's okay. No, I think she probably hears somebody at the door or some shit. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, shit, now I just want to bark. But, yeah. But I'm to understand that selling 10 of one's book is an accomplishment in perhaps our camps, perhaps. 10 sales, and I think I've sold 10, so perhaps I can retire. But I'm being perhaps generous. I'm also generous when I say I think my IQ is 87.
I think that, yeah, I mean, it's what I was saying, dude. It's the constant push and pull between, like, Am I stupid or is the world stupid? It's really hard to tell. I don't know.
There was quite the writer. What is that? Like, yeah, it's like a writer is going to tell me. I see constantly that Trump is bad. Mm-hmm. Now,
yeah.
Gordon Gekko is president. Okay, oh no,
right.
But I don't care. But also interesting. But also, I'm not really participating. I don't have skin in the game. Also, I don't want writers to be telling me about that because politics is not. Why is that our thing suddenly, right? Mm-hmm. What is that?
Well, the answer is because writers are self-important douchebags. Yeah.
Yes.
I've been going through this phase where I really want people to unfriend me, like to kind of weed out, because I'm just tired of pretending that I'm everybody's friend, and you know what I mean? Because I have this kind of jovial online persona for so long. People just really took that way too far, and were just like, "Hey, I can just tell this guy anything," and I don't want to know. I don't care.
Ideally, at the end of this, we'll both have lost all opportunity in the future, and that will be a fucking podcast.
Hell yeah, dude! Hell yeah, dude! We can put the turning point at episode 82, and liberals are the fucking worst. And for the past 8 years, they had their president who sucked, who did a bunch of stupid bullshit, and they wanted to elect another person who was going to do the same stupid bullshit. I don't know what's worse. I don't know if it would be worse if the illusion kept up, if we had a nice, smiling, articulate face. But my whole point is that writers are liberals and they had their little illusion that they could live with, and now it's just like their whole reality's been shattered. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, shit, it's that they want to matter.
Whoops.
I can't grasp it myself. Mine comes from a place of deep hatred of self and others. I don't equate myself above others in the hatred. I remember the moral panic when Bush was in there, and I was young enough to perhaps, I tried it. I tried the political stuff. I tried it. I was very nihilistic even back then, and I said, what's the point? But I'm going to try it because I'm 19, which is what people should do when they're 19, not when they're fucking our age. And okay, so I tried it, and this was the Bush re-election year, and everything it didn't do anything, and I tried the voting, I tried this was when the big issue was, this is how long ago this was, the big issue was gay marriage in my state, okay? Mm-hmm. And a lesbian friend of mine had a group and joined it, and we did flyers and stuff like this to get this law so that they could get married, which who the fuck would want to get married in any configuration? And I spent time and been in jail before, so I tried that.
You tried jail? You tried out jail? What did you go to jail for?
Nothing impressive. Okay, at the time there was a bit of carte blanche for the police. They were getting a little, Patriot Act-y, right, after 9/11.
Sure.
I was thrown over a lot of hoods, even though I'm a white boy. I perhaps didn't look white enough. I don't know what it was, but I was thrown over a lot of hoods. Mm-hmm. I was harassed quite a lot, a little for walking down the street. It's stuff of this nature. One time I was, and I took to arming myself a lot because I grew up in Detroit, and I had a riot baton on me.
That's one of those one of those things where it flicks out. Cool.
Spring loaded, so you hit someone over the head and it stuns them, but it doesn't crack their skull. And so I thought
that sounds reasonable.
I thought it was very humane. I mind my business, but I was my headlight went out and I was intensely. They took it out of my pocket and flipped it out and put it next to my face and shit like this. Mm-hmm. I was acting very, you get harassed enough. I get it. You start to be like, okay, what is it this fucking time? Mm-hmm. And then they can legally fucking destroy you, right? And so, but every time you have to be, yes, sir, every time, or else you're fucked. And so one time I didn't even snap. I was just like, okay, here we go, right? And I get it, right? It's 9/11, okay. I look suspicious, okay. But then they took me in, and they gave me a real rough night. That was fun, but so now I'm so paranoid I can't. Anyway, things are perhaps. I haven't been harassed in a long time. That was a long time ago, different time. that's fine. But fair enough. I look suspicious. Fair enough. But
But with the politics in particular, like with the getting involved thing, you were talking about your lesbian friend and
yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. So we tried it. I did the young person thing. I didn't proselytize all over the fucking internet about it, but and I didn't try to get. Maybe better than virtue signaling is Anton LaVey's good guy badges, which is what the fucking internet is now, right? And so I didn't platform about it. I guess I am now by mentioning it, but I don't mean to because I hope I'm describing it so horrifically that it is not making me sound good because I went into it nihilistically and I didn't give a shit, and none of those laws passed, and etc. And I feel like Jon Stewart duped a generation into being left wing against their will or something.
Boom. He did. Jon Stewart has done more bad for this country, I think, than he ever did good. He
wasn't that funny. In retrospect, he wasn't that funny.
And he tricked people, dude. He tricked people into thinking that you could just point out hypocrisy and that would fix things. It doesn't fix anything because we're all fucking hypocrites.
Right. They had some great routines in the day, and he had a point when it first was getting a little bit much with the jingoism. Okay, fair enough. But eventually I think he proved that he didn't give a shit. He kind of just pieced out, and what the fuck is that show now? I don't care.
Oh, it's so moron. Like, Trevor Noah's like the worst fucking dipshit that they could possibly have picked to fill his shoes.
I tried it. I don't know.
How
Comedians got it easy. Applied to the world, perhaps has a point. Applied to art, what is the fucking point?
Yeah.
Right? But I'm not a fan of the world. It's an old thing, is what I'm railing against. Which is like I saw Ebert do this on his old show the other day. Moral panic, right? It's just it's contagious and it's a sickness. And get it away from the arts. Get it the fuck off the arts. Do whatever else you want with it. It's a very Christian concept to say that that's not enough. You can't just not fuck with people. You have to be doing good, right? That's very Christian.
Sure.
And I'm not into that. I'm not a very Christian fella.
But I want to go back to something you had said a little bit earlier about leave art alone. Comedy does whatever the fuck comedy wants, and I don't care. People can say whatever they want on my show. I'm going to write whatever word I want to write wherever I want to write it, and that's people can wrap their head around that or not.
Been aimed at me a lot. That's why I'm so weird about it, right?
Well, the thing is that you see the people who are actually doing the things are the people who are also saying the shit that's
going into the headspace, and you're coming back with what you went there to get, and it ideally it fucking kills you to do that. It destroys your life. Okay, you do it enough, all right? You go into that headspace and you bring back the depiction, and it hurts. I'm getting a little delicate, perhaps, but ideally it destroys you. If you're doing the piece in your real life all the time, you'd be dead or in jail. Going into that headspace is not the same as living in that headspace, which some people do and they're in jail or dead.
Just to kind of shift gears, what are you reading right now?
Darkenville's Cat. Okay, this relates to what we're saying too, because Alexander Thoreau is the brother of Paul Thoreau.
Who is Louis Theroux's dad, right? Thoreau's dad. But
he's related, he's in that family too, that documentary guy.
Yeah.
He's in that family as well, yeah. But Alexander is, the reason why I don't think anyone's ever heard of him, or I didn't, it took me too long to hear about him, he's extremely languagey and really, really fucked up. My kind of guy. And so I'm reading Darkenville's Cat. I'm partway into it. It's phenomenal. Lehner I like a lot. Lehner's good because we can go to Foster Wallace's takedown of Lehner, which really put me on the wrong foot with Wallace right off. Wallace is a guy. He relates to what we're saying too. He's like a yuppie, like a demented yuppie, like Joe Frank, like these guys,
Okay. Oh, he's an FC2 guy.
Before Wallace was Wallace, right? He's wrote this big mockery or just sort of takedown. Well, he's a very super intelligent guy. He's a guy that can blend both things, right? Wordy and readability and narrative structure. But he's taken down Lehner for being just languagey without a moral center.
Oh shit! Oh, he was big on that though. He was really because he always used to get up in Brett Ellis's ass about that shit.
Yeah, that too. Him too. Yeah, exactly along the same lines. Very anti-nihilistic guy. brilliant guy. Just, I think, some of the brilliant language in that book. Well, first of all, his speech to that speech he did to that college, really rubs me the wrong way.
Oh, the This Is Water?
Yeah, that one. And Oblivion is really good. But anyway, pious guy. Mm-hmm. Piety is my big problem. And I enjoy Romper Stomper, but I don't like the, I don't equate myself to one of them.
Man,
right?
I watched, goddamn, what's the name of that movie? What's the Alan Clark movie with Tim Roth? What's that one called?
Holy shit, Made in Britain. Alan Clark is one of the great fucking films.
Yeah.
Made in Britain.
Oh, dude, I've been on an Alan Clark kick lately, dude. I watched Elephant. I watched... I saw Jeff Jackson reviewed the whole Alan Clark box set, the Blu-ray box set.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm itching for that one because I want to just like go through it all. But yeah, no, that dude's a fucking legend, man.
Road is sublime. That's a sublime.
I have not seen that one.
Cartwright, I think, is the playwright that wrote it. Brilliant Clark. I think it's on YouTube. You might be able to find it on YouTube. Really good. But the bleakness of that, right? The bottomlessness. And yeah, Romper Stomper is the irony is so endless and bottomless, and there is no likability, right? There's no compromise. There's just endless horror. It's like Man Bites Dog. It's as mean as it gets. That's the ideal. That's my ideal.
Yeah, I like mean. I like mean a lot too. Yeah, I really like mean. Yeah, and I think that's what appeals to me about skinhead movies in particular, right? It's just the meanness, right? You're looking at the meanest people in a particular society, and it's just kind of fun to watch,
Right.
It's just
no redemption. There's no redemption. Those films that show that is like there's no way out into an audience okay. I was reading about how the director of Stomper threw his wine on a critic who refused to review it for moral reasons. It's like, can you imagine that now? He'd be like, the headline now for that would be Nazi director who is a Nazi assaults critic for being, for representing justice or something like that's what it would be now.
So people have a really hard time wrapping their minds around the fact that you think something and your actions speak to that thing, but your words say something different. So,
right.
You said, but at 100% of your actions are towards this thing, but the things you say are different. So, and to that, it's just I think indifference is the only real thing that you can. I played a skinhead in a movie once.
Are you in Green Room?
I was in Green Room. Yeah.
Is that you and Pierce in the crowd there?
Yeah. I don't know if Cam made it.
It's awesome, man.
Yeah, I don't know if Cam made it into it, but I throw a bottle at the.
That's you
guys. Yeah.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Great performance, sir.
Oh,
Fantastic.
thank you. I really had to get into the mode, so I had to, I had to say some real racist stuff before the cameras rolled. But they gave me the space.
That's what they're going to use to get you now in the you can't depict anything, right? And now you're in trouble, right?
Yeah, they'll just get a picture of me as a skinhead and be like, look.
Skinhead author, who, Skinhead podcast or something. 2 skinheads on the latest podcast. Holy shit! Now we're in trouble.
Oh, dude, 2 skinheads and a microphone.
Let's do it, man. Let's have our own pod. Let's go there.
Just branch off. It's just that's so funny, man. Yeah. That's so funny. So, just to kind of like to bring it all back, right? I want to go through your books here, and I want to know what you were trying to do with them. So, Gil, let's start with Gil. Where did that come from?
I just left Austin. A lot of troubles there, but
right.
So that there's a lot of I'd say a lot of these small books. Now I feel like now there's a lot more word count going on, but I'm editing it down. So now there should be more books coming out, but I feel like my output should be more, but I'm very inept. And so Gil, okay, a sort of format of sublime play, right, or like fake play. That's like Lehner does that a lot. It's unfilmable. It's batshit. It's nonsense. Okay, but I don't know. It makes sense to me to some extent. I don't know to others, but I even could say, I like it. I used to like it. I haven't seen it in a while, but I used to watch Adult Swim along those lines, right? That sort of cartoonish Dadaism or Kmart absurdism, perhaps. But that just came out very fast. So in that, I wasn't trying to over-edit that. And so there's some stuff that I would perhaps edit differently, and I would collapse all these small books into a bigger book of languagey stuff. Of sort of man versus woman argument type thing of attack. But that one, dysynergenic defecation. Imagine every time you try to piss, you stop yourself without trying to. Can you imagine a worse thing, perhaps? Like, doctors shrugged when I went there on my enforced Medicaid, which I didn't even sign up for, but that even then. But I think I was bleeding a bit. But anyway. Point being, Sucker June took everything from me and no one gave a shit. So appropriate, very good. But that cover, I'll tell you what, that picture...
I like it too.
Picture's better than the prose.
Still China.
Remember Alt-Lit before it was like everybody's a rapist? Okay, which is bullshit. So I'm trying to do that kind of voice. I was never really... I like some of those guys. I was never really accepted in there, or part of it really, but because I'm too... So I'm kind of doing that kind of more straightforward, I guess, for me, type of oddity. These presses are very kind to me. I'm sure that'll dry up soon.
What about Freebase Nuptials? Oh, yeah, the movie reviews. Why'd you stop?
Let me say this, though, about this country, right? And the reviews to the movie Mother. And it's my weak spot. It's it's as close as we're going to get to like a mainstream art thing in this country, and the reviews across the board, okay,
are bad.
Well, yeah, and also it bombed at the, of course, right? But okay, fair enough, okay, but it really was I was very impacted by this movie in like a very intense way. Perhaps pretentious of me to say, but that would be everything I say. So
it's so interesting, this word pretentious to me is fucking funny, right? Because pretentious to me just means a slightly different thing to geek out over, and people geek out over different shit, Some people think it's really cool when a Marvel movie's coming out, right? Like, and that's their thing. They're like, oh god, the Avengers coming out, man. I hope that they get fucking Captain America's fucking dick right on the screen. Like, it's gotta look really good. Like his butt cheeks and stuff. Like if it doesn't look like the comic book dude, I'm not going to be able to blow in the theater. So they really hope they get that shit right. So people get that deep into that shit.
It's not for everyone, certainly. But I don't know where to go though. I don't know what country's better. But I'm just saying,
Well, what
it hurt my feelings.
what do you think that? Can you think of anything in particular that they pointed out with this movie that you think is wrong?
The Rex Reed one was kind of funny, even though it was like someone's grandmother. Like, I didn't know he was still alive, but it's like someone's grandmother. It's like you took your grandmother in there and he's like, "What is this trash?" Ha ha ha! It's funny. I get it's funny, but there's some kind of just like a dead rat in their politics. I don't know what it is, but they summed up Mother about it's like about a gaslighting misogynist who thinks he's God or something. Just get the fuck out of here, touching that movie with that shit. I'll eat my pen, okay? I'll eat it. Okay, I'm done. I'll eat all the ink. I'm an infant, okay? This is how these critics are fucking up with this movie. One is like trying to say it's one thing, and it's not. And it's like you can say it's about religion, sure. Okay, that's one thing to it, sure. You can say it's funny too. It's not like a ha-ha. It's not a comedy at all. There's like comedy of menace is where you would start, like a Pinter level comedy of menace, okay? But just no one, I haven't seen, perhaps I'm missing someone, but no one's said anything okay about this movie. And it's indicative of a thing. Not sure what, but I don't like it. I've had enough.
You just don't feel at home in the world?
Yeah, and that's my natural state, but I'd put it up there with Pi and Requiem. I can't believe it was released into mainstream theaters, which is like, that's a good, that's a point they're making in all the reviews, which is...
I get the impression that you really like visceral shit. That's something that I feel like we have to come to terms with, that like, for me too, I just like art that's really mean-spirited, and I don't know how to get around that. You know what I mean? Whether it's Dennis Cooper, right? I love it. And I love it pretty much because it's sexually violent, right? That's one of the reasons why I like those books. Michel Houellebecq, I love that shit because it's distasteful. It's all very distasteful, but that's just what I like. I don't know what to say.
But coming from visceral, that's the word, is depiction. We're going to get our hands dirty, and I'm in this art game to get the fucking hands dirty.
I like it when it's gross and violent and intense and ugly, and that's just what I like. There's this book of poetry that's really popular right now. I think it's called Milk and Honey. I don't know if you saw that shit. It's by Rumi Kapoor. I'm not looking it up, so I don't know, but I'm not going to. But anyway. But it's these poems just about watching the sunset, knowing true beauty.
Oh yeah,
it's 3 lines on a page, and it's that kind of shit. That does nothing for me. You know what I mean? I want to read somebody's I hollowed out someone's skull and was fucking the eye holes, and I'm like, okay, cool, I'm on board. Let's go.
That's what it is. Right? We come out of the. That's how we, I think, got into language. Right? We're trying to remember something about we saw an alligator eat somebody, so we're trying to remember how to articulate that to somebody. That's where language comes from, right? So I'm going to say a lot of, as I have probably and constantly say a lot of things that are not okay and that are, stepping on some toes or whatever. Whatever. It's not. There's no etiquette, right? But that's part of it. Well, shit, it's ingrained. Okay, I go there too much, and it's silly. When someone tries to codify their, perhaps I'm doing that accidentally by being defensive about all that PC stuff, but maybe I like that because it's lose-lose.
I think that there is a cult of camaraderie that's built up amongst people like us that turns into some pretty dark shit really quickly because we all take this shit way too seriously. It's kind of a cliche, but it's also kind of true that the MRA, 4chan troll type dudes are for the most part people who don't fuck. They don't get laid. They don't do shit. They stew in their own anger and they kind of get off on trolling people. And I feel like guys like you and me, we're kind of close to that in the sense that we also enjoy provocation. We enjoy visceral, violent, perhaps problematic art. But the trick is that you don't mix the realm of real life with the realm of art. Well, then you're actually playing into that whole Marilyn Manson made the kids at Columbine shoot up their school type thing, right? You're creating a bridge between the world of art and the world of reality that is irresponsible, So those kind of guys, I don't know, man. It's I get what you like, but leave it on the page, leave it in the music, leave it in the movies. It's okay there. It's fine to be that way, and I will defend that to the end. And fuck anybody who wants to be this movie's misogynist or that shit is racist. It's art. Fuck off.
In the movie Scream, right? It's okay. It's movies don't create psychos; they make psychos more creative. Perhaps we can just put a creative spin on the psychosis and hug it out. Yeah, I don't like any side of it. To throw my hat in the ring is to do so with my own head inside of it.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the JDO Show. Today on the show, I have Sean Kilpatrick. Sean, how are you today?
Very good, sir.
Good, excellent. This is your second time on the show. I think the last time you were on was 3 years ago?
Yes, sir. 3 years now.
3 years. That's a lifetime in this world.
Bitter, more bitter, and angrier, and meaner.
That's why I like you.
Into the right, much further. The woke have driven me, and I emerge now. I know nothing.
You're the person who I call. Whenever something is sort of bugging me.
And I'm also a scholar on the Turner Diaries, my new Bible, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Now that it has come true.
Right,
you see.
right.
No, I was studying McVeigh, and I was going to write a TV show with the great, the woman who wrote the great book on McVeigh, Wendy S. Painting. We were going to do a TV show. It's in. We're working on it still, but it's very. When someone slights me, I become an expert in the opposition, and I've been slighted by woke types, and so whereas I don't care about politics or the agendas that are prevalent. And literature, which is the far left, who are the censors now, as we've discussed. The
Correct.
Dissident rights, the artist is always buddies with the cultural underdog to some extent, loosely anyway.
Should be, at least. That's how it should work out. I also share that fascination. Right now, it does seem that there is a kind of a certain way of thinking that's okay if you want to do books. And what is difficult for me to get across to people is that I'm not necessarily one side or the other. If you were to ask me what I actually believe about different things, I would probably fall on all sorts of sides of the spectrum, depending on the issue, right? I think that the only way to be a real thinking person is to kind of be like that and not just have a one-size-fits-all plan for every single scenario that comes down the pipe. So it's not even like a matter of that, but it is a matter of sort of crass generalizations whenever anybody sort of mildly disagrees. I mean, just to use an example, I tweeted the other day that I thought that the debate was entertaining, because I did. And, as somebody who's like not really taking it seriously for various reasons. Yeah. But that wasn't okay to say. The only thing that was okay to say was how horrible Trump was. And if you said anything other than that, well, people did not care for it.
Foisted onto an agenda yourself, and then it's meta. It's very 90s friendly, and it's meta irony horror show.
Mm-hmm. It happened so fast, didn't it? I seem to remember even 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago, certainly 10 years ago, we were all part of this group that sort of celebrated difference and perversity and, being autistic weirdos. And it was beautiful, man. And about 4 years ago, everything changed so fucking quick. It was like, it gave me whiplash almost how fast everything changed. And I thought, this is not what we were about. Like, we didn't care.
It started happening in 2013 in a big way. We could trace it before that as well. But it was growing. It was still the PC stuff, was still it was always there from the 90s and 80s, but it was a joke for quite a while, especially in the 90s when it got crushed by the great, comedians and stuff. In 2013, it declared itself slowly, and 2014 I would consider as when it began.
Is there a particular moment that you remember from 2014?
Millennial jujitsu of the idea of privilege and all this, it had always existed.
Well, that's the meta problem, isn't it? It's just that, I think guys like us are just very reticent not to really cast blame or determine who's lying, quote unquote, one way or the other. But we get real skittish when there's a cancel train coming.
Yeah, well, it can run me over all day. I like the track marks on my person, but
just to feel.
I have nothing to lose. Well, anyway, when I was 20, I was in love with this girl. This cute little diabetic girl. Amazing girl. Really smart.
I'm sorry, that's one of the most hilarious ways I've heard somebody describe.
She probably had a name or something, but I don't, that's fine. But what I'm saying is show the mania of being in love when you're 20 years old, especially if it's not returned, and the obsession of it. And then what I'm saying is, she had been molested by an uncle, classic story, right? Diddled by an uncle, yeah. That was her that's what made her such a fucked up and unique, dark-minded, my type.
Right.
And so anyway, this was 2003. So your uncle did that to you. Is he still alive? Where does he live? Would you like him to die? These were the questions. Yes. And she chose not. Chose not. Probably wasn't helpful for her mentally. I don't know. But she was a dark-minded lady. So what I'm saying is, it's personal. It's not Jerry Springer clickbait journalism, which is part of the problem here. Is journalism has become. It was always mudslinging crap. But what I'm saying is, now more than ever, it's become, for corporate reasons, about selling your clout as a victim / outer of someone who's not woke versus so they can pay you with the clout of your followers when you out people for these silly, often false accusations, Whereas how things like this for real, when they're real, like an uncle in the 80s who did real shit, you could tell she wasn't fucking around when she talked.
Yeah, I don't think people lie about that kind of thing.
Yeah, you could just tell. And what I'm saying is, because she wasn't on talking to the news about, and it wasn't someone famous she was trying to have weird reasons to bring down. So what I'm saying is, it was a personal street thing, and my offer was serious. Because
I believe you. There's not very many people who I would say that I would believe that, but I believe you.
It's not tough per se. It's just mean-spirited, nasty stuff that gratefully she didn't take me up on that, and also she wasn't interested in me ultimately.
Right.
But it took a while to double good. I didn't do it because she wasn't fucking interested. But when you're 20, when you're 20. It's just, now I wouldn't do anything for a woman, but when you're 20, she was falling off a cliff. I wouldn't, I'd say, look, it's kind of far. She might sue me if I grab her and save her. Sure. Yeah. But when you're 20, you have that kind of energy, even though it sounds pious. It was more of a street. That's what I mean by the street. It's not a pie. I wasn't like, I'm your knight in shining armor. I was like, for this dark shit that was done to you, I'm willing to go there unflinchingly, immediately. Not to sound like a globalist or something, but there's just too many people. I'm not saying that for environmental reasons. I'm saying that for personal feeling. My personal feeling is that there's way too many people. There's no way to stop that. That's why the police are police for profit. That's why, when you go to the doctor, unless it's something very obvious, you're fucked. And that's why when you get a degree, it's useless. It's because there's 10 million people. The merit and quality or whatever, merit isn't acceptable and quantity is one, Detroit inside the city by 7 Mile and Gratiot area.
So some rough RoboCop shit.
It was okay when I was very young, and then it became the height of late 80s cracked out stuff when I was about 7. I was a weird kid, I wanted to fuck when I was 6, and I was had the shit kicked out of me. But 8, 9, 10, I knew what I liked and what I didn't. When I go out now, I'm an old man too, so it doesn't matter. But as we found out with Rick Moranis, it doesn't.
Rick Moranis got fucked up for no reason. Yeah,
no reason, and that's what I mean. I'm ready for that every time I go outside. I was charged a few months ago. Physically ran toward by a person. And I took my little knife out that I happened to not be overly paranoid about carrying, although I've since gotten rid of it. Legal size knife, but also they'll arrest you for that. It doesn't matter if it's legal or not. But what I'm saying is, I was charged randomly. He apparently was just joking. He stopped. He didn't follow through with the tackle. It got pretty close. And I was going to start shanking as fast as possible because I'm not in a physical condition to fight someone off. I'm having physical problems. And physical problems. And so I'm slowly coming out of it. Anyway, it's just hard to move around. And so what I'm saying is I was charged and I was ready to just lock on and shank. And he apparently was just, when you see like a dog and you play like you're running towards it just to fuck with it or something because it's barking at you or... I wasn't doing it. I was minding my own business, by the way. But, of course, as I do, apparently I needed to be charged like a dog to for a kick or something like that. For the police, you're not allowed to defend yourself. Or if they're in your house and you own the house on paper, which I do none. I have none of that, and I have nothing. So what I'm saying is, I'll just accept death if I get jumped. But I've given up on self-defense. It's not like I'm Bill Gates trying to, I don't know, trying to vaccinate people or something. So I'm trying to control the population or whatever Alex Jones says he's doing.
Yeah, well, there's something to that. There's something really weird about Bill Gates and the fact that his dad was a known eugenicist. Your point is that basically when it comes to the cops, the problem is that they're a military and what they say goes. And it doesn't really matter if you have a good point or if you are being charged like a dog and then switchbladed someone to death. To a cop, it doesn't fucking matter. You're in cuffs and you don't have anything to say about it.
Right. I'm a misanthrope. I hate people for the most part. And I prefer them to be away from me for the most part. Except for
so to you, it's like, he's like, how many people are too many people? You're like, 2?
Yeah.
3?
A small, I know people that I like. What I'm saying, though, overall, just I'm a city, people from the city don't, you're just trying to stick to yourself. That's my feeling. As a arty type, I have no Bill Gatesian thing to put forth to do about the situation. There's also no way to put my feeling into real world application without being, like some kind of Stalin or something. So
yeah,
what I'm saying is it's not a philosophy or a politic of mine. It's just a feeling and that I express in the work. I'm getting too angry to remember what I was saying.
Oh, here comes the rage. We can direct that in creative ways. So we were basically talking about, at the beginning of all this, we were talking about the direction that the art world. I say the art world. That sounds a little silly. We'll just say books, because again, 2010, 2011, I'm writing books. Everybody I know who's a really good writer is writing books. We're doing some really weird shit. You did some really weird shit that I really enjoyed. All these books are coming out. It's great. It's this kind of golden age, but they're sort of un-PC books, but not intentionally. They're not trying to push any buttons. They're not doing something like Mike Ma or Delicious Tacos or Zero HP Lovecraft or those guys, right?
The zeitgeist. Those guys are in the zeitgeist.
They're in the zeitgeist right now. Exactly. What we were doing was much more having fun and following things that interested us. And a lot of those times, those things were like hypersexualized, hyper-violent, non-PC, again, not in an aggressive, in-your-face, trigger the libs type way, but just kind of as it was. And then we were talking about this shift that happened. And now it's crazy to me because I'm seeing people who, wrote books called, things like, the dick with teeth or something. I made that up. It's probably wouldn't pass the pitch test, but people who are writing that, who are now taking profile pictures with face masks on, and the face masks say Biden, Harris, and it makes me wonder Christ. What I just want to go back, man.
Square.
I want to return. Return with a V. Like I just want to return to when things were fun.
Yeah, holy shit. I mean, that's why I'm so obsessed with the '90s. I beat it to death, but holy shit. It was just irreverence and absurdity and non sequiturs and meta irony and all this wonderful stuff. Joe Wenderoth. I mean, come on now. There's some great stuff going on. And okay, I saw this movie called Dirty Pictures, very relevant to today. James Woods is in it. The ending, not to spoil it, a great monologue. And this movie came out in 2000. Okay, in 2000, the right were the censors, right?
Yeah.
And it's about the Mapplethorpe pictures being censored out of a museum. And so Woods is playing the liberal who is fighting to keep them in his museum. He's brilliant in the movie, and the movie is very well written. In the end, the right-wing evangelical censor gets the last word, and his last word is fucking lethal, and it's very relevant. Generally what it says is, so they lost the trial. The right lost the trial, and they showed the pictures, right? Then the right-wing guy comes on and says, it doesn't matter that we lost the trial. The fact that there was a trial. Have you seen any Mapplethorpes lately? The fact that there was a trial was enough to make people scared to do this. And okay, cut to... Now, let me be indulgent here. Cut to 10 years later. Now, I know I don't matter. What I'm saying is, I'm not comparing myself to fucking Mapletooth. What I'm saying, though, 10 years later in 2010 on HTML Giant, Roxane Gay and some feminists weigh in on a poem of, not just mine, but mine's in there, saying it's okay that I write about the stuff I write about. Okay, so they're cool, right? And they're actually, like, a little flattering. Thank you. But the point isn't that they were cool with it. The point is, why was that a discussion in the first place?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's a poem, right? So why is that a discussion about if it's okay? That's why they run things now. You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying. I think that, this is why you and I get along so well, because, again, we're sort of people with no home, and we're not necessarily shilling for any political ideology. Our only ideology is anti-censorship, just very much against people telling us what we can and can't do when it comes to art and even thought. Like, just being able to think things is very important to me. And so that was sort of the beginning of it, when people were pushing boundaries, and you expect that people are going to push back against those, and those are going to be the censors, and they're going to be the dorks and the nerds, and everybody's going to laugh at them and say, why do you even care? This is a poem. But then it became kind of serious. There became people, and you know the shift that they made, dude? You know what actually happened to bring this out of the sort of realm that we're talking about is they made this brilliant shift where they began to say that that words are violence. Yes. That words are actual violence against people. That's when the whole discussion...
The body, right? The body, this and that about the body. And then the body became words. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So basically once words became violence, the discussion shifted, because people were no longer saying, this is something that I disagree with, or even this is something that I find repellent or disgusting or abhorrent, whatever. It became, this is actually hurting people. Like, what you are doing is actually hurting people. And number one, I couldn't disagree with that more. I frankly just do not think that that is true. Secondly, you got to give it to the left. They came up with a lot of ironclad, bulletproof rhetorical devices that you couldn't argue with.
It's tactically Machiavellian brilliance that the right used to be good at, that the right used to do. And
yeah,
I can't do it. I don't have the IQ to do that. You gotta give them props. I don't have the IQ to do that. I'm a very angry person. I just do my little, say that nobody reads or buys, and then I don't have a salesman or politician's ability to do what they've done to the culture, right? It's kind of neat.
Yeah, and I think, though, that they've done it to our culture, and I think that our culture is a cousin of Hollywood culture, and a lot of writers' major goal in life is to move from being a writer on a small press to a writer on a big press, and then a writer on a big press who has a movie deal. And there really is a thought process and an ideology that you have to get in bed with if you want to be a part of that system. And it's based almost entirely on who has the money. People think that this is a crazy conspiracy theory and that guys like you and I are insane or bitter or whatever. Bro, I don't give a fuck. I'm good. I'll be fine. But that's not going to change the fact that I can clearly see that certain organizations, like the big five publishing houses, like a lot of places in Hollywood that are concerned with selling to a very particular demographic, are going to put the memos out that certain things are okay and certain things aren't okay. So now we don't really have any interesting art. But what this really did was show the world how hurting Hollywood was for money. You know, they started doing this thing where they started making remakes and sequels. All woke shit is a continuation of the remakes and sequels thing. It's finding out what the safest, easiest thing to do to turn a buck is, and doing that over and over and over again. And so it started with the remakes and the sequels, and then they started realizing that right-wing people will still go see, you know, Black Panther, no matter what the reason is, because they like these types of movies. But then pandering to people who would otherwise not go watch superhero movies and say, hey, look, if you go watch this movie, you're doing something important. This is something that's changing society. And that trickled all the way down to books. And now we're in this place with books where, you know, I see people who I came up with, who I still have love for in my heart, but who are clearly just parroting the dominant narrative. And it's very upsetting to see.
Well, you know, I feel like I've earned my sour grapes, and I can't think of a life that, although I can't think of a life that I am jealous of not having, it all seems like shit to me. We're a generation of Hamlets with no final duel. You know, we're just a bunch of predacious loans poured down the ear of everything. There's no family future, but there's no retread of that that's going to fix that either. And we're not even strategically crazy about that. And our Claudius strikes at us from the obfuscation of the internet. And we try to root him out with nasty comments, but he's not real, you know, and he's duped us into academic politics. And from birth, the network that was supposed to carry me out of this fate seemed like ambient mob rule dictated by conceits I was not privy to anyway. So it doesn't, I mean, our wildest mainstream literature is like Oblomov as a hot girl.
So you've actually recently had some issues with this type of weird censorship and cancel culture with your publisher that you were telling me about. So you want to get into the weeds with this one?
It's been a couple months since I've been fucked with by woke people directly. I mean, besides everywhere I look, physical, because I'm physically dying because of this, because of the times where.
Well, hey, be safe, man. But this is also a safe space, so you're allowed to be mad.
I'm triggered. Yes. Oh boy. Oh yeah, well I'm a millennial, so the only good thing about millennials is that we can shoot a room up. That's our one saintly quality that we got, you know. And you know, I have some plays coming out that the press. I'm going to talk to them, drop some blurb because the person wasn't acceptably woke, or you know, he it's just like his girlfriend was angry at him, whatever, you know, and. Here's my point. One of these emails, you know, it's if I get say I get some kind of I don't know press that will get me in libraries per se. You know, not even not saying per se because Vernon Chapman is a great TV writer and he is this fucking. You know, I think I'm going to talk to them. I think it was a specific incident that they had a business reason to do that, and that they. You know, it might not affect me, so whatever, you know, but, I mean, they're far left, but they seem on the level, you know, aside from that. There's those issues, and then I should, I want a license that allows me to yell fire in a crowded theater, and that it's okay if I do it. That's right. No, but, you know, because the Italian Hall disaster, which is like a plant from the striking union, right, and this is the early 1900s, they put a plant in there to yell fire to kill a bunch of the striking workers. So it's a very sick reason to exercise free speech where you're going to yell fire and then everyone's going to trample themselves to death, including women and children. And, it's like the sickest use of free speech. And still, let people shout fire and just don't run and trample people, right? If you don't see a fire, right? And but that did happen. And it's terrible. And also, the guy should probably get together and kill that guy, right? But so that's how anti-censorship I go. So I'm a bit extreme.
Yeah. Well, no, but I think that it's important to be extreme about these kind of things because when you introduce anything in the way of legislation or rules about a certain thing, it is necessarily going to snowball into its worst possible effect. So either you're on the side of, saying fire in a crowded theater is okay and will lead to people dying, but we're going to go with that because we appreciate the principle. Or the other side of that, unfortunately, is state-mandated censorship. And that has no end.
It's going to become corrupt. Anything state mandated is going to become corrupt. Maybe two minutes into being, being put into practice, right?
Yeah, exactly. 2 minutes put into. Yeah, exactly. So basically, on the one side, you have a world where if you speak incorrect thoughts or write incorrect things, it gets censored by not even the government, but by people who want to be in the government's good graces or want to be in the zeitgeist's good graces or the ideology's good graces. And you end up with this world where everybody's sort of in a panopticon, all looking at each other, all waiting to take down anybody who steps out of line. That's one end of it. And then the other end is, in my opinion, freedom, where you do have people who abuse that freedom, but unfortunately you can't legislate it because it will lead to a terrifying dystopian hellhole if you do. People are not perfect. People are going to do fucked up shit. And you take each case as it comes. This is how I felt about guns, honestly. Every time there was a school shooting, you want to be like, that's awful. Those kids should not have died. There should have been something in place with their, with their mental health, with the counselors, with something to keep them from doing that. But that does not mean that everybody gives up their guns. We saw what happened with that with Australia. Australia had a mass shooting, took up everybody's guns. Now they don't have mass shootings anymore. But now they have one of the strictest COVID lockdowns in the world, and nobody can resist. Nobody can do anything about it. The government can do whatever they want, and nobody has guns to say anything about it. So as imperfect as the world's redheaded stepchild, who strangely everybody also still wants to be, America is in a very unique position where we refuse to react to incidents of massacre, violence, because we stick to certain principles. And I didn't get this. Even a few years ago, I would have had a hard time getting this. I would have said, we need to regulate people's gun use. Now I'm so far to the right on that issue, I'm almost falling off a cliff, where I think you should be able to buy a gun at 7-Eleven if you want to. Because that's freedom. That's, the other way is a really scary thing. What, you want to leave the military and the cops as being the only people who have weapons? That's insane and absurd right now. So our Wild West, strange, absurd, beer chugging, MAGA hat wearing, toothless hillbilly country is in its own way kind of beautiful because we refuse to give those things up.
Yeah. That's what we got. I'm not even a fan of the country, but what I'm saying, and I can't think of a country I prefer more because but what I'm saying is, what America has is that we're cool. We have a cool, it's like that's the thing. If we're going to have a thing, it's that we have this cool thing, and that's part of it. What you said is a big part of it, and it makes me think of this great film I just saw. It just came out.
Oh, Standoff at Sparrow Creek?
That's it. Standoff.
I love that movie. That movie was fantastic.
Amazing movie. Shocking that it was allowed to come out. Just because it's not this far left thing.
Well, they did a takedown on that. The company that made that also did, I think, Dragged Across Concrete, which was a movie by the guy who
Zoller.
did Bone. Yeah, Zoller. Yeah, but it had Mel Gibson, and so that company that financed it is a right-wing film company, and they were recently sort of taken down. Yeah,
so they're kind of flipping the bird. I appreciate that they're flipping the bird. They can be right-wing. In a few years, maybe they'll become cliche and terrible at doing that, but they seem to be kicking ass right now. I like Dragged Across Concrete as well, although it was a little soft at the end, but it was the great build. I mean, the what do you call German nihilist guys were amazing.
The absolute nuts on these people to come out with a movie like this. Yeah. That's so well made, so well acted, so well written.
Beautifully written, beautifully acted. Yeah, shot.
And in the end, it's this big fuck you to the government.
Which appeals more to me. It's like, bottom line, it's like about the individual, you know.
Yeah. So who I follow on Twitter, I basically follow far left commies, or I follow literal neo-Nazis. That's kind of how my Twitter is split up. And sometimes I get a bit nervous about that. If people were to go and look at, you know, people who I follow, it's that kind of, again, panopticon Soviet Russia thing of, you know, 6 degrees of separation. It's like, well, this person just tweeted that Hitler was great. Like, why are you following that person? And
Right.
but I follow those two sides of things, and it is a bit of schizophrenic reading, but I've been trying to explain this to people in a way that makes sense. I don't think people are very receptive to this idea right now. But the reason why I do it, because I'm very kind of cagey about most of my political beliefs, except for coronavirus, which I don't know, I got a bug up my ass about that thing. But
It's overplayed.
exactly. But otherwise, I'm a little cagey about it, and the reason why is because, you know, when I have these two extremes, I'm able to find things on both sides that the other side misses. And so I can kind of synthesize it into a quote-unquote vision of reality that I think is more informed and interesting than the people who are just spouting off talking points. You know, and also, you know, there's something really interesting about people who are that extreme on either side.
I appreciate when someone's open about what their little agenda is, even if it's shitty. If they're amusing about it and they're open about what it is, and they're not trying to Jon Stewart one and be sneaky and say, "Oh no, I'm with you. I'm just burn it all down. I'm a court jester. I don't have a side. I'm
Right.
like an artist. I'm just I agree with the artists. Just attack everyone." And then he's this far left, you know, sneaky. He's just like took a shit, right, and got rich and then fucked off, which is so many artists do that too. You know, you see it in their work when they're hungry and good and they're like, I'm nonpartisan, I'm fucking an artist, and then they get some kind of success and then they dip out as a partisan rich person. Right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And look, man, it's like at the end of the day, you know, I follow some unsavory characters, and I would definitely have them on my show. I've told you that I want to have more right-wing people on my show because I'm interested in what they have to say. Because I feel like my logic is pretty unimpeachable. At the end of the day, if you're not willing to talk to people and understand them and maybe come to some kind of understanding with them, the only other option is to kill them. Right. When you follow popular leftist ideology, it always ends up, and they cloaked it in this kind of cute, it was encapsulated in this punch Nazis meme, but what they really mean deep down is kill them. Like end their lives. Shut them up. Murder them.
Get some gulags. Why not? Why not?
Get some gulags, throw them in it, and I'm sorry, man, but I'm against that. You have to engage.
Either way, the artist is going to the gulag and the camp. Well, either way, whoever wins, we're going to be shipped.
We're all going to jail. As Tim Dillon says, no matter who wins the election, we're all going to jail.
It's every good idea degrades once you put it into practice over time, right? And that's why style is so important, and that's why I'm such an art guy. Is why you know, it's the how and not the the what or the why. And that's the whole, you can break that down all the way to circumlocution through arriving at your idea, all your ideas laid out. So I'm talking about like Edgar Allan Poe sort of inventing modernism, not by himself, but the first thing of modernism, I'm just throwing this at the wall, is maybe like his philosophy of composition, saying you organize the whole story idea by idea by idea, and then condense them into language from that, where you know everything. And because he was revolting against transcendentalism, that said, like, they had this very lyrical, subjective thing, right? And so he's saying the opposite. He's saying this cold, almost mechanical thing, where you can make it this reverse engineered, and that's the beginning of what became like this very highly experimental modernism that got bastardized into theory and all this bullshit. I mean, that's a loose connection, but there's some thread there. 100 years later, we have, as we've discussed before, the camps where on one side experimental is this clinical, fugue, and on the other side you have like this like half literate simpleton stuff that's like telling about the day, someone's day or something, and then the two are fighting with each other, and then one is overly sincere and one is overly just like a powder puff of nonsense.
Keep going. That's interesting.
And yes, I mean, it's cropped up again recently. I feel like I was looking around, as I sometimes do against my better judgment, and it seemed like people were arguing this old argument about writing. You're not allowed to write with any circumlocution. You're not, you're supposed to just be plain as possible, or fighting with that it should be like this cold experiment of extremely syllable heavy, just long words that don't mean anything. Because I'm John Cage, I don't prefer either extreme. Same with, similar to politics, they become politics when you push it, when you make it a dogma. And so, but art is a little more open to playing with manifestos and dogmas. It's more fun, right? But these camps, I see, are making this old argument about if you're allowed to be languagey or not. Do we forget about the woke is the problem? Because I'll go back to. My problem being like Bukowski guys telling me I'm a faggot for writing like complex sentences. I'm okay with that. I miss those guys to some extent. One of them did that to me not long ago, and I was like, I miss this. Like this is so much better than woke. I mean, the guy wasn't woke. I'll tell you that. And thank God. And that's all I cared about. And I didn't even want to fire back. I was just like, because you're not saying woke shit to me, I'm not angry. And can we go back to this where it used to be the argument was usually it was people who write very simplistically insulting languagey people. They usually started. Now I see this as a pattern. Now languagey people, now in a bad way I'm saying languagey people who are theory-headed academic types who ruin the idea of tantalizing language, who spit in the face of it, who mock what I am trying to do, for instance, and part of the reason why no one cares about what I'm trying to do, and also my own lack. This old argument that's been around since before the Greeks were writing. Okay, this is I made a thing where I listed out all the different names they can call this argument about writing plain or writing complex. Right? There's a million names, a million different people have fought it out. You could list them endlessly, and every time someone brings it up as if it hasn't been discussed before. So I keep saying it. What I'm saying is, well, the point being that I'm Rick Moranis.
Right. You're Rick Moranis, yeah.
But,
so, you said some interesting stuff there, dude, and I'm curious as to, you mentioned what you're doing and why nobody cares. So my question would be, what are you doing, and why does nobody care?
Well, when you get between these tribes, a tribe is attractive, right? And it's
sure.
Here's another problem with everything: is sellable, and the way politics have become sellable syllables that we've had is that we've had less.
Get mad, dog. Get mad, dog. Get mad. It's fine. It's okay to get mad.
It's become as sellable as journalism and politics have all become. Bukowski figured this out, and Bukowski has some great stuff. I prefer when he was younger, more lyrical stuff. But he's a good example of. Oh no, I like Volman. Volman's a little more complex. I mean, he's a little languagey compared to some of these guys. But he does also have experience, and he's been through some intense shit with his sniper experience, right? And his friend was killed in front of him. But New York Quarterly crowd, right? It's just very simple, and there's some really good stuff done that way. That's my problem. Is I like both styles if they're done well, right? So, but what I'm saying, both tribes. But what I'm saying is, it's definitely a tribe where he's saying, I write from my balls. Don't be a pussy. Write all this abstract bullshit. I write about my day and the weird shit that's happened to me, and I'm. And you're a flighty girl if you, or not like that, but not necessarily that bad. But what I'm saying is they're like you're a professor of your own sphincter if you're writing about anything that isn't your life lived hard, right? The Hemingway, et cetera, right? And John Neal John Neal was saying that back when Poe was around, right? And so those guys never liked me, and the flower, my words are a bubble of gas and a flower of John Cage, Jackson McLough, Piffle, Language School, Abstraction, Gertrude Stein, Looping. Those guys don't like me either, right? So,
right. So you're basically saying that, like, on one side, people are saying that you're not ideologically pure enough, that you don't kind of use your language to advance certain causes, and then on the other side, people say that you use intense language, therefore you are gay.
Right. And, part of I've been doing this for 20 years, so it's mostly my fault, is what I'm saying, is that it's just lack of skill. But I'm sitting on a bunch of stuff that I'm going to put out, and I'm just going to, this whole
keep going,
everything's
you got this, dog. You got
this weird enforced debate. I wasn't going to cry. It's this weird enforced.
You can cry again. This is a safe space.
Boo-hoo! But
yeah, you don't have to be ironic about it, man. It's fine. If this is some shit that really bothers you, man, I respect it.
If I believed in psychology, I would cry.
Okay.
There's this great line I saw. Now, who did this? Now, I got to quote the person right. Hostage Killer is one of the Zeitgeist's really great tweeters, right?
Okay.
The tweeters of lines, great lines, and he said, therapy sounds like something a girl does to another girl. And what a great line. Very true, very true. But,
right.
But if I could weep, I would, though. But and I'm thinking also
the JDO show is pro weeping, dude. I'm pro weeping. Man. I get frustrated, dude. I get frustrated almost every day.
My tears are of a constant quality.
I've been doing
Beckett into
Sure, yeah. I mean, I've been getting to a point where I get so fucking frustrated with the internet and Twitter and stuff. I have to turn it off because I get so goddamn mad. And there are people who come out of the woodwork as soon as I speak in hyperbole to be like, well, actually, there's a few people who are doing. Those people suck. I hate those people because that's not what I mean. That's not
literal, right? You got to speak to the autistic people. It's not literal.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. I have to speak to the autistic people. I don't mean literally that nobody's doing this. I mean, for all intents and purposes, nobody's doing this. Nobody's really writing. You look at somebody like Welbeck, who's one of my heroes, and I want to see more of that. I want to see more people writing this very kind of pure, ugly, interesting writing. Yeah. Blake Butler's new book was great, man. Alice Knott was fantastic. I want more of that shit. I don't want more of, your fucking YA novel. So many people who I love and respect are doing YA novels right now.
Really?
And it's killing my fucking soul. And I get it. It's none of my business. Do what you gotta do. Make the money. Sell a bunch of copies. Whatever. But so many talented people are doing this bullshit. It's upsetting.
Yeah. I think this is all some sort of inherited post-traumatic stress disorder from everybody's grandparents having gone to World War II. And I'm getting a little Lynch here, but something about World War II and the atom bomb, and I'm not saying it's just it's so bad that we had these big weapons and stuff, this mass murder. I'm not even saying that. I'm a Celine fan enough not even to say that. But what I'm saying though is that I think it just changed the makeup of the world when you invent slaughter of that grand of a capacity. I think it's some inherited schizophrenic post-traumatic twitch that's gone through the generations and has turned one generation into fucking in the street and hippy-dippy everything is a smeared flower psychedelic, which had its upsides. That had its upsides because cinema hadn't been vulgarized enough at that point. And the boomers did that. And that's their great accomplishment, that cinema became dirty. And I appreciate that. But then millennials... So then Gen X, and they're the greatest. They're my favorite. Because we're in full revolt against, and we could say carrying down this post-traumatic thing, but becoming numb and nihilistic and indifferent and Bret Easton Ellis, right? And so, but then we get to the worst. Skipped a gen. It's what they say, like disease skips a generation, right? And then so worse than the boomers, worse than them at their worst, the millennials, of which I am a member. Yes, I'm an older one, but I am one technically. I pray that I feel like I've talked to enough Gen X people that I have an honorary. I mean, like
you're a cusp, dude. You're a cusp Gen X millennial.
I want to be, I want to be expatriated into their generation, and this all generational stuff is silly, but it's just a way to categorize, And so what I'm saying though is that this theory is that this disease of weird mental floppiness has come down into the millennials, and there's no upside at all. And there's no, at least millennials, well, we did one thing, all right? We did one thing, and we revolutionized mass shooting. You're welcome, right? That's our great accomplishment. Now, that's, I don't know if you, it's pretty dark.
Not only do we revolutionize, so here's how it becomes millennial, right? Because we didn't just revolutionize mass shootings, we revolutionized mass shootings and then created the technology to bring a victim from a mass shooting, the Parkland shooting.
I saw this.
We brought that dude back using AI to do an anti-gun, pro-Biden PSA.
Jesus Christ. And the parents are looking at it. I mean, can you imagine?
By far the most dark,
can you imagine?
Sinister thing that I've ever seen in my life. I mean, that was horrifying.
Dick. I mean, it's
and he kind of sounds like Aaron Paul in the video from Breaking Bad. Like you think that he's gonna do like an Eminem thing. You think he's about to start rapping because he's speaking so aggressively and
very absurd. Very absurd.
In that silly slam poetry type way. He's kind of talking to you. And may he rest in peace. No shade against that guy. He's dead. He didn't have any say in this shit. But to the people who made that monstrosity capable, I hope you get hit by a bus.
It's kind of weird to say.
Well, they're grieving, man. Like the parents are grieving. The parents, when you take people who are that shell shocked, right? Because that shell shock doesn't go away. Like those poor people are going to be dealing, like they're going to be wandering around in a fugue state, like in a war movie when a bomb goes off and there's just ringing in your ears and you're sort of like a zombie walking around. Those fucking poor people who have nothing but my sympathy are going to be in that for probably the rest of their lives. Because you don't come back from that. But the people who manipulated them and convinced them that this was a good idea and convince them to give it their blessing, should be shot in the neck.
It's almost like remember when they had was it Fred Astaire dancing with that vacuum in the late?
Not familiar.
Well, when I was young, there was a commercial where Fred Astaire is cut out of a movie and he's dancing with a vacuum cleaner to sell it.
Right.
And that's the first time that had been. I think they did it with Yul Brynner too. Before that. That was the first time, but that was the first time it looked very well. It looked very real, like he was really dancing.
And
with
then the Tupac hologram was the next step.
That's the next progression. And then I had an idea. I'm writing a thing, and we could have it where the jackass of the future is they just aim their phone at some guy walking down the street's head, and it shows all his tragedy, and they just laugh at. It can make his dead loved ones appear before him and psychologically destroy him, and it's like hilarious. It's like punked, right? And that's probably been done before, actually. But
that's a really good idea. I haven't seen it before. I feel like that's appropriately dystopian.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for that. I mean, I'm just going to make it like a one-off thing, but someone could play with that if it hasn't been done. So many. It's hard to tell. The more I read in my retirement here, the more I read, the more I realize that nothing is new under the sun, etc. But also that style. That's why style is so important.
Hey,
hello, sir.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Nice to finally talk to you.
Yes, indeed.
So I guess you had a pretty eventful evening, being and doing that reading and stuff.
Cobra Commander, they let him read from jail.
It's good to get those canceled voices in and speaking out to the masses.
And he had a high voice that was fashioned after William F. Buckley's, which I didn't know.
Oh, really?
But, yeah, that's pretty funny. He's pretty sinister, so I could see that. It's just a little higher. A little higher than that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. I know this guy's voice. Yeah. No, I remember this, yeah.
And then Buckley was, very snide, super waspy, mid-right. He sort of started a lot of the neocon things, as I understand. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
I've done my research into the right because of my play, so I know some basic stuff, but I'm very apolitical. That direction is what we have to do to get away from the new censors, who are mostly left now.
You're saying we have to get away from the Cobra side, or we have to go lean further into it?
Yeah, I guess we have to lean into it regardless, just because what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? Because the right seem to have taken up the anti-censorship. They were the censors. Yeah. They were the censors. When I was young, the right were censors.
Yeah.
And not so since the teens, the 2000 teens, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
What we have is the resurgence of PC culture with a vengeance. Like the temperance unions came back fully armed and hijacked the culture. Now, this is a line of thought also that maybe some right-type people have glommed onto and confused the issue, perhaps. I don't know. It goes over my head. I think some of them are sincere and some maybe aren't. Whoever the main force against censorship is, I salute them from a distance.
Yeah, it just sucks that so many of them are like literal or next to literal Nazis.
Well, if they go that far, I think to one degree we're told that that's an epidemic, and it's not. It does exist. It certainly exists.
Yeah.
Like racist limericks? Well, people go on message boards. I believe it's like a bathroom wall. You got to write all kinds of weird racist shit. I don't know if they have ideology behind that, right? It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's trolling. It's pretty funny. It's amusing.
Yeah. I mean, I do a lot of my writing online. I do a lot of my writing in Telegram Messenger, which Telegram has become a hub for, like a hideout almost for the far right and ISIS and stuff like that.
That's funny.
And so, it's happening on that same forum that I'm, literally writing into, so it's a little more structured or less, chaotic than a bathroom wall, I guess, in that sense. It's like a channel that people are following and things like that, but
Well, these
I don't know.
Ride either side of whatever's popular. It's a fashion, right? But,
yeah.
I would be willing to bet that a fair number of people saying Nazi-ish ideologies have, maybe a fair number, I'm going to venture to say that a portion of them maybe have been driven there by the highly sensitive culture and the demonizing culture that we're in on the left, and been driven into it in a way, where it's like if you accuse me of a crime, on the other side of it, where you say, the problem with the police, right? If you keep accusing me, pulling me over every time I breathe, I'm just going to become a fucking criminal, right? Like that, right? That whole thing, right? That pathology, it becomes a pathology if you say it enough. It's like Kafka, right? Perhaps that's a percentage of it, or just rebellious, I would implore those people to turn to art, the cult of art instead. Drop their gods, drop their false prophets, and turn to the real sick cult of art, the self-destruction and the evil art of art.
Yeah, I was talking to Matt Forney last podcast, and he was talking about how he had a past with these alt-right figures, and it kind of lingers with him. And he was saying, he really came onto this angle of saying how he's good at changing people's ideologies from this kind of far-right idol worship. And, he was just talking about how stupid that all is and everything. And it's funny because he gets so much heat for Terror House and what he does when, he might be with his press, I don't know, at some middle position that can swing people away from that onto more of an artistic bent of it.
I think he could. He was great with me. When I spoke with him, he had the balls to put a piece out that no one else would have mine. It's not our fault, goddammit. We follow the underside of culture, and we're driven to wherever it takes us and this is what happens, and then I don't know what I'm saying. so
yeah, that's how I feel every episode.
They're just real pure about God, nation, and family, I think, and they troll with sort of funny race humor. As I was saying, PaleoCon is one level. The next level is maybe constitutionalist. The next level is maybe militia. The next level is getting into your 80s style neo-Nazi, perhaps, if that's still a thing, which I guess it is.
Yeah, I think it is. Like, I think there's some sort of resurgence of it. I don't know.
To some extent, but I think it's a little over-promoted.
Oh, yeah. You know, they'll push people into that category when really it's so much more diluted and spread out and just mixed up in that. Like, I don't know if the actual Nazis seem like a fairly small minority at this point. However, I would say just from some of the places I've been and things I've seen, I don't know how much of it is irony, but there's definitely like anti-Semitism and racism and Holocaust denial and various things like
old school. That's the old school hatred, right? That's been around. Yeah. That's never going away.
Yeah, it just doesn't go away. It's easy to fall into conspiracies, I guess, you know, and I think all conspiracies seem to lead to anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Classic. Yeah, it's a good, you know, it's I guess, you know, smart people are infuriating. I guess maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
I was in love with a real smart girl. She wasn't Jewish. She was Polish, but did the most damage to me.
Funny because like a lot of the racism is just like minority hating. They think that these people are too stupid or whatever, whereas like anti-Semitism is like these people are too smart, like they are controlling the world and they're just too intelligent.
Tricky.
Yeah.
I'm one of these misanthropists, so if you say the worst thing about whoever, it probably has some truth. Whoever the fuck it is, but why focus on one group? You know,
right.
Why exclude your own group? You know?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the arguments that gets made against, like, in defense of maybe, like, Celine, you know, is like...
Celine, yeah.
A literal Nazi, I guess.
Wrote direct propaganda for the cause during the actual, you know...
Yeah. But the argument is, like, he had equal hatred for everybody.
One of the most hate-filled people alive. That's why his art survives. The art, I mean, not the, you know. And plus, you know, if you look closer at Celine, right? Yeah. He was in love with a Jewish girl. He loved loved a pretty smart Jewish girl who got the better of him. Haha. And next thing you know, you're writing propaganda for the Nazis. What do you got to do?
That wasn't like his wife, was it? That was like someone or his wife?
This is something I read. No, I don't have a source. I read this a long time ago, and it just made sense to me that when he was younger, there was some brief affair, intense brief love thing with one of these cool hip Jewish girls of that era. Probably got the better of him just because she was so hot and cool.
I didn't know this.
That's a thing that goes beyond all race. The hot cool chick is always going to be there to get your ass.
Humiliate you.
And it's part of growing up. It's just part of growing up.
You know? Yeah. So, like, how long have you been, like, involved with, I don't know what you want to call it. Like, I don't want to call it the literary scene because it's kind of a shifting thing. I don't necessarily want to call it alt-lit because that's kind of a narrow title, but it seems like, have you, like, been around in this for quite a while?
I've been at the bottom of it, sort of excluded, but there, right, since 2003 I've been publishing when I was 20. So,
what do you mean the bottom of it?
Well, I'm not
excluded?
Really... I'm not really, I know one or two people. I talk to about 5 people sometimes. You know, I'm not, I never was, the alt-lit scene I wasn't really one of them. I was never I was never part of a thing, you know. That goes with my style, though. It's very misanthropic, so it doesn't really fit into people's things per se. I mean, it has a lot of influences for sure. It just doesn't have a communal.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a part of it, and that's what I see happening again sort of today is sort of like a communal aspect, like a gathering into cliques and factions and stuff like that. People knowing each other and talking to each other. But I mean, it seems like you're pretty well known or liked right now.
Yeah, you know, It could be worse. It could be worse. It's probably because I've been around for a while. I have seen my book sales, which would give you a good counter argument.
Okay. Yeah.
It's pretty bad, but it's bad for all poetry. So, but even by those standards,
what keeps you going through it all?
Hatred.
Straight up hatred.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, dude! Like I love that, man. Like I did these interviews for a while, and I asked, like, it was a written interview. It was like 5 questions, or I can't remember. But I asked, someone had written something about hatred or spite or something like that. And I was just like, one of the questions I asked was like, why? Can you talk about like how you use hatred in your writing? And the person's like, why are you asking me that question? Like, what gives you the right to ask me that question? Like, why do you think what can we talk about my writing? It's like, well, I'm trying to. Like, I find this an interesting concept. Like, I'm sorry.
They haven't read their William Gass, and they haven't read their fucking Celine,
Yeah. It's like, I want to know more about that. Like, sorry if that's somehow, like, a swear word, but, like, I think hatred is...
Well, it's been co-opted. You say hatred now, they mean, oh, you hate, different races. No, it's not an ideology. This word ideology has taken over everything. It's a practice. It's a fucking practice, And my hatred comes from many personal tete-a-tetes over the years. It doesn't come from some group, It comes from everybody,
Yeah, you got tete-a-tete. What do you mean?
Just my interactions with, over time, with a number of anybody, I've gotten shit from, it doesn't discriminate, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Most people, right, I'd say a large percentage of people is just indifferent, you don't hate or love, but then the small percentage that you really fucking hate, and enough of that, once you age, especially when you age, that gets bigger, and the love percentage gets fucking smaller.
I'm feeling a little bit neutered in that regard. Like, I don't know if it's age, time, connection with other people, or what.
Not everybody has to be an ascetic art monk maniac. If you have a family, maybe it's not the best route.
Because being in a family crunches your time, gets you exhausted with other people close to you. But I like hearing about people who maintain the hate.
Yeah, that it comes out in your work. It needs to be a type of hate that if it didn't come out in your work, then by God, it would come out. You'd be a sick individual. I've avoided harming others by doing the work. The work is your shooting range. You avoid snapping, because I'm always right there with people. Once provoked, I'm very reasonable. But once provoked, I'm not nice. Because I'm very meek in person. I'm very nice.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, I was wondering if you were, because I kind of am too, I think. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now, is this kind of crux where I'm mixing a little bit of the person with the persona, and I'm kind of oil and water it right now or something, to where it's like, how can I justify this persona that is kind of like this bitter internal voice with this like meek kind of external self?
Yeah, ideally they complement one another, relieve one another. It is a hard balance, and it requires discipline. It took me a while. I was a very angry person in his 20s. You have all that extra hormone, underdeveloped brain thing going on.
Yeah,
I avoid,
like out in the real world. You were like this. Out in the real world, you were angry, and were you like having like, would you like get in fights with people?
I have. I was younger than 20s, though, at that point. I managed to avoid it in my 20s. I was calming slightly. I was fucking a lot in my 20s, so that's how I avoided it. When I was younger, I grew up in a sort of in the Detroit, in a little rougher. There's levels of ghetto, but it wasn't nice, so I was beaten a lot. It was fun, but that's part of it. Puts you in a violent mindset. And then, when I was in 8th grade, I beat someone who was provoking me, not randomly. I was beaten randomly. I wasn't provoking anybody when I was beaten.
Oh yeah?
I was going down the street, stuff like that, and then I was hit with like a brick one time, and I was knocked off my bike until I pissed my pants. They keep hitting your head in the concrete. That's like a gang thing. But then Probably why I'm all fucked up now. But, when I was in 8th grade, someone was provoking me, and I got to feel the other side of it. I bloodied up his face a bit. It was a nice little moment I had. And so I know what it's like to some extent. Writers aren't we're not fighters. We get a taste, at most. That kind of hatred where it's in action on that level, those people are usually very physical. They're not dwelling on things, and they're not worried about this. And they're probably happy people, right? But they're beating the shit out of people who are, it's like fighters. It's funny too, all this stuff going on now. I had the gang experience when I was young, and then when I was a little older, I was pulled over so many fucking times after 9/11, because when I was young, the Patriot Act got instated. I was fucked with by the police so many fucking times for nothing.
Yeah?
For nothing.
Well, how did the Patriot Act play into that?
Well, right after 9/11, and right when we did the Iraq stuff, again, the politics, I was paying very little attention to this stuff even back then, and I have a hazy, this is my idea of it anyway, my impression is that the militarization of the police was hitting a high point at that era right after 9/11, and it had been building over the course of a lot of militia stuff in the 90s was building it. You got your Waco, you got your, Tim McVeigh, and then there's a lot of conspiracy thoughts about all that. Cops I encountered were pretty militarized, and I don't think they cared about if you did something wrong or not. They would find something wrong. And
they weren't like busting up to your house though, right? They were like pulling you over on the street or something.
Oh yeah, I wasn't being hunted, but
they weren't like watching your internet traffic or seeing like what you were checking out at the library and coming after you.
For all I know, perhaps, I don't know. But
okay,
when I was arrested, and they told me the FBI was looking into me. I think they were just I think they were trolling me. They said a lot of really insane things to me when I was in jail. They asked me who I went to prom with. It was really weird.
What?
I think it was psychological torture, perhaps, or just not torture, but confuse,
like
just to deflate me or something. Because when I was in the cell, right, I was 19. I had 19 years of prison movies in my head. Okay. And so, and prison's not really like, this is county jail, so it's not like that at all, right? But so anyway, I'm in there, and I just went and sat down in this sort of like lotus position, and I was just ready to die, and just to kill whoever came at me. And I wasn't moving or speaking or blinking, basically. And I was just waiting to be attacked. But I wasn't going to, I was just going to mind my own business and just be still.
Were you in a cell with other people or just yourself?
Yeah, about 10 people. Mostly just drunks.
Yeah.
Then they said what I was in for, and everybody kind of got a little nervous of me. And then, because I didn't.
What were you in for?
Well, I didn't do anything, but what happened was I was pulled over for a headlight. They did the thing where they just, I was, and by the way, when I'm approached by a cop, I'm super nice. And that's what you got to be, or they'll kill you. This time, and I've been pulled over a lot already at this point, so it just happened for a yellow light. I don't speed, it was never anything really. They rolled up on me in the dark without putting their lights up, and I reacted like I was being jumped. And that was bad. I didn't do anything, again, but I just spun around like I was ready to defend myself. Yeah. And I got them worked up. You see, and then I was like, whoa, I didn't. Then I was like, nice, and then they found what I understood to be illegal. I think I'm at a disadvantage if I'm jumped because I don't train physically.
Sure.
But when I was 19, I was pumping iron a bit, but I wasn't trained for sure. I was.
Oh, like what? Like you had a weapon or something?
I had a riot baton. It's a collapsible thing. It's like a $20 little thing. Okay, and you hit someone. Yeah. By the way, this thing, to my understanding, it was not illegal to have it. But they'll arrest you for anything. A spring-loaded thing. You whip it out, you hit someone on the head with it, and instead of breaking their skull, what it does is cause a series of vibrations that sort of stuns them so you can get the hell away from them. So it's a very kind weapon, actually. And Burroughs had one.
Okay.
It's a very not lethal weapon, okay? They charged me like I had a gun, by the way, and like I had a concealed gun for this harmless weapon, and it destroyed it took all my money, it destroyed my whole savings, it destroyed a lot of my life, okay? And that was fun. But they had to look like they were doing something, so they charged me with disturbing the peace. From a felony gun charge for a tiny thing. to disturb them because they realized it's insane, and and they stole the thing too. So they have my spring-loaded fucking thing from 20 years ago. It's
that's too bad.
Yeah. So anyway, that's all that. That's my whole rundown of that shit. So I have it from both sides of the current coin, and I don't like either side. I'm not a fan of groups of people fighting. You know, these people at war right now, and all this pandemic bullshit.
You're talking about like the protests, riots, whatever on the streets right now?
Which side is more despicable? Everyone in literature has to love the protests. Though, I'm sorry. Well, excuse me.
I know, everybody has to love the protesters. You see the protesters on the street throwing stuff at the cops and yelling and you know, whatever. But, like, the cops are reacting and then overreacting, and it's like, man, if I was a cop, I'd be like so pissed. I'd be so pissed.
They're kind of getting it's kind of funny. You know, they're kind of getting it. What are they going to do if they have to defend themselves? They're scared to shoot anybody.
If the cops did just start shooting people,
they should shoot me first. By the way, I want to sign up to be shot first. I don't need to protest. They could just come to my house and shoot me.
Just keep writing, and eventually maybe it'll get to that point.
Oh, yeah, if I get any attention for once, which won't happen.
I guess you just kind of stay in the middle, just keep pissing off both sides.
When someone doesn't have a side in these politics, you know, they say you're a centrist, but I don't see the art ticket that I'm on as above a societal. Art is below society. It's the worm on society. It's not really in the middle. It's not saying it's above it. It is below it. You see what I'm saying? And
yeah, I think so.
It's parasitical by nature. It doesn't exist on the level that it can without society to spur it into action. Although it does exist on one's own, individually, without society, it still is there. What I'm saying is in the form of books and stuff, it requires circulation, which requires a society, etc., right? But
yeah, and inspiration.
Right. Other writers, right? Yeah, for sure. So it's what it would be at its purest form, I guess, is visions and your medicine men and your cave writings, right? And in your so it always exists. You would be gathering animal bones and putting them into unique formations, perhaps.
Yeah.
So it exists innately.
Right.
It's an innate thing. But as we're all in this highly weak societal, this sensitive, uber-opinionated delicacy of a grouping that we're trapped in as artists below, trapped on the barnacles of it.
Yeah. I've never really thought of it in that way before.
I'm not sitting here cherry picking. Like, I'm not saying, I like these things on the right, I like these things on the left.
Yeah.
Both of these things I'm excluded from. I can comment on them just as I see them, or you know what I'm saying. But they don't concern me because I'm not a member of society. I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah, dude. That's exactly right. Like that's how I feel too. Is like I'm not included in this. I'm just sort of like attached to it.
Yeah, and it's fine. It's fine. We shouldn't have pride in it, nor should we have shame. It's just what it is.
Right. It's not any really different from how it's been in the past. I mean, writers have always had to interact with other writers, audiences, publishers, and publications, and all this kind of stuff. But it's so, like, many different voices.
But my glorious...
At the same time.
Oh, yeah. My glorious 90s, though, there was mainstream crossover with art. Now, this is my thing here. Now, I know it's insufferable, but bear with me. In the 90s, when I was young, there was mainstream crossover with pure art and the mainstream culture. It did happen. It finally happened. And it rarely...
What are you talking about? Like, what? Like Nirvana or something?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I like them. I mean, imagine a song called Rape Me being on the radio today, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, yeah. Like, it's kind of crazy that band is just, like, so...
I mean, he's brilliant. You know, I'm not ashamed
of popular culture.
I'm not ashamed of I understand that it's nostalgia, but it was a better mainstream crossover moment, certainly compared to now. Now, the good stuff exists now, but it's more niche. You have to find it. It was a very different time, and it was a crossover, a rare cross. You see it in movies in the 70s. You see it in movies again in the 90s. and then you see it in all over, especially children's TV in the 90s was absurdist, brilliant, fucking amazing. Ren and Stimpy. I mean, my God, the most perverse thing that holds up.
People hate Ren and Stimpy and stuff right now, though. People are coming in on Nickelodeon right now talking about all, like, how those creators are pedophiles and stuff like that.
I know. God bless him. that guy, John K. Yeah. Wow, really? Did you watch the show for 10 seconds? Yeah, of course he wants to fuck a teenager.
Yeah.
I mean,
but that's what I grew up on, too. Like, that's, like, what my dad was, like, trying to show me, like, this is a cool cartoon kind of a thing. So, like, Ren and Stimpy, Rocko's Modern Life.
Oh, man. Gen X. The holy Gen X. The holy Gen X. My God. I insist. It was wonderful. I was very young. But I remember.
See, I think, like, right now feels like a weird time to me, and I don't know if I'm just being naive, but, like, it does feel like the mainstream is, like, really being forced into existence, kind of. And, like, they're doing a good job at trying to, like, reinstate themselves, but it does feel like it has shaken a little bit, but, like, they're trying to, like, reconstrue themselves out of the fog, because you had all of, like, the internet happen, where now you had internet, YouTube, and various streaming services, and then, but, like, more so maybe with music, with, like, the very, like, Bandcamp and all, and once again, YouTube and things like that. You can find all sorts of music someone links to you or whatnot. And TV with, like, torrenting and stuff, you could watch all these different shows that were locked off on the networks or the better networks. And then with writing too, you had blogs, and then you have these small presses now, and you've got still, like, the mainstream kind of, like, just, like, pushing through and trying to remain relevant. But you see not so much, I don't think, in literature right now. I think literature is one of those places where the independent voice is still pretty strong, though maybe not well known, it doesn't spread too far, but the vein that it is still, like, I feel like it's getting stronger. But with, like, TV and stuff like that, you see these big houses of, like, Comcast or AT&T or whatever, trying to now, like, make themselves, like, and even with, like, Spotify and stuff, they're forming themselves out of this, like, fog where everything kind of broke down for a second. I don't know how literature is going to do that. I don't know how the big houses like Penguin Random House or anything is going to break through entirely and knock everything else off. But
they're all woke. But
they're always trying.
They've gone woke. But there used to be a mysticism to the search for an item. You used to drive counties over to find a movie in a video store somewhere. But now the good side of the way things are now is you can find anything pretty quick. And I do appreciate that. There are good sides. And yeah, I see, art tries to come into the mainstream here and there. Sometimes there's crossover. There's always crossover in every era. In the 90s, there was more crossover than ever. Probably ever. Yeah. Maybe ever. But all at once. But, maybe that had some bad effects. I don't know. But it happened, and it was pretty awesome to be young.
No, I guess you're right. Like, right now is not so much a crossover as more of like a kind of a battle where I feel like independence was kind of, I don't know if I would go so far as to say winning, but thriving.
It was a big thing, being independent back then. It was like being an individual and being independent was very Gen X. Very Gen X.
Yeah, but even now I think that still exists, but I think the mainstream is not wanting anything to do with it.
I mean, what is it now? It's just like the most sanitized it's ever been. It's woke city. I'm waiting for the first woke genius artist. It's a fucking religion. Now, there's a lot of artists who are woke now. There's a lot. Most of them, in fact. But I'm waiting for the first genius to emerge, undeniably woke. And my comparison would be the Catholic artists of, say, the 1200s, the Goliards, the religious, ascetic, genius writers of that time, because that was the new Christianity is newer back then, right? So it's somewhat new. It's emerging as an art form, capturing God's beauty, and they're good at it. They're formally impressive. So where are the woke Goliards? Where are the woke? I guess not Goliards because they went against the church, but I'm saying, where are your woke Thomas Aquinas? But I'm too old to appreciate it fully.
You know, this whole strike that happened that I've talked about almost every episode, I guess, where these publishers came after Expat, Terror House, New Pop, and whatever, you know, that whole thing.
Yeah, they canceled a fucking anthology I was going to be in.
They did.
I think it was part of that.
What? Were you part of, like, what, the James Moloch book or something?
Yeah, that was part of that, right? Yeah.
I was going to talk about that. I was going to say something about that a while ago, but I missed it. But that feels like kind of going back to these mainstream woke commercial.
They censored me again. They got me again. Good job. It's happened before. It'll happen again.
It's like a direct push to get the independent thinkers or the outsider thinkers out. You know, that was like such a direct using an opportunity where something bad happened to come after, like, to kind of throw some more people into the area of damage, you know, and just push that further away. And I think that's probably going to keep happening, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're going to find whoever they're going to call is these people who even right now are just probably being promoted and risen up, and
it's corporate backed, and so that's they're hoist on their own retard. Here they got me again.
It was like, that was one of those moments when, I mean, James had done really well and is doing really well in this independent scene, and he goes and hits for kind of a higher level, I guess, you know, relatively speaking, and it's like, we're just kind of just cut off, just like, no. And like that whole vein of that higher group of, you know, bigger publisher, or these people who offer advances and everything, it's like, you know, you're still just a local boy, you know, you're still...
Why do we know who the president is as writers? It's not our business about the fucking president.
This seems to go back to what you were talking about with, like, writing or art being underneath things rather than on top of things. Like, people are trying to use art as, like, this thing that they can put together as, like, a voices against the current times, or, you know, voices against fascism, or whatever.
Spare me your
like,
what consensus about the latest fashions in politics. They go in a circle every 20 years.
Good.
It's like a fucking fine wine to me. When I get censored, I've been censored in school.
Yeah.
In Detroit, the only place you could go and not get killed every day, it was a Catholic school, right? They would, this nun tore my work up and threw it in my fucking face. Now, calling me a Nazi rapist or whatever the fuck is not I don't know.
It's the same thing. That's what I was saying before. It's the same thing. Nazis are demons. Fascists are demons. Like, hateful, negative, vitriolic, etc. That doesn't, like, make somebody a Nazi or a fascist or anything. I mean, I don't know. It's just an expression. Like, that's art is in a separate category.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're enabling something or willing something into existence, I don't think. I don't know.
It won't matter.
People seem to...
They can remove the context and you're guilty as soon as the context is removed. Now, that's an old artist trick. It's funny.
Crazy term. You know, that is the demons of this day. But they're right now, I guess, whatever. Unless you're dealing with actual nuns and stuff like that. They don't... They see something vitriolic written and they embrace it. They publish it because it kind of, like, goes with their narrative of enabling free speech or anti-political correctness or white power or male strength or something like that.
Leave it to the fucking politically correct to make nuns seem cool. You know, the ones who are real into it and posting about it all the time.
Yeah.
You know,
I remember seeing like a shift happen, and this might be just a little myopic, but I remember seeing a shift happen when I was writing about doing drugs or something like that, and maybe sex or something, like on kind of just like internet, social media and stuff. And I remember just seeing kind of like a new wave of people that I just maybe wasn't aware of, who were just like, weed's stupid. Like, weed is ugly. Like, clean lifestyle or sex is, you know, like this kind of thing just kind of started rising up.
That's straight edge.
I started thinking like
straight edge, right?
Yeah,
that was the beginning of the fucking end. That was the millennial downfall, right? That was how it began, I think.
Yeah, it was kind of like, oh, I guess I'm not really going to fit in very well with this current movement, or maybe the next one. I don't know where this lines up, but I might be kind of on the outside of this.
Yeah.
And it was like that has only really turned into, I guess, maybe like what you would say with wokeness or something, like, to where I don't know if it's gonna. I guess, like, yeah, we could probably expect a swing, but sometimes I get so bogged down thinking like, oh, is this just like where the world is going, and is it going to be this way forever?
Yeah, well, it's gray.
But yeah,
it's gray, and it's a buzzword to say woke, but it's just a nice mean word for me. These internet terms are they're all kind of like Heathers, that movie Heathers, where they had better terms for the same things in that movie. The guy that wrote Heathers kind of figured everything out. He did Demolition Man.
I haven't seen Heathers, so I can't really comment on this aspect of it.
Well, they say like gag me with a spoon, instead of cringe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like stuff like that, like hot girl language. It's basically the whole internet is hot girl language.
Yeah, I find this kind of thing happening too, where like situations just repeat themselves anyways. Like, you feel like you're on the cutting edge, you're kind of doing this new thing, and you go further into it, you delve into it, and it's like, oh, somebody has done that just like a little bit ago. And it's like, okay, well, is there a point to doing it still? Yeah, I guess, like, time goes on.
Well, it's always, forever, right? Forever. It'll just take on a new topographical, cosmetic face. It's the same thing. It's different terms, but the way terms will be updated is the same way politics will switch around willy-nilly. I'm in the Whig party.
The Whigs and the Tories, right? That's like a British thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm a John Davidson materialist. I believe that atoms are God, and that they will tear us apart, and they're all screaming in pain all the time. It's the sort
Sounds like a plan to me. Well...
Well, I was looking at some John Milius stuff, so we could plug in Thulsa Doom and Conan. We'll get Conan in.
In what, our political theory, or what? Where are we talking about at this point?
Let's look at. The whole thing of Milius's Conan is the Nietzschean, the Nietzschean overman, right? So it's that pain will serve you well and make you strong, right? So sounds good to me. That's very art. But with art, it's like if you get too much pain, you might not. It might jump you out of some trauma, but not enough so you can function.
I think that it's a good thing they didn't pound your head with too many more bricks when you were being beaten by that gang. Yeah, well, you got hit by just the right amount.
Right. Actually, I applaud them. Because it was the perfect amount. They didn't keep going like where I needed to relearn how to walk or anything. Yeah. But they did it enough to make an impression for sure. And I do feel it was very beneficial. Yeah, there was an impression of a lot of in rocks. There was a lot of stonings back then. It was very biblical. I don't know why. They threw stones a lot.
Well, they're doing it again now. It'd be a cool episode.
Yeah,
explains it.
I do go on.
Too much about that.
I do go on, but I'm the anti-censorship guy.
Like the audience, the public, just the mass, the society at large should have the common sense or the critical thinking abilities to take anything published or put out there and deduce for themselves from that.
Let us say what we like, please.
Hell yeah.
10.
Well, were there any other white kids around, or were you the only one?
For a while, when I was very 7, 8, there were a few whites. They white flighted pretty quickly when things got a little, like 9, 10. It was like less. They were getting robbed, and my one buddy, his house got they were in the house, and I think that freaked them out a lot, and that took a lot of their shit,
I see. So basically, the outside was no good.
Yeah, they got our cars. They never came in our house, but they got our cars and some bikes. They took my bike when I got beat the last time really bad.
And so, were your parents? Were they concerned for you?
Well, after the they weren't negligent. They were sort of in that boomer way, laissez-faire, but they weren't helicoptery as well. Yeah. They were nice though. They were perhaps too nice. In allowing me to retire, et cetera, in the millennial sense. But they were never slappy or spanky. But They were concerned. I mean, definitely after the big one. I wasn't very talky about it. I was very like, you would feel like you were snitching if you know. I didn't want to snitch. This is a big thing. This is coming back to me. You didn't want to snitch on anybody, no matter what they did to you, right? So,
yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So the big beating. So I was able to get up after a while, and someone else called the police, and that pissed me off. And then that got me marked by this group, a gang, or I don't know what they were. These older kids that did the beating. Mm-hmm. In this area, my friend lived in this area. A black friend of mine. So this is later on, and the white friend said gone. So it was by his house. So I went to his house. Then all these the police came because whoever the house. I was beat against someone's backyard fence, and my head was hitting and it was like I basically was punched into their backyard through the fence partially, and so I had to extract myself from their fence, and then but yeah, I mean, it wasn't that hard, but I'm saying though that I think they called the police.
I see.
If I saw it out the windows. And
right.
And so the police came and they asked me these stupid questions. It was pointless. But then I would go over to his house in the subsequent weeks, and I would have be filled with dread because he'd want to go outside and shit. And so I would always try to barter to play video games or something. And but then this, I don't know, it was someone, a group associated. It wasn't the guy. I think I would have remembered him, but specifically. But they would sort of start haunting they would see me and they would start haunting like I'm a snitch, right? And it would be like they would point at me, you know what I mean? Like stand there and point, stuff like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sort of become like hellish. Like it's your day is coming, but
Yeah.
Lynch, in the Far East, when a man is sentenced to death, right? This kind of thing.
Yeah.
He never knows when it's right. And so, so this type of behavior, they were just sort of there, and nothing came of it. But I just stopped going out. Like I just got away from it. But that was, I guess, thing. So that's why they weren't, it wasn't a big deal with the parents necessarily.
I see. And so you retreat into the house, and movies become a big part of your life.
Yes.
And at first it's Tarantino, but what else?
Well, from Tarantino, he's such a great way to branch out, right? Because if you look, and back then it's a big thing where you look at, he would have these lists, right? And so he's like Rio Bravo, Taxi Driver was his favorite, right? This thing, and Blowout, and so De Palma, Scorsese, boom, you keep it going, and then it was like Kevin Smith was coming before he was terrible, Clerks really had a feel to it, it was really great. I think it holds up. I think it's the only one of his that holds up the best. But
I like Mallrats.
Well, of course, right. Mallrats was a big deal. That was a big deal to me, and I think we were the right age as well. I haven't revisited. I'm just very angry at him with the last few things he's done.
He's a total fag.
I mean, it's insane. I mean, I think the testosterone has just left him entirely.
Yeah, I don't think
Clerks 3 was really. I really had some big problems with Clerks 3. Good Christ,
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't pay that roadshow money he was asking. It was an insane amount of money. I waited for the multiplex, but Jesus Christ, what a mawkish, sentimental bunch of half woke. Oh fuck, man! And it's just the abomination of your childhood, as I'm looking at here in physical form.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: do you remember? Because if you're wise to Drew's Scriptorama, then you might be wise to this as well. Because this was something that I was confused about when I was a kid. But there was a website that some guy had made that basically was accusing Tarantino of like plagiarizing this movie City on Fire.
He made a short film. No, I know what you mean. Ringo Lam's City on Fire, right? And he made a short film that was, you would get it at cult movie stores. You could find it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a 30-minute, like very YouTube bootleg VHS, when circulating VHSs was YouTube back then. And he was a presentation and also a website. Yeah, I remember. And he did point by point. Yeah, of course there's similarity, but I don't think it holds up very well. Clearly he helped bring those films over here, Tarantino.
Right. Yeah,
and,
of course.
But this was like a very Gen X thing. This is a great. I'm glad you brought that up. This is such a great. Like he's a poser Gen X thing. This is the downside of Gen X, where it's like everybody's a poser, everybody's faking it, everybody's a fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah,
totally.
Not always. It's called art. It's called homage. I don't know. Influence, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, Tarantino's such a pastiche artist. Like, but you're accusing him exactly of what he is saying he's doing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, there was no big secret exposed.
Yeah, no, that. But so that's what really confused me I was like, well, what he's stolen this movie, or I didn't understand.
It gets into that line. I get the argument. It's like plagiarism. Where does it begin and where does it end?
I mean, City on Fire surely does not have the dialogue.
That's what I mean.
Like saying, oh, what Shakespeare stole all of those plays when they're just
exactly. Yeah.
He made them great.
Yes, Shakespeare, like the Northman. The basis of the Northman is he's ripping that off. No, not at all. Right.
Right.
And so, no, these are. Yeah, so there's a line, where you can, like, they can be like someone's very direct style, perhaps can be taken, but, well, consider the shittier Tarantino knockoffs, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
What's an example?
Things
I don't know.
What things you know in Denver when you're dead, or what things you do?
Oh yeah, I remember that. I was into that. I would like to. I don't know how that holds up. Have you seen that recently? How does that hold up? That was
I have
definitely.
Not seen it recently.
I was really into that.
Montana. Go.
Yes.
Those kinds of flicks.
Last Days of Frankie the Fly.
Sure.
And American Strays was a really bad. That was the worst one.
I've not seen it. The 1940s and the 1950s.
Yep.
And even now, and I'm just curious if you think that there's potential for something to be noir like that, or like Chandler or Ross MacDonald or whomever, Dashiell Hammett. Do you think there's room for something like that to be set contemporarily?
That's the great question. Is there a millennial noir? I was thinking about this. I tried to write one myself. I wrote a poetical millennial noir where the detectives, tranny is, but but my thing, I went, I was trying to, I don't know, but is there one? I was thinking, I don't think there is one. But Brick is very Gen X in my mind.
Yeah, I think so too.
Right, and what do you think of Under the Silver Lake?
I have not seen it. People keep telling me to watch that.
I think you'd like it. I think you might like it. I liked it. It's an interesting film. I like that director.
What is that? Ryan Johnson?
Under the Silver Lake is.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was thinking of Brick.
Oh yeah. That's Ryan Johnson before he.
Who's under the Silver Lake?
Cameron Mitchell. He did It Follows.
Oh sure. Okay. Yeah.
He's from here.
Was good.
Yeah. I like his style. Silver Lake is a very sprawling. I think it's the closest thing to a millennial, although it's still there's still some pretty Gen X stuff in there. I think he's about our age, so I think he probably leans Gen X perhaps culturally, but like a true millennial, it would they're so soft, they're so pathetic. It would have to be funny, but it's possible. I feel like, I feel like they should. Maybe you could do it. Maybe you're working on a novel, right? Maybe they could adapt your. I feel like you could capture something. Maybe I don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing I think about millennials is just that I think that it's a big generation, right? I mean, it's not there's an overculture. There's a millennial overculture that's all about the pronouns and whatever, and that is soft on the surface. But I think that there's some toughness and some hardness and some spirit within every generation.
How it could be maybe like a Iraq 2 vet opens up a private eye, something like this.
I always think about that in terms of like, well, among millennials, we do have our Afghanistan and Iraq vets. Who, God, I mean, what a lonely existence that would be, really.
Oh yeah, no, and plus they had that what was it called where they just kept making them go back over and over, stop gap or something, stop loss or something.
Stop loss, maybe.
Yeah, they just kept making them go. So you could get a character like that. You just had to keep going back and back and back, as a PTSD or I don't know, something like this. If we're going for like a zeitgeist type of millennial noir, I mean, I don't even know if you want to do that, but I'm just thinking like you could do that. I feel like because you have more. Because my thing was just nasty, and I don't know, it wasn't like coherent. I mean, I feel like you could do it. You could do it.
Yeah. Well, it would be interesting to try. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I always thought. I always liked this idea of somebody who is like. It is like kind of a semi-retired millennial, who bounces around, who kind of is a flaneur,
Yeah.
Who nevertheless gets called to be a part of something scary and hard.
It could be great. It could be amazing,
Yeah, and so that's always appealed to me. Like, some guy who just goes to the mall every day and like gets money from his parents, but somehow still gets involved in something nefarious.
Right. Yeah. What was it? It doesn't exist. It does. I mean, Bored to Death was still very Gen X, and it was the closest thing I can think of, that show.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Yeah, great show. Very Gen X show, though. But so the millennial take would be a bit different. But the guy who, but then it becomes harder than he can perhaps handle. That was in there a little bit, but it could go darker and go further. It could be, I don't know, night moves. Like the millennial night moves.
Sure.
The Gene, that something like that.
Arthur Penn,
Yeah.
Yes.
We need that. We need the millennial night moves. We need the millennial parallax view.
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
Oh yeah, amazing. We need the millennial Pacula.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing to me.
Back then, you didn't think about the politics. I was in some far left magazines without even knowing what that is. I didn't even think about it back then,
Sure.
Back then, you loosely assumed that the left was free speech, and so you just loosely went along with. I didn't vote or think about it. I don't vote, but you didn't think about it. It was just very apolitical and style based, but yes, there was some definitely. I've been in 200 magazines since then.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, small, fairly small, some bigger, and but I was in an all-black magazine called Obsidian. I don't know if they knew that I wasn't black, or I think I didn't realize it or something. It's a good mag, but it's funny.
Yeah, Sean Kilpatrick is from 8 Mile.
Yeah, I mean, it fits.
Yeah.
But which is funny because, since I've publicly been very anti-PC, not that anyone pays, but I'm saying people will look me up if I'm close to being in a mag, and then they will look me up, and then they will see that I'm unacceptable, et cetera, and that I don't agree with the party line, and it's especially, I always say I kind of always have. I just didn't think about it before, but I've always, because I grew up reading Jim Godin, so I always hated the left, and the right always hated me. Whereas the right, I get what they are, I don't necessarily have a problem with them. There's been some good affiliations since they're now the free speech people, you know. And whereas the left is insidious, they will trick you. You think they're on your side or something, and they're playing feminine games with you, and the right doesn't really do that as much, or, you know. And so this has been my experience with, and so, but still, it's mostly like left in the poetry. So yeah, I've been in a range of. I was amused that in 1 week a few years ago, I was in a fairly known right type, although I think they don't identify as right wing, but a fairly like right leaning perhaps magazine and a left leaning of the same week, with reviews, which is funny to me. But
reviews of your work or reviews you had written?
Reviews I wrote about. Well, one was a review I wrote about Broder, was just this terrible female poet, and one I wrote about Tao Lin in the Brooklyn magazine, which is,
I see,
speaks for itself. And so it was fun for me.
Yeah, no doubt.
My proof that I'm apolitical, but
yeah.
In a hopefully in a not and it's not advantageous really to be that. I'm not trying to stand. I'm not Yojimboing both sides. I don't think I'm this little Yojimbo. It's not actually good. It doesn't benefit one. You know.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, not really. Not in life. You know. Not in anything. You know. Tangible.
That's interesting.
Dostoevsky would leave room for humanity. He's not naive. It's very dark, but also there's room for redemption for humanity in Dostoevsky, right?
Yeah.
It's ultimately there's a Christian, like a very high IQ Christian thing going on with Dostoevsky, whereas Andreev is grotesque hell, you know.
Yeah.
Andreev is bottomless horror, you know.
Sure.
And that's my guy.
I got you.
I feel it's a feeling. It's a feeling. It's not really a philosophy or a point I would try to even defend. It's just a feeling.
His name is Calvin Atwood. He lives in New York.
Here. Well, I'm no Kilpatrick.
Oh, that guy's a trip.
That was fantastic.
He's just he's a fountain of creativity and he gave me much to think about, you know, and I'm an admirer of his.
He's really, people always fucking say this, but like he's really a unique talent.
Yeah.
I mean, what he's doing, very singular, and yeah.
Well, did you see a video he made? He just went and did it. So I
love the way he kept talking about his retirement.
Yeah, well, he's like, what? He's like 40?
Well, you know, he says, well, he was talking about how he got that one really serious beating, you know?
Yeah.
Like when he was like 11.
Like, 12, yeah.
And then his parents were like, well, like a little too indulgent after that.
Yeah.
They kind of let him just sort of hanging up, you know?
Yeah, living off the beating.
He basically said that he essentially kind of retired from life after that.
Yeah. Well, and he was saying that he has he basically sees himself as being without prospects other than, you know, living at his parents' house for the rest of his life.
I like the way he kept calling himself an open book.
Well, not everybody is.
We kept saying it over and over, though.
Yeah.
And then he was talking about his relationships with women and just like, you know, how he was with some real beautiful women, but
yeah,
you know, he would just worship their beauty.
Yeah.
And they took advantage of that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that was, you know, I was I felt for the guy.
I'm going to give that one another listen.
Well, I expect that in terms of re-listenability, this episode matches that, and for that, I'm grateful. Is there anything you want to leave my listeners with?
Oh, well, I don't have I have like a Substack, but I don't really.
You don't want to promote it?
The thing about that stuff is, I just like for somebody else to be my,
Yeah.
To
champion my work. Champion my work. Champion my work. Champion my work. Champion my work.
To me, I don't even know what's going on in contemporary cinema. To me, it's still 2009, or whatever.
Before the culture ate itself alive. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? I've been getting. I'm going back to more my cinephilic tendencies, I think.
Oh yeah. What are you into lately?
Well, I just recently popped on Red Dawn.
Classic Milius. My favorite.
Dude, it's so dark.
He's brilliant. My favorite Milius line is when the sort of his version of hippies and Conan come up to the guy and he says, and they're talking about the world, the environment, basically, and then he goes, "Time enough for the earth and the grave." That's my favorite. It's like, don't worry about the fucking earth. We'll be in it soon enough.
Yeah. I might try that line on the gal who's working at the henna shop.
Oh, I heard that you were going to cold approach her. I think the last episode. How did
the perfume store.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a non-starter. That was a non-starter.
Was it like a hot blonde? That's a hard approach, right?
Yeah, and I think she was also Slavic.
Oh well, that's very that's in now, right? That's in.
Right. Yeah. Slavic women are in. I don't wish to go anywhere near them. They're scary.
Well, what's that little kitten, Dasha, is her name?
Dasha, yeah.
A little human kitten, little purring little thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice,
well,
very nice.
Yeah. If you show any weakness around her, though.
Or,
you know what I mean?
The dead-eyed.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I'm honestly, I think at this point I just need a nice, Irish-American gal.
Sweet little Gaelic gal. Yes.
Yeah. Are you still off women?
Someone made a great joke. I think it was Dawson who made a great joke on the next episode. I love this guy. He said, "No one is off women," but he's a young man, though. He's a young man. He hasn't felt the true pain yet. He'll know. He'll know when he hits his 30s. He'll know. Yeah, it's very funny. He'll know when he hits his 30s that you can indeed give up on women. Yes. Once you hit a certain point, perhaps. But yes, no, I mean, I am not. It's a very easy quit, as I don't need to make the monumental effort. But there was a girl a while ago. Okay, where I was in this cold mode. Anyway, she was a while ago. This girl was this little, mousy library clerk girl in my beloved library experience, where I abused our system excessively. And
library alone?
Yes, excessive. But and I would always be in there, and then here she is, and I'm like, I don't give a shit anymore. I just fuck women, and then here she is. The dainty. Her hand is to me more beautiful than a nude. It's like she's like the most delicate little creature. It's the simp mode is shifting out of me. The young man is returning. She's perfect. We're genetically designed to be enmeshed forever. And I'm going to eat her waist, etc. Okay, her lining of her uterus is in a thought bubble over my head, for Christ's sakes. And if she gave any sign of a yes, I would forever be a worm. All this horseshit. And then I didn't say anything. I didn't try cold approach. I'm not a great cold approacher, and
hard.
Very difficult. It's a hard sell. I think writer types like us perhaps work better approaching through online means.
Yeah.
It's been a majority of my lays have been online initial meetings.
Meet and fuck.
What's it?
Meet and fuck.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I thought, my books are more important. Number one, I don't want to risk humiliation, and then I come in there and I have to get my books, and it's awkward.
No, that's true.
So that was like, my books are number one. I know. Okay, all right. But also she was such the little darling. Okay, but so
now you kind of can hold her in your mind forever.
Now she's an icon, a myth. She's gone, thank God. And she even one day said something to me about a book I was getting out, and the book was particularly a 2000s era, I'm going to say, not pickup artist level thing, but a sort of one of these, remember when books like Average American Male, stuff like this, when this was popular in the 2000s, when men could still write about being men and the mainstream publishing industry. And so it was one of these, I think it was Diary of an Oxygen Thief, not one of the best ones, but an interesting little number. And she picked it up and with her little girl hands and looked at me and said, "I've read this. This is really good." And
wow.
And I said,
your heart rate must have just gone.
I almost shat. I nearly shat. And then, but also I said, this is every opportunity as a, if you're trying to do pick up artistry, this is every opportunity handed to you.
Sure. Yeah.
For every kind of a million ways you can parlay this. I didn't do it. I said, yes, well, they don't make them like that anymore, do they? And which is not something you should say to a girl. And it's just not a good, that's something you would say to another guy. And
probably.
And it didn't, that was the end of it, basically.
Wow.
And so okay. I'm glad it worked out like that, and I'm glad my instincts took over to tank it,
Yeah, just tank.
Yeah, I think my instinct was say, tank this. Just say something you would say to a buddy, because it don't do pickup artistry, because first of all, it's also
you need the library.
I need the library, number one. It's also disappointing when pickup artistry works. You lose respect for when it works. Yeah. You lose respect for the person that is susceptible to it, which is so many. Okay, so
well, interesting.
It's a very effective system, I find, for even very smart.
That's crazy.
But
me, I just be myself.
Well, you have to put your own spin on it. That it has to be genuine. That's how you get good at it.
You use the mystery method?
I'm trying to recall which one is this. Were you just sort of you're sort of stoic, right? Like that kind of thing?
No. Well, who? I mean, you mean in the mystery method?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall the mystery method.
No, the mystery method is like the neg and the.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. A whole huge portion of it is complete indifference, genuine indifference, but with some aloof, beckoning interest. Right, that's a huge part of it. Patrice O'Neill's whole thing, and and Iceberg Slim, it comes from that as well. And but
those are African American gentlemen.
Yeah, so the pimp, Iceberg Slim's pimp was they sort of in the 20th century. Yeah.
Was that like an acronym?
I think he was a Slim. He was hit them with a coat hanger level pimp in the 40s, right? And and so he had. It was all about control. So the whole thing is of pickup artistry is about control, just shy of outright manipulation, mentally, and you don't hit them with anything. But the even though
obviously not,
the temptation is there. But the method. I wasn't an expert, but for my lowly station, I did put my own take on it, and earlier in the teens, before things became completely insane, when the apps sort of worked for a guy who wasn't working the system as you must, I believe now. I'm not entirely abreast of it, but now I believe you have to really be hardcore working the algorithm. If you have any success on there, it's completely a ruinscape.
You have to grind like it's World of Warcraft.
Yes, exactly. And it used to be you approach maybe 100 and you get 10 responses, and one of those 10 will go out on a date with you. You keep doing that, you'll have a pretty good rate. That was how it was. That was a good rate. Now, I'd say maybe even like 10,000 you need to approach and get maybe one date out of that. And so it's completely fucked.
It's a non-starter. I mean, you're better off just walking around the mall in a bucket hat.
Yeah, right. Cold approach is maybe the last back to cold approach, back to the 90s, which is good. I like
the 90s were great.
I mean, I miss it dearly. It's my thing. You know,
it's so sad.
The culture really perfected itself, and we didn't know it then, and it really made a big impression on myself at a young age.
Well, the funny thing about it was like the lamentations of like the Gen X. That might have been fake though. You know, like the fake complaining that you get like from an Ethan Hawke in Reality Bites or whatever.
Right.
You know?
Yes. Well, it was all. I mean, I guess every culture is sort of manufactured, but theirs was better.
Yes, that's true. That's true. I don't know if you were to. We finally need to get an academic, like, just lock on what like grunge cinema is, because I think it exists. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I think like Reality Bites, singles. Yeah. I saw this movie with what's her name? I love her so much, and why am I blanking on her name? Dominique Swain.
Oh yeah.
She's wonderful. And she was in this movie called Girl, which like takes place in Portland in like the late 90s, and you know, and she like is obsessed with like some like grunge singer or something.
Nice.
Yeah. It's not a great film. It's kind of a mess, but it is interesting. If you're interested in the 90s, it's like a must-see.
A mess from the 90s is a masterpiece compared to anything today. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. I mean, the 90s is wonderful, and then somehow, seemingly, I never run out of new discoveries. Like
there was so much.
Yeah. It's almost like a weird like Mandela thing, where I'm like, did this just appear out of thin air? Like, how did I never hear of this?
It's as if the culture is vomiting this up to save us from what it's also done to us. You know, it's a lifeline. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you make of the all this weird clamoring around about the Barbie movie?
I mean, holy shit! What has she become? I mean, I can't imagine. I can't process. I wish I had been able to talk with Swanberg. I mean, because he never really sold out. He kept at his guns, and Gerwig, on the other hand, you know, I can't imagine.
It's a surprise, a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, because in those movies were, you know, they're not entirely my style, but they were at least very wild, and you know, they were often like very naked, and it was very, you know what it was? Those mumblecore movies were sort of a precursor to that show Girls, which you know is I'm a little on the fence about. I have weird. You know, my ex showed it to me in her panties with her ass in my face, so I was a little indoctrinated, I think, to look at it, and it wasn't for me. But so I have mixed feelings where I just imagine the panties, and I assume there was a show going on the other side of them. But
I understand.
Dunham's not for me, but especially, I mean, with her obese politics. But I actually spoke with Dunham before she was famous briefly. She ran a magazine,
No kidding.
I submitted poetry to the magazine, and she sent me a message saying, "Well, this is some weird fuck around shit." But but by the way, she used to be very cute when she was young.
Yeah.
About 20 or so. I think she must have been 20 at the time. And she said, "Oh, I love these poems, but our issues are closed for the," I don't know, whatever the fuck the excuse was. But
yeah,
it was a nice email, but I'm saying it's just,
yeah.
I think it was called Dead Horse Review or something.
Yeah, that's interesting. I actually saw her speak once, or read. I saw her read her memoir in Portland, of all places.
Yes, and how this was her controversial, where she diddled her, put some sand.
Yeah. There was some sand in her sister's vagina. Yeah. It was fine. I mean, it was a little. I was already, I knew that I didn't agree with her politics.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
But they had some, stand-up comedian open for her, who it was just so typical, it was basically like a Portlandia sketch.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, she's not without talent. I think there's a scene in Tiny Furniture where she's fucked in a tube that I thought was extremely disturbing and interesting, but otherwise a very typical bitch. Not for me. No.
Yeah, I do. I also agree that she's not without talent. I think Girls is above average.
There's something to it. I'll admit. I'll confess.
Yeah, but I mean, I can understand. It's also like my mom watches that show, and I'm like, Mom, that's gross.
Yeah, right. Yeah. These mumblecore movies, I think, sort of were the precursor to that. They were very openly nude and wildly relationship out and all this.
Yeah.
It was a fun time, and it was ribald and I don't know.
Good.
Yeah, it was better.
It kind of was kind of like cinematic representation of us.
Very millennial.
Like millennial art fags,
Yes, entirely.
Yeah.
Entirely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you didn't talk to Swanberg when you were there.
Briefly, very briefly. He set up my little short film that I showed, and we just spoke about the tech of the projector.
I see.
I told him I was a fan, and he had a very natural, cool, famous guy response where he just sort of was, "Oh, right on, man, right on, yeah."
Nice.
Very cool guy, very nice guy.
He seems like it. That's good. Yeah. I mean, if he's associating with expat, you know what I mean?
Oh, for the reading. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, then he's A-okay in my book.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I don't know. Did you talk to other people that were at the reading?
Yeah, a few. I was well, all that. There was a cloud of smog over it was affecting my brain. I think there was from these wildfires, etc. There was this
I see
high pollution. This is like a thing a few weeks ago where Detroit and Chicago. I hit the 40 bench, and I wouldn't recommend it, but I dream of it every day myself. But,
nice.
But
I mean, are you writing a lot?
You mean?
Sure. Well,
perhaps my societal contribution.
Yeah. I think that it's just, I hate to say it, but I think that I need to do martial arts as well.
I would like to, I'm out of my suicide phase and I'm into my homicide phase. I would like to hurt someone else now. I think that's the way to go out. I think that's the way to do it. Now that I'm over with evolution is done with me, so I think maybe I could be of use by taking out some annoying motherfucker somewhere.
Sure. Well,
perhaps my societal contribution.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it actually seems like it would be fun.
I think killing somebody would be a lot of fun. Yeah. You mean martial arts? Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm against homicide.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't recommend it, but I dream of it every day myself. But,
nice.
But
I mean, are you writing a lot?
I am. I have 3 books I'm wrapping up, so I'm not about to do anything crazy off the bat.
Yeah. Wow.
But, I have 3, but 2 are almost done, so I'm not entirely without threat. But
nice, man.
Yeah, so it's going well on that front. I feel good on that front.
Are you going to shop them around? Or are you going to?
I'm going to crawl back. I'm going to crawl back because putting them out at least for a while, and I assume I will be ignored as I was with the other ones. But and also the other ones were accepted and then rejected by leftist presses who like to play feminine games with your expectations and time, as women will.
So they accepted the books and then later said this is not for us.
This is a fun little trick that, especially, it's a human thing overall, perhaps, but I'm also saying it's indicative of a leftist trend, and these people reveal themselves to be increasingly leftist. This was during, and it was also over a lot of time, so they really dragged me out. It's just a smart method of, saying they're going to publish it. I think then they actually read it. I think they accepted it without reading it. Which is, I think, more common than one would hope to imagine. But
wow,
for whatever reason, and then they read it. I actually looked them in the eye on whatever Skype thing, and I said, "Look." This was early on in the process. I said, "Look, it's full of every slur. I said, look at me, every slur. Look at me in the eyes, every slur." And then they said, "Hey, no problem." I said, "Really?" Okay. I said, "Okay, well," I said, "back out now. If that's what I'm saying. It will save everybody a lot of time, Yeah. So I actually said this, and it still meant nothing. Okay. And so then we, a year goes by of sitting around, and then they then they sent me the copy edit, and every slur had a note on it saying you're better than this, basically.
Yeah.
And I said, "No, I'm not. No, I'm fucking not." Goodbye.
Wow.
And I will not be censored. I at least have some dignity, even though I'm a millennial, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
And they, they slowly this is also, the COVID stuff. So they were putting up the black square on their press, if you recall this horse.
Yeah.
And so I knew it was coming, so I wasn't shocked at all.
Right.
So, typical. And that's been done to me before multiple times, in fact. So
I see.
I was not shocked.
Yeah. Well, so but man, I mean, the self-publishing thing, it gives you all the power.
Not exactly famous, but it was clear then that it wasn't going to be fame. But I become infuriated.
Yeah, I see. I mean, marketing is a hustle, And
the other part of me also believes. I mean, if you put this on national TV, it still would sell 10 copies. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't really matter. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? At the same time.
I mean, you're publishing avant-garde literature. Like,
right.
Has there ever been a market for that?
Exactly. It's a dead on one's feet.
Did you, when you were growing up, though, did you have thoughts that one day you would be famous?
Not exactly famous, but that it was clear then that it wasn't going to be fame. But in the 90s, holy shit, the idea was that you could survive making fucked up art.
Yeah.
This was in the air. This was the promise a young me was led to believe and completely abominated in a complete lie and a rigged lie. Completely subverted by the time I was old enough to put it into effect. Really born at the wrong time, But this was possible. This was the dream. Not to even. I mean, of course, that would be nice, but I'm saying not at all. I'm saying to be able to make a small living, perhaps.
Yeah.
Which is now the pipe dream. Now an insane pipe dream. Like the apps, like the dating apps. So with literature.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the way it goes for, right. I mean, I don't know, our generation, it was like we were tantalized with one of the greatest times in human history, only to have it revoked.
completely pulled out from under us. Yes. Still in free fall from the carpet pole.
Yes. Did you watch much TV in the 90s?
Comedy.
No.
We missed the era of it. You know, the era of it was young David Letterman. I think that was what was fairly warm, but it's not excessive. It's always some sort of damp, shit-sucking weather here. It's a mishmash. It's a fly-bespecked. I'm not a fan of Michigan.
Well, that's right. You know what I remember is that, did you go to UT? Natural talk. Like somehow, like the spirit of God is like you're not going to get it properly because it's not on film or whatever. Yeah,
because it was sort of handed to us so readily, such a beautiful presentation, and things like that, and also to tie it into women again.
It was 25 years ago. I have trouble coming to terms with that.
Yeah, if only whatever is good now didn't need to be hunted down because it was so buried, and if only there was some sort of crossover with mainstream, if only, but that's why it's so hard to let it go.
Yeah.
Because it was sort of handed to us so readily, such a beautiful presentation, and things like that, and also to tie it into women again. Women were, in the 90s, I was just thinking about this the other day, they were so cool. They became, now they didn't need to try to be cool being beautiful. That wasn't really a requirement. But in the 90s, they decided to incorporate that, and it was really, you get your big crush of mine, Janine Garofalo at the time. Again, of course, the politics, but now. but at the time, she was really my type. Okay, and so cool, and so... And also beautiful and cool and like a little snarky cutie pie, right? And all this. Yeah. And so it was quite the look. It was quite the generation. And they were cool to talk to, these girls that were maybe even just 2 or 3 years older than me. And around that era. And they dressed so cool and they really had a look and a demeanor. And it's all been destroyed. It's all been... removed. It's been subverted into hellishness, into egomaniacal, demoniacal, fucking, the market is overrun or something. They really got too cool for their own shoes or something went really wrong. Okay.
Well, I remember being really surprised when I revisited Reality Bites as an adult. At how cute Janine Garofalo was.
I mean, my God, at the time, even I was a man obsessed, and also, the way that, again, another political retard, but Fiona Apple's Criminal video, I think, hypnotized a generation, especially my age, of guys to Pavlovian response to her twisting her little self around in that video, like a psychotic reaction, beyond sensual, witch-like possession of pubescent male genitals that probably destroyed my pelvic area. Every time that video came on, I was like a slobbering dog on the floor, and it was because girls like her were going beyond just being pretty into this waifish, obsessive little lost orphan little sister sneaking into your room with the thunderstorm and all this horseshit, and so it's the baggy-eyed little princess, etc., and stuff that will hang you when you investigate it. That will when you pedestal the girl, will destroy you. And so and maybe not without good cause, maybe etc. But that video, that era of that vintage of pussy was really top notch and not to be surpassed. That's why girls like Dasha, I think, are popular. They sort of call back to that in a way. Her coolness, her demure aspects. Even though I don't buy it, but but a fuck purr, a little moan that she does for the podcast is entrancing, of course. And then if you can break the trance, you can see the method behind it, right?
Sure, but entrancement ultimately is what you want.
I highly agree. But I want it from art, not from some cute girl. But the entrancement entirely, and she's been good in film. I think she's a great presence on screen. So she can. I like her entrancement.
You're talking about Dasha,
right? Dasha's weird entrancement, demure kitty cat mode is entrancing on film. As far as the culture, I don't know, but on film, I'm all on board. Yeah.
Well, Dasha is like 0 degrees. If we were to play the 6 degrees to Spin City game, 6 degrees of separation to Spin City, she's met out the great Alan Ruck.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Presumably, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if they ever. I didn't watch Succession much.
Yeah, I've only seen like 1 or 2. I haven't seen her on it. Yeah.
But she's so. But, we could always play that game. I'm not that big of a Dasha fan myself.
I think it's fairly liberal, right? But she's promoted as being right wing or something. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, and I mean that would that's. I just think that I don't know. There's a certain attitude like that comes with like the Red Scare thing that I'm not. Me, like I'm a big softie, and I like warmth, and it's a little cold.
Powerful e-girl, slut, cold, cutting, sly bitch maneuvers are very entrancing when you're in your 20s. I think shit won't work on me at my age, right?
No, right. But you're 40. You're a man.
Right. I'm old, very old, very old. I've heard it all. I've been with the cool little sly girl. I lived with one, in fact. I lived with a little Dasha, in fact, and I don't fucking recommend it.
Well, have you ever been into sports?
No, I was too nerdy. Yeah, more. Yeah, I really liked his. I feel like he's good with banter. That was a funny take on that. Whereas I think I've been mocked in nastier ways by certain writers, but that's that's par for the course. But other ones, but that kind of there's a way to. It's an interesting idea that there's a way to rib and bust balls and joke that is fun, and then there's a way to do it where it's a power. You ever hear? Makes me think of, like Vox Day's category. This is, it's like an astrological silly thing, but categories of male behavior. You know what I'm talking about?
I remember Vox Day.
Yeah, remember him? Yeah.
It's funny that you bring him up. I haven't thought about him in years.
Yeah, it was a while ago, but he's. I think he's the one who set into play all this talk about alpha and sigma alpha.
Yeah.
And you're the top dog, right? I love this. This thing. But also he broke it down more, which was very helpful to me to identify, especially in the writing field. There's a lot of these guys often that I feel like places like Apocalypse Confidential are good at avoiding this type of guy that have like dudes and guys that aren't like this. These guys proliferate in academia, especially. And what I mean by that is the gamma male, which is his term, which is so he's saying there's the alpha who runs like a big company, a lot of money, all this leader guy, and there's sigma who's like a successful guy, but who's eccentric and goes his own way, but still makes a lot of money.
Kind of like a lone wolf.
Right, exactly. And there's the Bravos who are the lieutenants of an alpha, and there's the Deltas who are just a guy who doesn't want to really care about advancing. He just wants to do the work. That's a likable guy. And then there's the Gammas who are these like usually high IQ but like effeminate, weaselly men who usually talk in a certain way and not homosexuals but like effeminate and without knowing. But homosexual is doing a thing, but an effeminate but generally at least saying that they're straight male, and who are like backstabby, Machiavellian, sneaky, scenester types. This is a type, and a lot of these in literature and academia. And then there's the Omega, who are like your completely crazy, fucked up, out of society, moneyless. I'm Omega myself.
I see.
But Travis Bickle would be the best Omega, or something, like that. But the Gamma really, throughout my life, I've been, if someone insults you online, that's whatever. That's fine. That's that's fine. That's fine. Especially if it's just outright a thing, or like fuck you, etc. But the ones who ingratiate themselves to you and try to be your buddy, and they're trying to control you and do power things, weird shit like this, it really bothers me and makes me very homicidal. In fact, it is a type that's haunted me since I was in grade school. In fact.
Really?
It really is a type of guy. There's always one. I think you've identified one. You said in your workforce there was a guy.
In my what?
You said you were working a job with a guy like this, right?
Yeah. I thought so. Maybe. Things are kind of cool. Things are kind of de-escalated with him.
Oh, good. Yeah,
but
it can get bad. It can get bad.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm impressed by your I'm impressed by how closely you listen to the show.
I'm a big fan, long-time fan. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I stand nothing to benefit from ass kissing. I have my parasocial and my guys I listen to. I'm also a fan of several of these podcasts. But the podcast, if I'm into it, I'm into it because I believe the person is a friend to art, and this is all I care about, right?
Sure.
And so there's no, I don't think anything I do stands to benefit me clout because of what I do. So there's no fucking, there's no, the fear. I think everybody should have a healthy fear of, am I a gamma? Am I being gamma-like, right? am I a gamma-like? But I think, I don't fuck with people. This is what they do. This is the main gamma behavior is what I'm saying is that they start shit with people,
I think.
In snide ways, in snarky, mean girl, starring Lindsay Lohan ways, right?
Oh, yeah.
This type of shit,